Yeah. Well, wait.
Hi.
Hello?
Hi, I suppose. Welcome. Based.
Wait, is it, like, fucked? Your voice isn't coming through, Bezic.
Yeah, that was my fault. Fuck me.
Bezic, I can't believe you did this.
Woo! Boomer audio. Alright. Well, so much for that. Let's try again. So tonight we're going to look at the leftists being useless cunts, and then we are going to write a letter to a dumb fucking bureaucrat about how mandatory vaccines are stupid.
Based. You should have checked your thing first. Like, this amount of epistemic hubris is not going to end well for you.
Yeah, we've got rules about Harrison. He's only allowed in the debate channel.
I'm glad you said that, because now I know you're intelligent.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, student of history. I'm not human. Fuck you.
Oh yeah. Before we get started, I had an incredible Tuesday night. Or Tuesday in general was incredible, you know. I went to the, doctor in the morning. He gave me a anti-hair loss pill, so I'm immediately much less stressed in life, because I can fight my receding hairline, which makes me chill the fuck out. He was also like, yeah, okay, yeah, your hand seems to be like not a big deal for now. It's probably not your workout that's causing this if you've been doing this for like a couple months prior to that happening, so you can go back to it. And so I'm a little rusty, but I'm building myself back up to it pretty quickly. And oh yeah, and of course in the evening I got to see Jordan B. Peterson live, which was pretty great. He was a big fan of my Hail Lobster shirt, which was great. And he spent a lot of the talk like he was shitting on Malthusians. We're like, well, if you think there are too many people on Earth, feel free to leave anytime.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Exactly.
I love
it. Yeah. So, and advice how it's like, all these people are like, I'm working here, my boss is a dick, and my coworkers are terrible. It's like, okay, maybe that's true, but if you say that at 3 jobs in a row, it's probably you. If light isn't shining from your pores, maybe you should ask questions about yourself.
I mean, he has a point, but also, I don't think he's worked for a standard company in a long time. Because it's entirely possible to work for 10 companies and have your boss be an asshole in all of them.
One of my favorite things to do is to read like malicious compliance on Reddit.
Yes.
It's pretty good fun. You see a lot of fucking stupid bosses doing a lot of stupid shit, and vice versa. Employees just thinking that they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Oh yeah, yeah. Something else.
I'm actually on both sides of that argument, so that's hilarious.
Yeah.
Something else he mentioned at the the thing at the event is that he gave us a little preview for an interview he was gonna do, which he did and released already, with this one guy who is like the only living person who drafted essentially the Canadian version of the Bill of Rights, who's now launching a lawsuit against the federal government of Canada for all their COVID shit, which violates that.
That's
and
pretty
Jordan
fucking
Peterson made the
badass.
observation, and Jordan Peterson made the observation, well, when it goes to the courts and there's the question of what the intent is behind this, the fact that you're one of the people who drafted it is a pretty big arrow in your quiver.
Yeah, that's been a problem in America. What did the founding fathers mean? In this case, I was there, cunt. I was one of them.
Yeah, Crowder had one of my favorite lines about that, where he's like, "Oh, when they see, the Second Amendment, they're like, oh no, there's no right to bear arms. You don't have a right to own guns. But we're gonna like swim into this and like take this out of context and extrapolate from this and go, yep, Constitution guarantees right to an abortion." Never mind that same argument the same argument as the right to abortion could be used for like me shooting someone and murdering them as long as they're like on my property. I can like kill anyone I want because it's in the privacy of my house. It's none of the government's business.
I mean, I'm failing to see a downside to this argument.
Isn't there some law that you can still shoot Welsh people with a longbow?
I'd love to see that tested in court.
There's some law about it. I can't remember. I'm like, watch your back, Vulcan.
What the?
We will destroy your simpery with extreme prejudice.
So, what Jordan Peterson was saying, though, about the people complaining about the bosses is an excellent segue into the faggotry we're going to have a look at. The rise of the AntiWork Movement. Woo!
Oh, that was so fucking cringe.
Yes, fortunately, I'm not going to subject us to the video of that freak.
I mean, there are some absolutely great points about toxic workplaces. I was going to bring it up in the gold tier Zoom call that we had, but like I never got a chance to. But like one of the things that happened with my mum, she was working in the NHS for most of her life, and they are constantly trying to threaten you and take away things from you. Like you have like a license to practice essentially as a nurse, and if you don't do all the different training that is required on time or all these other things or pay the right fees and so on and so forth, they're always sort of threatening to take that away from you so you can't work. And it's like that's one of the most toxic things I can think of. And I understand why they do it, but it's like it got to a point where she ended up just quitting nursing because it was just always a toxic environment all the time. And now she works for me. Couldn't be happier. It's like a big difference.
Yeah, my mom retired from nursing recently.
So you might.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Second, your mom's a nurse?
Yeah, my mom's a nurse, folks.
Was a nurse.
Well, she might technically still be a nurse if she's registered.
It's
an old meme, John. It's an old meme, John. Don't worry about it.
Okay, yeah. I'm too young, obviously.
Yeah. If you know, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, it's part of the meta of this community.
If you want to know, you have to watch back through the 500 hours of previous podcasts.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of memes like my mom being a nurse, me getting run over by a car, the politics of Attack on Titan, my friend from another community, Harrison, pissing everyone off. There's a lot in the meta.
Yes.
I don't have time for that.
Has Harrison complained to you about what's happened to him with the server?
No comment. No comment.
Student of History has a comment about the faggot guy from Reddit. Student wants to personally take him for a long walk on a short rope because he works half of what Student of History works per week and dares to complain, I'm working too much. No wonder the older gens hate millennials.
I mean, personally, I think I should work maybe an hour or two a week and get paid 100,000 a week.
It's also like, how do all these fucking people like look exactly the way you would fucking expect them to?
Yeah,
they are who they are. I mean, if like this is so, I've been watching the AntiWork thing for a while, and it seems to be a split down the middle of people complaining that the 0-hour contracts, working 60-hour weeks, no guaranteed time off, stuff like that. Generally, companies fucking them over, knowing that they don't have the financial kind of stability to question them or challenge them on it. And then the other half is this person. Yeah. Little like their mum and dad are paying for them. They do whatever the fuck they want. They sit online all the time, and they think that there should be a glorious communist revolution.
I find it really frustrating.
Yeah.
I see it a lot. Like one of our clients, they're really, really wealthy, and their daughter is unfortunately really fucking entitled. Like very, very woke. Thinks that she's only attracted to black men specifically because it's like a woke thing to be. Like, oh yeah, I only like black men. She's always going on about these woke cultural things. Basically, full on acts like a fucking little bitch to her mum all the time. And her parents don't have a firm enough hand to just kick her out of the house. She's an adult, doesn't like these people have enough money to be able to like say that they could actually buy her a home and tell her to fuck off to that home and never speak to her again if they wanted to. But like they don't have a firm enough hand because anytime anything like that happens, she's like, "Oh yeah, I'll kill myself." I'm like, "Fuck off."
Good luck, see ya.
I'll buy you a fucking rope. No, it's fucking annoying as hell seeing how entitled these people are.
Holy shit, I finally figured out who this guy reminds me of. Does anyone know who Scott Malkinson is from South Park?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
The anti-work guy looks and talks like very similarly to him.
Oh, yeah. I've got Malkinson.
I've got a lisp and diabetes.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Doreen definitely has diabetes. How can you be that much of a chonker and walk dogs for a living?
The main thing
you're not walking them very far.
The thing that's really wrong here is they don't have the self-awareness to understand how bad they look. So I wonder what kind of social bubble they're in.
A leftist
all
one.
The people they know is like this.
Well, in leftist circles, telling people that they look like a fat slob is a crime worse than misgendering a trans person.
I mean, I know when I smell and I look bad, and I'm always worried about that.
Yeah.
I dread the day of going to like a convention and just smelling smelly fat people. I'm like, no. Don't do it.
Well, well, we were talking about this morning when we organised our cigar meetup before the LE thing.
Mm.
We literally wrote in the thing, have a shower, change your shirt.
Yeah. Fucking.
And people were like, "Why have you written that?" I'm like, "Because if we don't, people won't."
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the complete lack of self-awareness. Like, I know when I'm a fat, smelly slob. Like now, for example.
Or the people that aren't prepared to at least won't turn up.
Yeah. I just don't understand how they thought this would go well, and they're sitting there, and the guy's just laughing at him. Because like, sorry, I'm misgendering Doreen there.
He's so easy to ridicule, though. It's ridiculous.
But he doesn't. No, he doesn't need to ridicule him. The interviewer just sat there, asked him very basic questions, and then just openly started laughing at this person because they are so bizarre. Like, how divorced from reality are they? But the problem is the anti-work movement has some valid things. They just need to offload all of these people, not make it about communism.
Oh, and they need to change their fucking branding.
Yeah, because it shouldn't be anti-work. Anti-work is literally the first thing that comes to my mind is like, I shouldn't have to work. I should be able to sit around all day and be an artist on the commune.
Yeah,
You
she
know?
wants to teach. She wants to teach philosophy. Do you have a philosophy degree though?
Well,
I mean, you
here's
don't
the
need a
thing.
degree to teach philosophy,
If you
but
want that also makes the point. If you want to be the artist who sits around on the commune all day, that's fine. Just be good and get people to pay you for it.
No,
But
but
no,
money's
they
out.
just want to sit there and be shit at it, and still get looked after.
we
Like-
want to be in this like automated world where the robots do everything and we sit around and
Yep.
coom.
I mean, they could do that if they just wanted to do nothing but make art and sit in their mother's basement and be a loser. That'd be fine. Just draw furry porn for weirdos on the internet as your own business, and then you literally never have to go outside again.
The thing is, these crusty people have always existed. We just called them hippies, and they didn't try and change everyone's lives. They went off and formed kibbutzes and stuff like that. They can go and do this now. They just want everyone else to do it for them.
Well, Bass Van Dypen, I probably butchered that. Because counting our money monthly/yearly rather than hourly is a bigger number. And you're an American. But no, the gender pay gap is always like calculated in terms of like I think per hour. No, not always, but sometimes it is. But the problem with that is that wouldn't fix.
Well, that's the
that
problem.
wouldn't-
Second, isn't that it's not calculated hourly. They make it as an annual figure, then they convert that to an hourly figure. Because if they the whole thing falls apart.
Yeah.
Well,
So
no,
basically,
well, I mean, even if you convert it to, even if you convert it to the hourly wage, you still have the problem of the fact that people who work more hours are going to get more raises.
yes.
Yeah, which is why they do dishonest shit by going, oh, we'll take this yearly income, divide it by the standard work week, and completely ignoring the people who do an extra 2 to 3 hours a day. AKA men.
Yeah, like I explained yesterday, I booked 167 hours last week.
Also, shouldn't the pay gap be a thing? I mean, don't women want dudes who earn more than they do?
Yes, but they also don't want to earn less than them, and they don't want the man to pay for everything, but they also want the man to pay for everything, but then split it 50-50 because that's fair. But if the man asks them to pay for dinner, it's sexist because logic.
I mean, I've never had that kind of problem in my relationship. Like,
No, see,
you.
I think
It's almost as if women as a whole don't know what they want.
Yeah.
Well, no, I think the problem is you're taking an entire block of people and then putting all the views that various different ones have on all of them.
Yes, it's just funny.
So just find one that's based. That's it. That's the solution.
I mean,
but we're doing it for amusement value.
I mean, the first time the
this.
woman.
I know you're new to this. But this is what we do here. We do it for comic effect.
I mean, yeah, exactly. But you know, the first time a woman decided what to eat, it like fucked all of humanity. So maybe that's why.
To be fair, she didn't decide. She was subverted by a commie. Clearly.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
If I'm buying your dinner, I'm picking your dinner.
Bloody postmodernist snake. It's kind of funny if you think about it. Kane is the first commie. Because he was like, my brother is more successful than me. I'm gonna fucking murder him. Like, Jesus.
Kane was the original anti-work commie.
Yeah.
My brother worked harder than me, so he gets more reward. That's unfair.
Based.
How were there more people if there was just Adam and Eve, and then Cain killed Abel?
Incest.
Yeah, but okay.
Adam and Eve had more
Lilith,
kids, and then Cain fucked them.
Fair enough.
I mean, half
okay.
of the Old Testament is incest.
I mean, isn't that most of human history, though?
Sure, but
Yeah.
I mean, it's the best part of human history, obviously.
No, I like the
Kind of
murder.
makes you wonder how.
Makes you wonder.
No. I'm just thinking from like an evolutionary perspective. How did we not fuck ourselves early on by incest when there were like a fewer number of
we
us?
didn't just have sex with humans; we had sex with
Neanderthals and other assorted apes.
Yeah.
That's true.
Because
And then
also
each generation
And
is
also-
biologically compatible with all the children of the previous generation. So the earliest human was close enough to apes that he fucked an ape and then had a kid.
Okay, yeah. Well, that fish crawled out of the water on its mutant fish hands and had butt sex with a monkey or something to produce this monkey frog squirrel. Then that had butt sex with another monkey, and then that had butt sex
Look,
with that thing.
It
and
was
that
all
created
good.
you.
It was all good until a bat had butt sex with a pangolin.
Yeah, exactly.
And this, unfortunately, has led to the degeneracy of OnlyFans and hentai.
I thought you said
I thought you were about
the
to say
ginger.
I
mean, that's pretty.
I thought you said it was led to ginger people.
Yeah.
I mean, that would explain Cooper, but fuck that guy.
I mean, do you want to really?
No.
That's
I
a
mean,
job
I
for a
mean,
kangaroo.
I very much mean it in him getting fucked by a kangaroo. I mean, I consider that to be a prediction, not a.
Student of history, that's really interesting because don't they have like the highest IQ of any like group on the planet?
I'm genetically engineering kangaroos as we speak.
Ah, yes.
I think with like the Ashkenazi and things, it depends on your definition of incest, because some people see incest as within like a separation of like three. What do they call this? I don't know. Yeah, but like three.
First cousin, second cousin, third cousin.
Yeah, like that's the kind of thing. Like some people consider it incest until you're out to like third or fourth cousins, while some people consider it within the primary familial group.
I mean, yeah, depending on how you define it, we're all ancestral to some degree, because we're all of the same species.
Well, don't they literally have that problem in Switzerland or something? One of those European countries.
Iceland.
Iceland.
It's Iceland where everyone has to use an app
to make sure they're not fucking their cousin.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Or to make sure they are.
Well, you know, as Dwight Schrute says, good for bloodlines.
Yeah. And I mean, the population of Iceland is a little bit larger than 350. Not by much, just a little. How the hell did we get here?
Yeah.
And how do we escape?
Work.
Easily is
AntiWork.
the answer.
Like, pathetic communists. Theodore Pinnock says the church has the third degree of kinship as its standard.
Okay, I remember now. It was pathetic communists to wage gap, to women not making decision, to Bible, to incest, to Jews, to what is incest exactly, and now here we are.
Okay.
Wow.
Can we go back to Jews?
What a wild ride.
Oh, dear. Well, let's go back to anti-work communists. So the article, as the Lotus Eaters covered, starts talking about this guy who worked in a role for fucking £9.40 an hour. Like, freaking me, I won't even get out of bed for that much.
Is this the dog walker?
No, this is the guy who actually worked a real job.
Okay.
Well,
£9.40. It's over minimum here.
Yeah. I mean, we
It's
pay
not,
our
it's
staff
not a
about
terrible wage for.
£10.50.
No,
It's not that bad.
yeah, it's not the
Like,
worst thing in the
I've
world.
seen manager roles for like £8.50 in the past. You know.
Jesus.
See, I wouldn't have been too mad about like taking a job with that pay as a teenager.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I took it straight out of uni.
That weed's not going to buy itself.
Clearly, I've worked in some interesting jobs since my standard's like £17 an hour. Which is impressive for someone with no actual professional skill.
I think it's just because you're Australian, so you don't understand currency.
Yeah.
You're just like 17 sounds good.
Well, it's
I'll go
about
with
it's pounds by about double in a dollar you do.
Yeah.
And I generally get up to 35 an hour.
Yeah, fair.
But so he's getting $13 US, £9.40 an hour, which again isn't horrendous, as you say, isn't horrendous for an entry level job. But in his entry level job, he's trying to figure out whether people's kids can have essential medical treatment. And
Okay.
yeah, because
That's disturbing.
the American healthcare system's fucked. So the insurance companies literally go, "We're going to pay for this person's cancer treatment." No, fuck them.
Hold on, you said he made pounds, right?
That's the conversion, and
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, it's hard to do that because the Americans do shit differently.
yeah,
Right?
yeah. So $13
So you
or
probably make
£9.40.
less money. Oh,
Yeah, because they have
Shit.
federal state tax and then gay ass local taxes.
yeah.
Then they have
Well, you
sales
don't
tax
have
as well.
state. Hey, you don't have state tax if you live in Texas.
Yet another reason to move to
God.
Texas.
Less the Lone Star State.
Maybe the mistake Texas is making is that they're building the border wall on the south of the state. Maybe they should build the wall on everywhere else, because the Mexicans seem far more useful than...
I still like the idea of making the border wall exclude California. Make it part of Mexico.
I think the Mexicans would object to that. Mexico would build a wall to keep the Californians out.
I think it would be funny. All the Californians would vote to join Mexico, and all the immigrants who just moved there would vote against it.
Well, it kind of makes you wonder, why do we care more about Ukraine's borders than our own?
It's a damn good question.
It's just because it threatens the US empire, that's all. At least that's what they probably perceive it as.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't have Russia getting more power.
I mean, yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
But if you dare to ask that question, you're a stooge of Vladimir Putin.
Dear.
Yeah. So $13 or £9.40 an hour, and this guy is determining whether people's kids qualify for healthcare insurance. And then he says he gets fined if he gives callers certain information, which he's not authorized to disclose, like how much time they have to submit paperwork.
Bullshit.
Yeah, that's utterly ridiculous. I mean, there's some serious fucking problems with things like the NHS, but that kind of shit's also...
What the fuck is that question? Wait, what is that title? Go back up.
Okay.
That's such a pretentious title. But many are asking, what is the purpose of work?
I mean, the fucking Simpsons covered this. Money can be exchanged for goods and services.
See, this is the problem. You're looking at people already twisting what they're meant to be about, which is like anti-corporation power is being turned into like, but should we even be working? It's like, no, we should.
Yeah.
Yes, we
That's
should
a
be
ridiculous
working.
idea.
Ideally for yourself, and if not for yourself, for a small company.
Honestly,
but worst case
the
scenario,
best thing I
anyone
ever did
who
was start
pays.
my own company.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I first started off doing like self-employment when I was doing extras work, because I had a shitty boss in 02, and everyone was wanting like more hours and stuff. So he decided to hire more people instead of giving more hours out to the staff he already had. And then like I was meant to be taken on full time because I'd done really well in the Bristol store, and I'd been moved to a Bath store, which was a little closer to me. And the different manager decided, because I had an attitude about coming on a Sunday, because I only had public transport available to me at that time, so I couldn't get back. I couldn't actually get into the city. Like he said, because I had attitude that he wasn't going to offer me a full-time job at the time. And I was like, okay, well, I quit. And he was just like, what? It's like, I quit. Fuck you. And I went and did this all extra work, and it was really good fun.
Yeah.
That's like,
actually quite a common thing in Australia as well as the UK, I think, where there's a lot of people who are working 30 hours a week, but they're part-time.
Yeah.
Or more specifically, 29.9 hours a week. Because as soon as you flick into working a set amount of hours per week, you can make an argument to force the company to take you full-time. And then the company,
as a full-time employee, they have to pay loads of stuff extra.
Yeah, then they have to start paying. Then they have to give you top paid time off, paid sick leave. When you're just a casual employee, they don't have to give you any of that shit. So they won't give you the hours, because if you're working whatever the minimum hours is for a certain period, you can just turn around and go, well, actually, you've been treating me like a full-time employee. It's time that you start giving me the benefits of being one. And companies aren't interested in that. So that's why they'll go, oh, we need more man hours. So we'll hire more plebs rather than pay the plebs we've already got more.
Well, in the UK, if you work less, if 16 hours a week or less, companies don't have to pay any national insurance contributions for you.
So I imagine there's a lot of people who work 2 days a period, and then have like another 4 guys who also work 2 days a period.
Yeah, well, actually, what you end up with is lots of people who have 2 16-hour-a-week jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 different places.
We pay a minimum that of 16, but our staff tends to work over that.
I actually know 2 people that both work in the same 2 shops. They both work 16 hours a week each in both shops.
Yeah, one just does Monday, Tuesday, and the other does Thursday, Friday, vice versa.
Yeah, they literally, yeah, it's fucking insane. But that's the companies avoiding paying tax.
Yeah, and I imagined because that also means they can be classed as casual, so they're not getting all the other associated stuff.
To be fair, it's also been made worse in the UK thanks to the changes they made to national insurance when COVID hit. So national insurance has to be paid even more now by the employer. Like, who the fuck wants to pay more? Fuck off! I'll just not pay my staff.
Yeah,
I mean, an unemployment issue. Fuck you.
Yeah, and do you guys have superannuation?
No.
No.
Okay, so that's the problem we've got. So, on top of your base wage, which the government then taxes, the company has to make a mandatory contribution to superannuation, which is completely fucking worthless. You don't get to touch it without being taxed horrendously or waiting till you're 65. So the companies have to pay all this extra money on top of your base wage that they're just not fucking interested in doing. So they're hiring less people. And of course, that's just the government fucking everything because they're too much cunts to pay pensions to old people.
Our pension scheme has auto regulators. Basically, you have to be auto opted in, and you have to choose to opt out. It's a bit weird.
Yeah, you guys probably call it something different if you have something like that.
Yeah, it's the pension scheme, and you pay a percentage, and then the employer has to match a percentage.
Yeah. In Australia, you don't have to pay a percentage.
Maybe people who are bad saving for their pension.
Yeah. But yeah, here people don't have to make their own contribution. The company just does it on top of it, and I don't think I've ever met a single person who thinks that the superannuation funds, which are again for-profit companies, are better at spending this money. Most people would rather either the superannuation companies fuck off entirely, or just give the money directly to them. And like when I was working, the company was paying something like $300 a week, maybe $600 a fortnight just in superannuation.
I'm pretty sure my mum withdrew her superannuation pay from her nursing jobs in Australia just so we could fly back home to the UK.
Yeah,
early
and she would have
UK
got
stuff.
taxed at something approaching 50%.
Yeah, sounds probably about right. Although that was like 30 years ago.
And the system's just gone worse.
I mean, I keep thinking about getting my Australian passport just to like go back and visit, but I'm like, I'm not sure I want to anymore. You know?
I strongly recommend against doing anything to Australia other than nuking it off the face of the earth. And I say this as an Australian.
You won't be allowed to leave.
Yeah, I'll be like, yeah, I'm British. Like, nah, not anymore. You're in your COVID camp for the rest of your life now.
Yep. World's largest open-air COVID camp.
Ah, Christ.
I actually think that's China, but well done.
Well,
China's just a giant wet market.
No, China's only had like 5 cases and no deaths. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, that's it. You can't have a COVID death if you shoot everyone who tests positive.
Well, they would still be COVID deaths here, wouldn't they?
Well, yeah, they would.
I mean,
China just used a different definition.
Unless it was like a black guy dying of a questionable death with like cop involvement. That's the one time when it's not COVID.
Yes, in all of 2020, there was only one person who didn't die of COVID.
No, it's George. St. George.
Yep. St. George of Fentanyl.
St. George of Fentanyl, I like that.
He was killed by a dragon. A grand dragon.
Yeah.
Is Ukraine in the EU or NATO?
Yeah.
I'm not actually sure.
Is what in the EU?
I don't think he remembers the question.
It's who in the EU?
Oh,
Yeah.
Ukraine.
Ukraine is not in the EU.
Or NATO.
It is not in NATO.
I'm just reading the questions from chat.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said. So
That's sort of the point.
Yeah, that's why
sort of
Russia's
the point.
getting
The
all
Russians
uppity.
don't
They're like,
Yeah,
oh,
don't
we
want
might
NATO countries.
we might bring Ukraine into NATO, and Russia's like, fuck off, we don't want NATO
Or the EU.
next to our border.
yeah,
Because
no.
the big thing about the initial Ukrainian stuff kicking off in 2014 was new president got in and cancelled their acceptance into the EU.
Nice.
Like he withdrew it.
What a
And
chad.
everyone's- Well, he was like very closely linked to Russia.
I really fucking hope the EU fucking explodes on crashes and burns. And then the French
Tell us how you
invade
really
the
feel.
Germans.
Nah, the French won't invade the Germans.
No, they won't. But it would be funny to see them try.
It'll be time for us to save Europe once again.
We're not going to
Except-
bother this time.
Except this time we'll just send the women.
We're not even going to try this time.
I don't know. I think we should do it, and we'll annex Spain.
Look,
Should have done
yeah.
that the last time instead of just keeping Gibraltar.
next time you have a war, though, don't give the losers their country back. You tried that with France, and that went to shit. You tried that with Germany, that went to shit. Honestly.
I mean, we really should learn better.
That's it. Like, the whole... the World War II is entirely the fault of giving Germany back to the Germans.
Mm.
Dear. Robert Longshore says, full-time staff in the UK get more protections under the law. 0-hour contracts mean that the company can just have you work nothing one week and 30 hours the next, and fuck you, that's why. Yep, and of course, they'll schedule you in at short notice without pre-warning. And, you don't have money to pay the exorbitant transport fares because you don't have a car because we don't pay you enough? Well, fuck you, show up anyway or you're fired.
Yeah, I don't really like 0-hour contracts as a concept. But this is
See-
why I get the movement in America, because they have none of the protections that the UK people have.
I mean, 0-hour contracts would make sense with cleaning companies like my own. The only problem is, if you have a 0-hour contract, your staff can say, no, I'm not doing it. which kind of defeats the point in having a job. They're like, no, I'm on 0 hours. I don't have to accept any of this work. So we do a minimum of 16, and everything else is just paid to them as overtime.
Like, I understand the extra flexibility can be really useful, but like it's just too open to abuse from companies.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. It's one of the
I mean,
reasons we only do
yeah.
a minimum and then everything else paid as overtime. Because otherwise, who's going to want to be employed by us?
Desperate people you can exploit.
I'm gonna get my my staff
What
to
is
record a.
mum?
I'm gonna get my staff to record a film for me and be like, "Oh yeah, we love working for my company. Yeah, they treat us really well."
You can
Say better.
you can chill it. It's fine.
Yeah, I don't want to.
Like,
you don't want any of these spurgs being customers. That makes fair. I mean that's a fair point. I wouldn't actually either.
I don't think I've ever worked for a company that you could call, say, a multinational, where it hasn't just been a clusterfuck as well.
It's
Because
usually HR that's the big problem.
yeah, and well, the bigger that a company gets, the easier it is for them to go, you know what? Those people over there, they're starting to talk about workers' rights, just that entire department's gone.
Cool. I remember I was once put on a performance review in a job I'd only had for a little while. And they put me on performance review on the week I was on holiday. So I couldn't improve my performance. I was like, what? Son of a bitch.
Yeah. Well, PIPs are just to cover the company for liability.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been put on a performance review over a metric that didn't exist when they gave me the job and didn't bother to tell me about.
Yeah, they do that shit all the time. It's fucking stupid.
Don't understand what performance reviews are about. They're basically, we want to get rid of you, but we don't want you to. So they probably just didn't like you.
Yeah, no, I think I pissed off. It was really annoying because some of the staff were just really fucking shitty to me. Like, I was basically
I'm surprised I lasted as long as I did, because I pissed a lot of people off. I was just too good at the job.
Yeah, so I was a first line support role is what it was meant to be, but they actually needed a second line support because they were fucking idiots. And basically, I was there. I'd got all the tickets come in, and I'd direct them to the right person. And for example, there was like a Visual Studio ticket that would come in. I'd send it to the Visual Studio lady, and then she would come in, shout at me about how it wasn't her problem and like not her responsibility. Then later on, come back and apologize, saying that it actually was her fault and something that she had to deal with. But like, she'd always do it like in front of my boss, just have a go at me. And another time, like, I set up a bunch of computers to go out on site with the fucking IT manager watching over my shoulder the entire time and directing the entire fucking thing. They go out on site and they don't work properly. I get the blame, not the fucking IT manager. I was like, this is fucking bullshit, mate. I followed your fucking plan, not anyone else's.
I've been given many a talking to. You've got a bad attitude. No, my attitude's fine. The other people you've hired are idiots.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate, and the guy who owns my company loves my attitude.
Yeah, I love that problem now. Pretty good.
I'm just a fucking snake.
I make a point of doing quarterly performance reviews and then using them whenever. If anybody ever questions what I've done, I go, "But I've done this review and it says I'm awesome."
I spoke to my boss about your complaint, and he says I'm fucking fantastic, and you should go fuck off.
My boss says you're a shitty customer, so fuck you. I love firing customers. It's one of the best things. Like, you get a shitty customer. I had one customer decide to start yelling at one of my cleaners for no fucking reason other than she was in a meeting, didn't fucking tell us anything, and then didn't like show us where her key was and stuff. So basically, we couldn't access her property. So we basically called her to make sure we didn't charge her for not being able to access the property. And she shouts at my fucking cleaner. So we're like, nah, fuck you. We're not cleaning your place anymore. Sent her a nice, sternly worded letter. And it's like, fucking treat my staff like shit, will you? Or fucking kick your ass. Fucking hate that stuff. It's the entitlement we get sometimes. Yeah.
Just to go, no, fuck off.
Yeah.
I don't need your business. Because they'll have a much harder time finding another cleaner than you'll have finding another customer.
Our company is fucking good. Most of us, like, clients stay with us 2 or 3 years. Like some of our clients have been us right from the beginning because we're so good. They just trust us that much.
This is crowscleaningconsultancy.co.uk.
Yeah.
Cleaning
Actually,
without the flap is
I
the
think
tagline.
I think you'll find it's actually called Cloaker Cleaning.
It's cloaca. Come on, please pronounce it correctly.
They tell us that they've never had people as good as we are. Okay.
Yeah.
We are the pinnacle of cleaning, okay?
Except that, like, some of your shiny things end up in a nest in the back garden.
Yeah.
Other than that,
like, I literally, to start my company, I just took out a small loan of £1 million to hire a bunch of crows to clean things for me. I had to train them as well. It was really difficult.
Genetic engineering was incredibly expensive.
Yeah. But we did it. We managed.
it's fair. I mean, Trump started his business with just a small loan of £55 million from his dad. You know, so
yeah,
that's
the way to do it.
Yeah, I just started mine with some cash I had down the side of the sofa. I mean, that was basically
I literally
how I started mine.
I took advantage of what's it called, the universal credit system, because they had a new setup for being self-employed, so I just did that. And all I had to do is go in and show them what I was doing once every month, and and it's turned into a business where I'm now an employer, which is pretty cool.
I basically just started. I'm very lucky in that I didn't need any actual infrastructure or any equipment, or I just started. So it was like I just needed myself. So.
That's a pretty good way to start.
I didn't even, because the thing is, I didn't need anything. I didn't need this because all the software is usually proprietary and things anyway. So you're going and using the company's own stuff. You're just using their system, so you don't have to buy anything. Just like that.
My only input to this is I'm technically self-employed because I report the income from the Sultans shit.
There's income from it?
I was going to say,
there's not profit.
How many t-shirts have you sold so far?
One.
I'm going to report you to the IRA.
The IRA?
I don't know.
Whatever
the Australian equivalent of that is.
You sold one t-shirt and I bought it.
Which, to be fair, for like a year and a half was more t-shirts than the Lotus Eaters sold.
Yeah, but I gave the t-shirt to the Lotus Eaters.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was still more than those sold.
Yeah.
Well,
who doesn't love $80 shipping?
Yeah, fuck that.
I love it when my shipping, my postage is more expensive than the t-shirt itself.
Than 4 of the t-shirts.
Yeah.
I reckon for 80 quid you could probably get Callum to come round your house and deliver it personally.
I mean, it'd probably be
for 80.
Well, their t-shirts are just so crap though. Like, it's just their logo on a white logo on black shirt.
And it's not even a good quality shirt. It's just a random generic.
Like, I'm in a completely different country. I could probably take their logo and do something completely unethical, walk down to the local screen printing place, and ship my own copies of their shirts internationally for less than that.
Mm.
And they couldn't do jack shit to me because I guaranteed it's not a registered trademark in Australia.
I don't know if copyright even works internationally, to be honest.
Well, my hope is that it fails terribly, and then that he has a rethink and goes with my plan.
Oh yeah, I agree. I'd get on board with that. I'd be printing t-shirts with you all the time. I've got loads of ideas I want to make.
It would be awesome, wouldn't it?
It would have been a lot better. Still fun.
I'm not bitter at all.
No, I'm not. I wasn't going to make any money off it anyway. That wasn't the point. Well, there's no intention of making money off it. No intention of making them money.
Excuse me. I need to go get it.
It would have just been awkward to explain for me.
Understandable. Yes, I've checked, and the Sultans has made approximately $3.
Based.
Here's the question though.
I mean, I only have it registered as a business so I can tell so I can use it to abuse the unemployment office. I'm self-employed. Fuck off.
Nothing says the business has to be successful.
I mean, they do have some rules, but I'm trying to do a business, so it does fuck them in several ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's still ultimately a better use of time than Cooper's. So.
Well, it's a better use of time than anything the unemployment office has ever come up with. The government doesn't have good ideas. I didn't say profit primed, I said income.
Wait, books aside, does C.S. Cooper have merch?
Yes, and it's crap.
Well, yeah, shitty books.
I said aside from books.
No, he sells his faggoty t-shirt.
The cricket Chad.
Yeah, the cricket cuck.
How's that, motherfucker?
He should sell like a dental kit, be like a dental guru.
I reckon if he sold a T-shirt with that picture of him getting fucked by a kangaroo, he might do better.
I mean, if it wasn't for Teespring having faggoty rules, that'd be up there already.
I'd happily license it to him.
For a small percentage of the profits. Income.
I'm not greedy. You can have it. Not one of my wholly owned designs.
I do. I need to steal more of Trim's artwork.
Oh, come on, pay the man.
Nah.
Well, no, Trim and I have already have a deal. We do the profit sharing on the merch 50-50.
Oh, how good's that?
It's great for me. Fuck all work.
Has anyone actually heard from him? He seems to have disappeared.
I've spoken to him earlier. His bosses have. Speaking of cunty bosses, his bosses have changed his position on him because he wasn't doing a good enough job, and now he's working absolute cunty hours. So he's working at the moment, and the hours he's working are completely shagging him physically. So he's been too tired to do anything.
Yeah.
Poor bastard.
That sounds a bit sus, that. Very odd to just come to him and go, you're not doing, like after months and months to come and go, yeah, you're not doing a good enough job. What?
And that's literally what they did to him. You're not doing a good enough job, so we're changing your position. But you never spoke to me about this prior to this. No, fuck you anyway.
Which is weird because Norwegian law is Norwegian workers' rights are so hardcore. You would expect that you'd think that they'd be far too afraid to do that.
Well, apparently the specific boss that did it to him is new, and so he's just exerting his power. So imagine that if Trim actually went to corporate, he could fuck him up.
See, I think the issue is there's a lot of competition in Trim's field. I mean, there's apparently a lot of Norwegian boat chefs. So
there is. And to be fair, it's a fairly low bar. Pouring cereal into a container is not exactly what you'd call high skill demand.
Yeah, all he does is a self-serve continental breakfast.
Yeah. So it's like, mostly just slicing cheese and decanting cereal. So,
Defrosting frozen pastries.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, has anyone actually seen Trim cook anything? That's all
No,
I'm saying.
he hasn't even
There's
done
very
any
little-
videos.
Very
he's
little,
done-
very little evidence of it. Where's all his food porn?
That's a good point.
You know?
All he's shown us is his
only-
collection of knives.
No, that was me.
No, he had some knives he showed off.
Yeah, I'm
in a video.
still trying to convince Trim that we should do cooking streams.
As far as I can remember, the only time he actually cooked anything was when he did that amazing chocolate-centered penis pastry.
How did I know that's where you were going with it?
And then the next week he did a brownie. He only cooked something twice.
Oh,
So-
poor Trim.
Well, we reckon he's just the ship's cabin boy.
Well, if by cabin boy you mean catamite, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Keeps the sailors from missing shore.
Yeah.
You know, a nice warm orifice.
Yeah, so this is what happens if you don't turn up to the stream. You get accused of. What's that? He's not here to defend himself. Well, we definitely shouldn't talk about him.
Dear.
Yeah, that would just be terrible.
No, we wouldn't do that.
No, we're far more mature than that, obviously.
Clearly.
Nope.
Dear. So, speaking of dumb shit that companies do to fuck over their workers, how about McDonald's stupid fucking kiosks?
Oh yeah, I love those. And I like the fucking Tesco's getting rid of the self-serve checkouts. I love it. Yeah. Get a real
What?
job.
What did you say? Tesco's is getting rid of their self-service?
No. They've got loads of self-service checkouts.
Oh yeah.
They're slowly trying to replace
Yeah.
their workers as much as possible.
They're
Yeah.
replacing low-skilled workers with stupid, shitty self-service bullshit. Which
Well,
I
so
like
annoying.
is just driving down wages and driving up competition everywhere else.
No. Self-service tills are fantastic.
No, I agree.
If you ever worked in an office and like tried to go to like a Marks and Spencer's at lunchtime to buy a sandwich, and there's 285 fucking grey-haired old duffers who have all day to go to the shops, but choose to do it during your fucking lunch hour, then you would realize that self-service is the best thing that's ever happened.
I think the thing I like
To
most...
be fair, I don't disagree with self-service checkouts in general. My issue is that a lot of places have essentially replaced their entire counter staff with them. Like, I went into a shop not that long ago, and there was not a single man checkout in the entire place. There was just one person making sure that people didn't just walk straight past the self-serve.
What really annoys me about my local co-op is they've put in a self-service checkout recently, but because there's never any bags on the till, you have to call a fucking person over to get you a fucking bag because they hide them behind the counter because they can't just leave them out because people will steal the 10 pence bag. I'm like, fucking just make it convenient so I'll use the self-checkout and I won't have to worry about calling a staff member over every fucking time. So fucking stupid.
I think they're great, especially the McDonald's ones, because now I don't have to feel ashamed with the amount of food I order.
Yeah, I know that is. I was coming to that actually as well.
Like,
yeah, that's pretty cool.
the amount of times I'm ordering and they go, "Oh yeah, just for you then," and I have to lie and say no, and they laugh. They laugh at me.
Why are we upset about this, by the way?
You think
like,
this
oh
is
my
all
goodness,
I'm eating
technology has happened.
I think it's fine.
I think
like
it's
it.
great.
I can't wait till we have implants in our skin. that
I'm
automatically
just
take
a
my
Luddite,
McDonald's order.
and I want to go
Cyberpunk.
smash checkouts.
I'll jump.
Literally anything that reduces the number of human interactions I have to have is good.
You
Can we
want
just
your
pros-
McDonald's implant, right?
Pros jump from self-service checkouts to cybernetic implants.
Yeah.
Come on,
Cybernetic
man.
implants, so I can have like my McDonald's order listed on my
No.
arm anytime. Just go in, boop, done, ordered.
I mean, we already have that. It's called a smartphone.
Fuck you. No, I prefer my implants. I want like robotic fingers that like split into smaller fingers so I can type faster.
Oh, let's
I've
not go
seen
down with
that.
that
Yeah,
road. We've already done this with the Swedish COVID shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious why the companies have done all this self-service bullshit. The problem is, though,
Because
it's
minimum
driving.
wage rates.
Yes, which
it's
is a
fucking stupid.
very specific American problem. But putting that aside, because yes, they have essentially priced themselves out of their own jobs.
The joy of inflation, eh?
Yes, but the issue I have is, okay, we're now taking all these useless fucking idiots, and we've taken away the useless fucking idiot jobs, and now, where the they are sitting on the interwebs being fucking losers.
Yeah, that's
Like
fine. They'll
Doreen.
starve eventually.
Well, they won't, because the welfare system's going to look after them in a lot of countries.
You leftists, please read Thomas Sowell's Basic Economics.
Well,
That's like my message for the next 5 generations.
You fucking think we can read?
No, according to Wikipedia, though, he's an unreliable source.
yeah.
Oh, fuck off, Wikipedia.
But
I
like,
heard Thomas Sowell is a white supremacist.
He's the blackest white supremacist I've ever seen next to Clarence Thomas.
See, I
Apart from
prefer being a
Larry
white supremacist.
but
So
there's
do I, but I don't know anyone who are skilled in economics, though.
But getting back to what I was saying, like this idiot Doreen, the anti-work commie, 20 years ago, this loser would be trapped in a basement in a McDonald's somewhere, flipping burgers. Now, because those jobs don't exist anymore, they're either sitting at home being a complete drain on society, or they're competing with people who can at least feign social competence for actual real
Ironically,
jobs.
They're competing with people who have degrees who also can't get a job.
Yeah, because
just
the
quickly
whole
say as
employment
well-
system's just shagged.
You don't actually flip burgers at McDonald's. There's a machine. You just put them in and it presses it on both sides at the same time.
Yeah, there's
Sure,
no
like
flip.
even-
Also, now they've
It-
automated burger
the burger is-
flipping.
I feel like
The
I've been lied to
burger
all
is
these
never-
years.
No, the burger is never flipped. It doesn't turn.
Yeah.
It's actually squeezed by hydraulic press.
That's disgusting.
No. If you
disappointed.
want to see some really impressive like logistics stuff, go and look at McDonald's and how they set
Yeah,
up their kitchens and
that's-
cook them.
That is literally
Fascinating.
why. Yeah,
That's
that is
pretty cool,
literally why I've been so successful. I worked at a McDonald's when I was very young, and I've applied all the things that I learned there in my business. It's that's genuinely not a joke.
Hydraulic
as-
press
as-
my
as a-
customers
As a
out
no,
of their
just
wallets.
just as a business model, the way the whole logistical system.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah,
The
but
McDonald's
like-
business model is incredible.
The way they do their logistics
Oh
is,
my god, that actually is a headline.
is brilliant.
I just looked
What's
at the
that?
chat for a second, like, what the fuck? This is a real headline. Jesus Christ.
What's that?
Kamala Harris might have to stop the steal.
That's a fucking
The
actual.
steel being people
Jesus
voting
Christ.
against their shit government.
Oh,
Yeah.
I literally can't. You just all talked at the same time. What was it?
Look in
Harris might
YouTube
have to
chat.
stop the steal.
Oh, I can't see the chat 'cause I'm on my phone.
Okay, Kamala Harris might have to stop the steal.
Oh my
Oh, no.
god.
This was 6 months ago.
The fucking picture
wrong
they
with
use
these
on the
people?
article.
Well,
Looks
she's
like
doing
she-
a great job. I mean,
She looks like
everyone
she's
just
been
has to
caught
know.
like with a hand in a cookie jar kind of thing. What kind of photo is that?
I heard they're going to make Kamala Harris the next Supreme Court justice.
No, they won't.
Nah.
She wouldn't be able
I mean,
to do
it'd
that
be
because
fucking
she would.
hilarious. It'd be hilarious.
She wouldn't be able to because she doesn't have the capacity, according to the Constitution, to be the tie-breaking vote to be nominated.
Yeah, but that doesn't
Because
matter.
they would split the Senate. Yeah.
Yeah, but she satisfies all the criteria they've set out.
What? She's
Well,
black,
black-
female,
black
and
and
stupid?
completely
Yeah,
useless.
that's-
There you go.
I've seen
Done.
some of the people being spoken to because they were actually being nominated to different courts, and they looked fucking radical as shit to get into lower courts. Oh, here's an idea: fail upwards, and we put you in the Supreme Court. It's like, what the fucking hell is wrong with you people?
Fail upwards like a
Fucking
retard.
hell. I know people say that politicians are more malevolent than they are stupid, but if you look at it now, like, Jesus Christ, the malevolence must be off the fucking charts, because the stupidity is really fucking high too.
Yeah.
Fucking, oh my god! Every day the news, like, it's like you guys know when Trump was in charge, and you could read the Twitter and just think, oh look, because the lefties will melt down over this. With this administration, it's oh my god, what stupid shit thing are they gonna say and do? It
Well,
isn't just saying something dumb; it's doing something fucking or not doing something. Like thousands of people are streaming across the board in the middle of the night, and no one's saying shit. Like, yeah, this is a federal jobs position, so
Speaking of Trump
Okay.
and how great things were under him, strong economy, some of the best job numbers in decades. Funny how
Forever.
funny how the anti-work sub was dead while Trump was there, and now that we've had Joe Biden and the absolute clusterfuck that has been the COVID retardation, funny how when you tell people we're going to pay you more to be on welfare than minimum wage, and we're going to just randomly shut your job down without notice and ban you from working. Gee, I wonder why people have turned around and gone, you know what, fuck the whole system. Like, I do have some sympathy for that. But I still think they should get a job.
This is why I don't like the state, and why I favor to overturn democracy, because it's gay.
I just want to see deflation happen. I want to see that for a couple of years and see what happens. But then be like,
people would lose their mind.
Spiraling deflation.
Deflation would be amazing. I would buy so much shit.
Yeah.
I love this. Apparently, the Biden administration is like, maybe we should regulate crypto.
How?
Look at that.
Biden doesn't even know what crypto is.
Yeah,
It's
because
just a threat to the
America.
American empire.
Biden even knows what the internet is.
It's a weird idea that America somehow owns the internet.
I
Well,
think
don't
we
you
got
know
that
they
far.
invented it?
They didn't.
Yeah, I know.
I've read that blog too. No, turns out they did.
I actually did some work with the guy who actually did invent it.
Oh, Tim.
Yeah.
Invented
With,
what?
Internet.
the internet. Yeah. I did some work on LCDH, synchronous digital hierarchy, transmission equipment. Quite interesting.
It's pretty cool.
I know what all of those words meant.
I got very drunk with him in a hotel bar, and he told me all about how it got started. Which I feel
Funnily
like,
enough, it was porn.
yeah. I feel like he's told that story every single time he's been in a hotel bar. It seemed very well practiced.
I mean,
By the way,
fucking would. If I'd
do you
been
guys
invented the internet, I'd tell everyone.
Do you guys recall Charlemagne? He was the guy who Biden said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
Charlemagne,
yeah.
that guy.
Yeah. He came out and recently, about a couple of days ago, and asked, "Where's Trump?" This was like the most rampant anti-Trumping moron that I knew, at least on like a radio podcast kind of thing that he does, because he does this thing with the Breakfast Club. Which, if you've never seen it, do go watch it, because they had Uncle Ruckus, the guy who does the character, as the character on the show. And it is funny to see like this massively overly partisan Democratic thing, cartoon character, to the point where even the audience is overwhelmingly in favor of the character rather than the people who host the show. That should tell you how bad you are. We like this guy more than you. That's kind of bad. But really watch it, because he actually beats the shit out of the guy. And now it's like, oh god, we're not scared of dictatorship, we're not scared of authoritarian rule, we're scared of minority rule. We're not. I'm hearing it. God damn, it's this.
Fascism is coming.
Yeah. So, have you guys heard of the Great Resignation?
Yeah, I'm aware of
I
it.
It sounds like all of the Democratic voters or Democratic.
It's the next step for the Great Reset. It's the Great Reset, the Great Narrative, then the Great Resignation.
Oh no.
Well, I think it starts with the Great Resignation, because once people stop working and happily move into the basements, well, it's not a great step from a basement to the pod.
When people said return to tradition, they didn't mean return to caves.
I mean, at this point, fucking off to the middle of nowhere, living in a cave and throwing sticks at animals does sound better than a lot of modern society.
Caves are pretty based, though.
Times were simpler.
Indeed.
I mean, if I've learned anything
say
from
a lot of words we can't say now.
I don't.
That one.
I don't think we had words back then.
I think young people will be fine. They've played so much Minecraft, they'll be able to fend for themselves.
Yeah, well, well,
They all know how to build shelters, so it's fine.
yep, and they're all so horrendously overweight that they'll have enough time to figure out how it works before they run out of calories.
Yeah, I mean, they'll all wander off into the woods and start punching trees to build a house.
You punch the trees to get the wood. You get the wood to build a cabin.
I might think they'll figure out pretty quickly that hitting the tree with a rock is a fantastic upgrade.
Yeah.
I wonder
then you get a diamond egg.
I was going to say, I wonder how long it'll take one of them to find a diamond sword.
A long time ago.
What are we talking about the Great Resignation anyway?
Far away.
Because the Lotus Eaters think it is relevant to the anti-work stuff.
So, yeah, definitely.
So obviously, a lot of people have quit their jobs in the last 2 years because I really don't think it's what all they've shaped it up to be, the Great Resignation. I think it's more of I'm sitting at home bored because my job has been suspended for the last 6 months. It's an excellent time to do something that's far more interesting than what I was doing previously.
No, so it's not just them doing it. That's the thing you need to understand. It's white collar workers as well. So no one wanted to move jobs during the pandemic because you need that job security. And so loads of white collar workers are now all moving because they're like, oh, I can move now because it's a bit more stable and we know what's going on. So you're seeing entire departments like leaving and moving on to new jobs at the exact same time because all the people who get sick of working at that place.
So you're saying it's essentially a year's worth of resignations shoved into a couple of weeks.
Yeah. It's like a year, 2 years of resignation shoved into like a couple of months. So there's massive brain drain now because all the people who know how the systems work are leaving.
Yeah.
So the place my wife works, they're like restructuring the entire company to try and absorb this. Because like out of a team of 10 investors, eight are going, for example. So to hire 8 new replacements is really hard because everyone's trying to hire.
Yeah, I mean the labor market's been fucking difficult. Even I'm trying to hire new staff, and there's just nothing around.
Yeah.
How's the immigration system in the UK work for people who have a job lined up? Because I'll clean shit.
Well, all you have to do is cross the border in a little dinghy, and you know.
Right, I'll be right back. I'll see you in a week, John.
Yeah, you can come stay at mine. Yeah.
Oh dear. Student of history.
Blackface and wash off in the swim.
Yeah.
Yeah. You also bring like a little baby doll thing with you, so you can pretend you've got a child that you're fleeing war with or something. You're fleeing the tyranny of Australia, obviously.
I mean, that's pretty valid.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, in the moment.
I mean, unironically, I think there would be an argument for asylum if Australia gets just a little worse. Like, if it gets,
I reckon by all normal standards, you could claim asylum now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tempting to try.
I think you could.
I know for a fact that I'm pretty sure that Based has a legitimate claim for asylum. He's actively being oppressed by his government as well. Though actually, he's scored himself a better job in a better country, hasn't he?
Yeah, I was going to say, for those who don't know, Based has already sorted himself out. So.
Good for him.
Yep. He has been drafted into the Cigar Club.
Excellent.
Well, yeah, it's
not optional.
I'm looking forward to coming along at some point when I have the money. I've got other priorities.
Money's just a concept. Don't worry about it. Well, what you have to do is you have to get Fractal drunk enough that he just pays the bill.
Accidentally picks up the entire tab.
It has happened in the past.
It's all right.
So on the topic of the Great Resignation, Student makes an excellent point as to one of the other reasons that it's happening in the States specifically. What kind of idiot? Well, obviously the answer is Biden, but it takes a special kind of stupid to make welfare higher than a full-time minimum wage job.
Yeah, I mean that is stupid.
Like, why the fuck? What kind of idiot would stay in a job when they can get more money for quitting and then get a better job later? Just blame your resignation on COVID. Jobs are done.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan was there. That's why it's like it has to be intentional at this point, because this stuff is just mental.
Yeah, I mean that unironically looks like it was an attempt to destroy the economy. Like,
people can't live on unemployment. It's like good, they're not meant to.
I'm very much a fan of unemployment, and I think that the Australian one specifically should be a bit more than it is. But no, it shouldn't be over 100% of minimum wage. It shouldn't even be 90% of minimum wage. People aren't going to be stupid enough to work minimum wage jobs at money like that.
I think I like the idea of housing benefit in the sense of it can get you your minimum rent payment so you don't lose your home if you're looking for a job, and it should be enough money to pay your fucking food bills or
what if you're going to do that, they shouldn't give the money to the people.
Oh no, absolutely, it should go straight to the landlord. It should go straight to the energy company.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It doesn't. That's the problem. They give them to them and they just spend it.
I mean, that wasn't a massive problem before the COVID moratoriums.
Historically, they used to pay. Historically, they used to pay it directly to the landlords, and then they changed it to pay it to the claimants, which was supposed to be about giving them choice. Of course, the second that they did it, they all just started stealing it. And we still just give it to them, and landlords get fucked. Landlords get fucked over all the time. All the time. I mean, like I had people not pay.
Morally reprehensible.
I had people not pay.
Unironically, though, having it paid to the landlord would take fuck all effort from an infrastructure standpoint, at least in Australia, because the system is essentially already there. It would just take a competent developer a weekend of tweaking to make it actually work.
That's not how government contracts work.
I know, but obviously you'd pad it out a bit and you'd spend $1 billion to give it to a mate's mate. But it's still not, when it comes down to brass tacks, it wouldn't be terribly difficult to implement.
No. I mean, but over COVID, I've had people not pay for over a year. And what am I going to do? I'm not going to get that back. Like, I mean, I could claim it. I could try, what am I going to do? Take these people to court? They haven't got the money. They've spent it.
Yeah.
All
you'll do is maybe bankrupt them. And if they bankrupt, you don't get the money anyway. So.
Yeah. But it's not even that. I mean, is it even worth me evicting them? Well, by the time I went through, because they're paying now, what's the point? What's the point in retrospect?
You just lose out on regular income now. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're paying now. It'd take me the better part of a year to get them all out and fuck about and cost me a fortune. It's like, yeah, they've taken the piss out of me, but what do you actually do at this point?
Nothing. There's nothing. You can't just press pause on an economy. Like, this is the thing.
But the government basically just said to them, yeah, don't bother paying your rent. It's fine.
It's fine. No one can evict you.
Yeah, they can't evict you for not paying rent, so nobody paid rent.
They can't accrue, and they won't accrue any debt.
Yeah, and it's like surprise Pikachu face. Like, fuck's sake, people.
No, you do accrue the debt. They did say you would accrue the debt, but there's no way of getting it.
Yeah,
unless one wins the lottery or something. It's like, those people owe me that money, but there's no way of getting it from them. They haven't got any money. Well, in the specific houses I'm talking about. Yeah, it's never going to happen.
It's really hard to figure out what the solution to the problem is when there are more people who want a job. I'm not going to say there are more unemployed because there are a lot of unemployed. Yeah, probably. But that
I mean, like, it produces jobs. It produces reduction in population.
I mean, no, you just create more jobs. If there's more people, there's more. You just make more jobs.
Would be nice, but unfortunately, it's just not happening yet.
No, it's not because they completely fucked the economy.
Yeah. Well,
Not
it's
because there's
been a
too many
problem in
people.
Australia for years, but the amount of people who are actively looking for employment is outstripped by, depending on the time period, depending on the specific period in question, either 6 times to 10 times more people actively looking for work than available job vacancies. And the numbers just don't work. You're always going to have people that are unemployed, especially when you start looking at the people who are mentally ill enough that nobody sane would hire them, but get fucked on the disability because the government are a bunch of cunts. They can't get disabilities, so the government still wants them to look for work, but nobody in their right mind will hire them.
Mm.
Just sounds like you have a shit government, mate.
We do.
Well, yeah, he's in Australia.
Yeah.
Don't exactly have high expectations for
I'm not sure how you solved this.
I mean, I've got suggestions, but those are illegal.
No boogaloos.
Yeah, we're not allowed to do that anymore. But like, there's two sides to it. There are some people who will just legitimately, because they're fucking losers, happily spend their whole lives on unemployment if you let them. And then there are people who are stuck on unemployment because they're just mentally ill enough that nobody wants to hire
That'd be me.
them. I mean, try being autistic and getting a job. It's a cunt. And of course,
I reckon.
the modern work...
Well, so if we're looking at Australia, right, you guys have a massive brain drain problem from what I've heard, in that all of your like youngest and brightest go and live somewhere else and work there instead.
Yeah,
right?
they fuck off to a better country.
Yeah,
A
exactly.
lot of them go to
So
Singapore. Yeah, you meet a lot
that's-
in Singapore and things.
Yeah, so that's the first thing you need to solve, right? Because those are the people who are going to be starting businesses and doing all the good shit. So you need to stop those people leaving. So, as always, tax cuts for small businesses. Boom. Good start. Done. I just saved Australia. Done. I'm a genius.
Well, it doesn't take a fucking rocket surgeon to be
easy-
smarter than the Australian government.
Tax cuts for business.
Rocket surgeon.
Actually, the easiest way to reduce to take the strain off Australia is to reduce the VAT on tin pans.
I think you should abolish Vegemite and replace it all with Marmite.
Obviously.
Marmite is the devil's
that has nothing
juice.
to do with that has nothing to do with their economy.
Yeah,
just something they
that's
should
more
have.
that's more a social and cultural issue. But
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
think you guys should be
one of
allowed to
one of the
drink
biggest problems that Australia has is that the government allows people to essentially blackbird in the poor to work on the low skill primary production jobs.
Based.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, yeah, I'm sure it's great for them, but it's just shits all over the actual Australian citizens.
Good. You had your chance.
Basically, anywhere that leaves the empire can get fucked.
Hey, Australia
this is
is
what you
still
get
part
for
of the
independence.
Commonwealth.
Still, doesn't matter.
I mean, I'd happily go back under the Queen. Because this whole having our own
Wait.
government thing's been a disaster.
Wait, I don't think that's wise at her age.
Dear.
Although, with Philip at the equation, who knows?
Oh. Ripperino to based Phil.
Actually, there was an article that came up last time that I'm sure that you dirty capitalists would enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I can find it up again.
I'm exhausted.
It's because you're Apple Night showing everyone your bottles.
That is true. Sultans are definitely getting very dubious.
So
What's
one,
this article?
I'm trying to find it because we've got a lot of shit. One of the ideas the Australian government had was because they've fucked everyone over and they've closed the borders, they can't get their cheap slave labour in from overseas to work on the farms. So their solution is to essentially force the unemployed to work on the farms, which, sure, it might be all right if they were considering paying an actual farm wage for it. But no, they're not. They're not suggesting that they'll send them to the farms to work on the farm for the farm wage. No, they'll send them to the farm to work a full-time job. They'll send them to the ranch to work a full-time job and then get paid welfare rates.
Okay, so you get paid the same as someone who sits around and does nothing.
No, yes.
That's like a good deal to me.
That's
Because
something doesn't add up there.
Well, that's the Australian government for you.
Oh dear.
But does it get worse?
It probably does. I'm just trying to find the pissing
It
article.
always gets worse. The one constant in life.
One constant of the Australian government. Yeah, here we go. Let's bring the article up. So, unemployment recipients could be forced to work in regional areas to help feed Australia amid supply shortages. Those on Centrelink could be forced back to work to address supply crisis. Right, so they're telling us that there's jobs there, so they're going to send the unemployed to do them. Problem is, they're not going to pay them.
I like this. So they're not going to get paid at all.
Well, they're going to get their unemployment benefit, but they're not actually. But that's it. So they're going to get $600 and something dues a fortnight to do 10 days a week, 10 days a fortnight on a farm, miles away from home.
They don't get the money if they don't do the work.
That appears to be what they're suggesting.
Jesus. Okay.
Like,
nice.
I'm not opposed to going, okay, we're going to take all you unemployed people and send you to the farms to work. That's not the problem. It's the fact that they're not going to fucking pay them a fair wage for it.
How much is it lower than minimum wage? Because I bet it's lower than minimum wage, right?
It's 40% of minimum wage.
Oh dear.
I mean, why don't they just use the COVID cloak to do, just go full.
Why don't they just act like a conservative government and just import more slaves?
Have you ever read any?
But that would require them to open the borders.
Involved in the economy at all?
I'm rapidly getting to that point. So here we go. They say job vacancies are now at record highs with 396,100 positions available in November. Problem is, there's a lot more unemployed than that, and the jobs aren't where the people live, and you can't move to where the jobs are, because if you don't have a job guaranteed before you move, the government will cut your payment off for 8 weeks.
I mean, this just sounds like it's a trial run of a centrally planned government.
Well, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is.
And that's always gone so well in the past. No one's starved to death.
Exactly.
Oh, nothing happened in China.
No, they ate those babies because they wanted to, not because they were starving.
Yeah, it's a cultural delicacy. That's all.
Baby
Well, I mean-
corpses.
The Chinese will eat anything with 4 legs.
So
The number of legs aren't important, actually.
So, what they say is the small business minister, some dumb cunt, suggested opening up job opportunities for older Australians,
But
the
you said this
unemployed.
was Australia,
Yes.
not Thailand.
Okay, stupid Sheila.
Some dumb cunt.
Yeah. So they whinge off that a very high number of the workforce currently furloughed because they have COVID, are caring for some with COVID, or are close contact. Cool, so let's get rid of the close contact thing entirely. That'd be a good start. And then they say that the food and grocery supplies are number one priority. Anyone who's currently on unemployment benefits who is able to work would be really keen for them to undertake some really active investigations about how they could help out with these workforce shortages. Cool. So your suggestion is for them to take the car they don't have because they're poor, travel to bumfuck nowhere, and work on a farm. While we're at it, because they've now moved more than 90 minutes from a capital city, we are going to cut their Centrelink payments off entirely.
See, you guys need to relocate them by train. If you want to do this stuff, then you need to have a train that you just put them on, and it takes them to where they need to go. Don't rely on them getting there on their own.
Yeah, let's see.
This is very, get on the train to Smolensk, comrade.
It's probably best if we just, took people to a very specific place of work, and then, for convenience, we could get them to stay there overnight.
We should, like, put them all in one place.
Yeah,
like, so they're all there, like, highly something, I don't know. Densified?
Densified,
yeah.
Concentrated, maybe?
Looking at some of the comments, Student of History says, stop importing serfs. That's the number one thing a country that has unemployment issues can do. Will things cost more? Sure. Will the poor's lot in life get better from it? Yes. See, the problem is the government, the politicians don't want their avocado toast and their coffee from Starbucks to cost more.
Well, they can go and have a margarita.
Andrew Bishop, who
love
I'm
it.
going to assume is Australian from the way he was saying, says a lot of people who are on the dole, they don't want to work. I'm going to need some proof on that. If they do, they work for the dole scheme. 9% of them or so do a shit job. Problem with that is the work for the dole scheme is a colossal fucking scam. It's not real work. There are no skills so the work for the dole scheme is you take the unemployed, you send them to a not-for-profit where theoretically they learn job skills. When in reality, what they do is the person running the scheme shoves them in a small room in the corner, tells them to sit down and shut up, and then collects the government benefit for it. And so there's no work for them to actually do, even if they want to do work at the stupid scheme. So they it's just another way of the government transferring money to their mates. It's a colossal fucking con.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
And but wait, it gets worse. If you are on work for the dole, you are not eligible for work cover. So if you get injured, you're not eligible for work cover for it.
I'm sorry. I don't understand that. So, if they work at this shitty job that they're now being forced to work, if they get injured, there's no compensation.
Correct.
That's fucking...
based.
I mean, this is just slavery with more complicated explanation.
It really is. One of the things that I do is you get an extra $20 a fortnight, $20 dues, or £10
Oh, wonderful.
a fortnight while you're doing this, and you have to work 3 days a week for 6 out of every 12 months. So for 6 days a fortnight, with your extra $20, you have to travel to this slave wage job that could be 30 or 40 kilometers away. So it ends up costing you more in travel than the extra $20 you're getting. So not only are you being treated like a slave, you have to pay for the privilege.
Yeah, but this is making my my special capitalism horn rise. So
Yes, Andrew, there's different schemes around the country towns. In the more populated areas, the most useful thing I have ever seen done is and I've done it because, yay, it's great being autistic and living in Australia and trying to find a job. So, the RSPCA has their big kennels and things. So, one of the things you can choose to do if you're on Work for the Dole is you can choose to volunteer for the RSPCA, which isn't a bad gig. If you've got to do something, it might as well benefit the dogs. But, problem with that is, it might be a $6 each way train ride away with your extra $20 a fortnight. So you can end up $60 a fortnight behind while working more.
I think you should all just stop being poor.
Unironically, one of our politicians said that.
Yeah, based.
Yeah. Andrew Bishop says, feels like getting the unemployed to do feed stuff is similar in a way to the Work for the Dole scheme, which is why I brought it up. Yeah, and in theory, Work for the Dole isn't a terrible idea. Problem is, it's been massively abused by corrupt cunts. So you can end up working something like 30 hours a fortnight for less than minimum wage, not doing a real job. One of the things that I got sent to do was to work in a food pantry. There were 10 guys in this food pantry that didn't need any of them. So you had 10 guys sitting around in a corner, bored out of their fucking minds, while the food pantry was collecting money for supervising them. Turns out that also they didn't believe in the concepts of health and safety, because me being the bastard that I am, I did a lap of the building, finally found the fire extinguisher. It was in a corner, between two cupboards, under a jacket. They'd literally hidden the fire extinguisher.
Yeah, but what colour was the jacket?
It wasn't expensive, so they were just being cunts.
Okay. Well, here, our work for unemployment thing. The problem is, when you do a work for unemployment thing, you set up thresholds. And then, so here, you can lose money by working full time, if that makes sense. Because if you did less hours, they'd top it up more with the benefits. So you get paid more to work less.
Yeah, at least
But
in
then
Australia...
people don't ever get off it. Because they're always like, oh, I'll just sit at this amount of hours and not work anymore. And then they get paid more.
At least in Australia, the system's a little more sensible in that rate. You lose like 60 cents a dollar. So technically, the more you work, the more money you get to keep. But it does get to be a problem. So I'll just bring over the Gay Ass Government page on the whole Work for the Dole thing. So out of 6 months out of every 12, you need to do the bullshit. And let's see if I can find how much you need to do. Of course they won't. It doesn't bother to tell you how many hours you need to do. That would be helpful to know. Because I'd like to compare that to the minimum wage. Yeah, there you go. If you're eligible, you'll get an extra $20.80 a fortnight to help with expenses such as transport. Yeah, that's helpful when it's $5 each way. So you're out $10 a day, 6 days a week. So that's $60. So you're $40 in the red to work more.
That sounds pretty gay.
Yeah, but if we had a socialist government, right, all of these problems would resolve themselves.
Well, true, because everyone would starve to death.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, here we go.
I think we should just lean in and get it over with, so that
Okay.
people realise it's a bad thing to do.
I'm okay with it. I've had a pretty good life. I'm ready to go.
Yeah, because they're gonna keep pushing for it until it happens, and then they're gonna be like, "Oh, well, that was a fucking bad idea."
Okay, so here we go. 50 hours a fortnight.
I'll probably be able to get a premium pod and premium bugs.
Mate, I'll commissar it up. I don't give a fuck. I'll murder all the people.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Great, I'm kind of looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too, actually, to be honest.
I'll be first in line for the NKVD.
Right, so
I think we take out all the millennials first.
So you get $629.50 a fortnight in unemployment, and they expect you to work 50 hours a fortnight in this stupid work for the dole system. Which
35 hours a week.
Yes, which again isn't horrendous, but it brings the hourly wage to $12.59, which is $5 below the minimum wage. I don't think people would have a problem if they were getting minimum wage for the work. Which is, again, I suppose, one of the problems with the minimum wage. Does kind of fuck things.
I just struggle to convert Australian dollars into real money.
Okay, let me do that for you. 300 quid a fortnight.
Okay.
What?
So divide.
So
divide 300. Yeah. Divide that by 50 hours, and the numbers start to look a lot worse.
Yeah.
Problem is, though, they now want to force people to move out into bumfuck nowhere, where there are less permanent jobs to work in seasonal jobs for their pittance.
Yeah, that seems reasonable. I feel like you personally upset about this because you don't want to have to go and do it.
Well, I'm actually exempt because, yay, retarded. I'm still pissed about it because they're not interested in a fair wage for the work. Like,
now, hang on, that's communist talk.
I thought it was capitalist to demand what you're worth.
No, it's capitalist for me and Fractal to demand what we're worth. It's communism for you.
Again, I'm going to loop back to what I said earlier. Why don't you just try not being poor?
Yeah.
Like, it's I don't understand. I feel like I'm missing something here. Just buy more money.
Have you considered just writing yourself a check? Because that's what I did yesterday.
Should I ask my parents for a small loan of $55 million? Is that it?
No, I wanted some money yesterday, so I just wrote myself a check. What's the fucking problem?
The check would bounce is the problem.
No, I mean mine might. Who knows? Well, wait and see.
So, one of the other bullshit things they give you is if you move to what they call an area of lower employment prospects. So if you move somewhere that has a higher unemployment rate than where you are currently, you can get cut off your payment for 26 weeks.
What? I moved to this area to look after my dying grandmother. Oh, yeah, but there's no jobs there, so you don't get any fucking... Yeah, nice. That's cool. And that won't push the population out of their historic areas, places, the cities or anything like that, will it?
So they actually do tell you what a good reason is. So you have a good reason if you're moving to live with or near a family member who already lives in the area, or you're moving with a parent who changes their residence if you're a kid, or the move is necessary for the purposes of treating or alleviating a physical, intellectual, or psychiatric impairment of the person or immediate family member, or the person satisfies the government that they have moved from their original place of residence because of an extreme circumstance which made it reasonable to move to the new place of residence. None of those is moving to another place where the rent is a quarter of what you're paying when you become unemployed. So you end
I'm
up...
starting to like the Australian government.
Well, if your
They're
idea...
just treating you all like fucking criminals.
I think the criminals would find that offensive because criminals in prison have more rights than the unemployed.
Based.
Well, sounds like you know what you need to do.
Well, sorry, just out of interest, what is the difference in Australia between criminals in prison and the criminals that are unemployed? And the people that are employed that are also criminals?
Yard time.
Because you're Australians and you're technically all crims.
Well, let's see. If you're in prison, you are guaranteed 3 meals a day, a roof over your head, and healthcare. If you're unemployed, go fuck yourself.
That's great.
Interesting.
Go do some bird, mate.
But you're all. I mean, you're just all criminals, anyway. You're just all reject criminals from us.
I think they prefer the term shackle dragger.
All right, sorry.
Yeah, here we go. It's actually literally in black and white on the government website. Moving to an area of lower employment prospects purely to obtain cheaper accommodation is not a sufficient reason for moving. So
live where we tell you. You will live where we tell you.
Yes. So if you have a job,
get in the pod, motherfucker.
And so if you have a job and live in a place where your rent is 300 quid a fortnight, and then you lose that job, you have to stay in that house because you aren't allowed to move to somewhere where the rent might be 100 quid a fortnight.
Right.
I'm looking forward to going to Australia and living out my City 17 LARPing sesh.
Further, moving to accept an offer of public housing is also not automatically considered a sufficient reason for moving. So if you're so fucking poor that the government's willing to give you a house, and you accept their offer of a house, they'll also cut your unemployment off for 26 weeks.
They're really just trying to fuck you at every angle.
Yes. As UCYIB1 says, lol, no leaving the expensive areas to save money. Literally what it is.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost as if they're trying to keep you in different cell blocks.
That's what it is. They're trying to forcibly keep you in the pod. I'll be back in a sec.
I mean, have you seen these pods? I mean, they might be quite good.
Well, we haven't seen the pods yet.
Yeah, to be fair, if all you basically do now is basement coon, the pod might be all right for you.
Well, this is the idea. I think it was to condition everyone to be ready for the pod. Personally, I think there's two positions you can be in life. You're either outside the tent getting pissed on, or you're inside pissing on everyone else. You just gotta make sure you're inside the tent.
Exactly.
Pissing out.
I mean, let's be honest. Our pods won't be the same as their pods. So.
I don't think we'll be in pods, mate. They won't be in pods.
We'll just be in slightly bigger pods. We'll just be in slightly bigger pods with stakes. That's all. Mine will be better ventilated for the cigar smoke, but other than that, it'll still be a pod. It'll just be a 14-bedroom pod.
Oh, Andrew Bishop brings up a fantastic point as well. Don't forget, they complain about people not wanting to move to country towns. At the same time, they have these stupid rules.
No, because if people move to the countryside, they'll start voting Conservative, and they'll start learning about personal responsibility and self-sufficiency.
Oh, right, and we can't possibly have that.
No, we don't want that. We don't want that. Stay in the city, stay afraid.
Yeah, and that's right, Andrew. You can't move for public housing. Oh. And the next best part is a job seeker can sometimes lower their employment prospects even if they move to an area with a similar or lower unemployment rate. So a person can still be taken to have lowered their employment prospects if the local labour market conditions in the new area are such that the job seeker would clearly have less chance of finding employment, even if the unemployment rate in the new area is generally the same as the old area. A smaller labour market may have an unemployment rate that is generally equal to that of a larger labour market, but the smaller labour market may also have a considerably lower vacancy rate. So basically what that says is if you move to the countryside, so you can take some of these short-term seasonal jobs, go fuck yourself.
What sort of seasonal jobs are we talking about here?
Essentially fruit picking.
Fruit picking.
Which
Yeah.
isn't the worst job
That
in...
sound like it's beyond your ability.
Problem is, the fruit picking is hundreds of miles from the major cities.
And they're presumably too high up for you to reach.
Yeah, why not?
Well, it's more aimed at Fractal's end of the market. It's cost efficient because it doesn't need a ladder.
I think Australia was a mistake. We should just start again.
I'm willing to get on board with this.
Sorry, this is the only solution at this point. We guys gave you your independence. It didn't work out. Let's reset the clock and have another go.
Why not? Fuck it.
I can't wait for the same thing to happen to the States. I'm looking forward to owning the 50 colonies again.
Were there ever 50 colonies?
No, but they are 50 colonies now.
I see.
We lost them at 13, but they've done a bit of work for us.
Yeah. Dear. So I'm going to have a whinge about the term doll bludger now.
What?
Can you translate that into English?
Well, you guys have the doll.
Yes.
So a bludger is somebody who sits around and does nothing. So a doll bludger is, and everyone knows a doll bludger. It's like useless
we call them
cunt.
Scousers here.
Yes, so a scouser.
Okay.
So
Racist too much?
There are obviously idiots who will quite happily sit on unemployment, be a drain on society, and a disappointment to themselves, let alone everyone else. Problem is...
Definite scout.
You're talking about me now?
No, you're not on the dole. That's the difference.
No, but I am a drain to society.
It's different. Okay, it's different. Just accept that it's different.
If you take it out and don't put it back in, you're a drain.
So there are obviously the idiots who'll just sit there on the dole thinking that that's a good way of life. Problem is, the government and the media will sit there and tell you that that's 90% of the people that are unemployed receiving the dole. When in reality, it's probably less than 10%. That would be my guess anyway.
I'm starting to like the Australian government. Why is... I just don't understand your politics. Is this your right wing saying this? Because this is a very right wing thing to say usually.
I don't think Australia has a right wing.
That's just mad. Because our left wing is usually like, oh no, society's just got them down, and the right wing's like, nah, they're all lazy little scroungers.
Well, the problem is we basically have communists who think that communism is good for them and everyone else should just be a slave. Which I don't think is either right or left wing. It's just being a globalist cunt. But yeah, in Australia, there's something like 6 to 10 times more unemployed than there are job vacancies. And then the government goes, oh, everyone who's unemployed is just lazy. I'm going to guess not quite everyone. But yeah. In Australia, at least, when you take a look at the cost of living, anywhere within 90 minutes of big city, which are the only places you're allowed to live, and compare that to the dole, there really isn't a lot of money there to have a great amount of fun.
No, I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, like, cigars would really cut into the. I mean, what does the dole work out at?
Fuck, I don't know at this point.
I have no
What
idea.
was it, like 125 a week?
What? That doesn't seem like enough.
It's not much.
Yeah,
I mean,
the big problem is when rent can be the same amount as the dole for an apartment, a one-bedroom apartment, if you're stupid enough to live in a city.
What did you say? £120 a week?
Oh, I thought it was 125. I don't know, mate. I don't go on the dole.
That is basically 4 Negronis and 2 cigars a week.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, that is shit.
Is impossible to live on that.
That wouldn't get me till 10 o'clock on a fucking Friday morning.
Yeah, well, they had a thing a while back where a politician's like, oh, the dole's fine, you can live off the dole fine. So they're like, do a 2-week challenge to live off the dole. Yeah, they ran out of money on day one.
Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose you could probably stretch it a bit.
You could definitely do it. I mean, I did it as a student, but it's not a way to live.
I literally never done it. Let's have a look.
Like, as students are treated as badly as our unemployed too, which is ridiculous. Like, fuck me dead. Couldn't you at least look after the students a little bit better?
No, fuck the students.
True. I guess the point of that, but our government's fucked.
Hang on. I'm just having a look on Iceland's website, and you can buy 12 pot noodles for £6. You could easily live on £120 a week.
No, you can do it. It's just not a very pleasant experience.
Fuck off, pot noodles. you can get the chicken and mushroom as well as the standard. I mean, it's not.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, I lived on less than that as a student, not on the dole, but just as a student because I had to like work to save my money and shit like that. So I think you can do it.
Were your parents trying to teach you the value of money?
I mean, it's doable on that. If you get into it, knowing you're about it. But when you start off in a job with a house and you're locked into a lease, and then all of a sudden you lose your job through whatever reason, and then all of a sudden your welfare is less than your rent, you're kind of a bit fucked.
Wait a second. I've still got follow-up questions for Fractal. Were you still getting your jazz tap lessons during?
Well, no, it was ballroom dancing. I don't want.
Yeah.
I don't want to go to the fucking galas, mate, and not be able to dance correctly.
Yeah. Right,
no, I had a job in uni, but I'd do it in the summer.
Apparently, you can get a sticky rib flavor pot noodle. Who knew?
Oh, mate, I'll give it a try.
12 for £6, Iceland.
Yeah. You can get like 10 kilos of pasta for £5. Just live on that.
You just make it, actually.
Yeah.
A lot easier. Anyway, stop moaning about being poor, you bunch of cunts. It's cheap out there. That's basically this is the moral of the story. Me and Fractal could survive. I don't see why you can't.
Yeah. Get back to me after doing it for several years.
No thanks.
Exactly. It may be surviving, but certainly not living.
I don't know. I had great laugh as a student. I could go out and I could get pissed for about a tenner.
Yeah. Have you considered becoming a drug dealer?
Yes, because if I get arrested and go to prison,
Yeah, see, there's literally no downside.
No downside. Yeah.
and they wonder why the crime rates keeps going up. Like, unironically, in prison they have computers, internet access, TV. Like, fuck me dead. What's the downside to committing crime again?
Yeah, you wouldn't even have to give up your Discord admin job.
You could still be a fucking Jenny.
Yeah.
Like, unironically, it's fucking ridiculous.
Have you considered taking up dog walking? I hear they're in much demand, so much so the guy's trying to work less hours.
Yeah, I've heard this rumbling as well. It's going up to £7 a pint in London. Baseline.
Holy shit!
Talking about it. Yeah, I'm just not gonna like.
I hope it does.
Like
I genuinely,
in Australia, like the beer's probably lower quality than what you guys are used to, but it's like £2.50 for a pint, and that's expensive.
I'd say I'd like it to go the whole hog. £10 a pint in London. That's what we want to see.
I mean, all it's gonna make me do is drink something else anyway.
I never drink beer anyway.
Like, yeah, I don't drink.
I mean,
I don't drink beer that much.
Imagine how many Negronis I'll drink if beer becomes the same price as one.
Oh dear.
What's the rationale behind this high beer pricing?
Inflation.
Just awesome.
Oh, the joy of inflation.
Well, this is why
next year.
This is why I'm going out and getting a new job that pays me like an extra 50%.
Yeah, based.
It's the only way.
It's the only way. I'm just gonna keep practicing cock push-ups.
I'm just gonna start fermenting my own alcohol.
Yeah, not bad idea. Got a space for it.
Oh.
Put your hand to winemaking.
It's not a bad shout.
Yeah. If the French can do it, surely we can.
And I'll be proper French about it as well, because I mean the bathtub will be out of action as I make my wine, so my kids will start smelling.
Yeah, based. But you make gin in the bathtub rather than wine, though.
I'll make it all in the bathtub. I don't give a fuck. I'll make it all at the same time.
Gin, special gin
and berries and grapes.
Gin wine hybrid. I call it
Jine. I'll call it Jine.
Yard juice.
Oh dear.
Get your cock out.
Get your cock out.
Actually,
that's Bezig. There's a bit of housekeeping. Actually, can we make it so when someone joins the server, it just asks them to get their cock out? We've determined it's the new way of greeting people.
Default message.
Just add it to the list. Fractal says, "Get your cock out."
I don't know if anyone's told everybody, but we had a meeting yesterday, and we've now decided that it's an all nude server. So.
I sent an official complaint to Bezek. He's not taking me seriously.
You think this is a democracy?
Exactly. This place is more like a monarchy with the shadowy figure in the background making all the real decisions.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, there's two types of people: inside the tent or outside. I just thought I was on the inside in this situation.
Turns out no.
No.
You're sort of halfway through the flap, I think, is the problem.
Yeah, I just poked my head in. Had a little look around.
Well, hey, at least it's the front end, not the
Hey,
back
guys.
end in the tent.
Guys, can you stop pissing in my face, please? Thanks.
No, never.
But we thought you were into that. Has
A
Nard
little
been
bit,
telling us
but-
fibs?
When it gets in your eyes a bit much, starts to sting. Oh dear.
You're the Slender Man.
Dear.
It's
So,
usually
so,
what
so you pretend to actually be talking about the anti-work communist faggot.
Oh yeah,
Oh
that
yeah,
guy.
sorry.
So my stance
No,
is
Doreen. Her name is Doreen.
her name was Robert Paulson.
Well, did we know for a fact that it was a man or a woman? I'm not convinced
her
it was
name was
either.
Doreen.
Apparently, her name might be Dorian, and they
Doreen.
misheard.
Oh, you think his name was Dorian?
Apparently,
Oh.
I don't fucking care. It's a cretin.
I mean, whether it was a man or a woman, it was an odd-looking duck. That's what I would say. I mean, you're gonna come on telly, at least fucking tidy your room a bit or something.
No, that's white supremacy, mate. Have you not been aware of what they say about JP?
Oh, wow.
Tidying your room is white supremacy.
Well, probably is, yeah.
Just completely oblivious, though. Completely oblivious. Why would you present that to your other people? You're like, hey, look, hello world, this is me, Doreen, the complete fucking mess.
Dear. So we were saying how the anti-work is getting it wrong. It's anti-shitty bosses.
Yeah, it's work reform, which they've
Yeah.
split off as. That's a more appropriate way to see it.
Yeah.
Because anti-work gives the wrong idea.
Yeah, anti-work
that's
is
why they-
just communist basement coomerism.
Yeah, and that's why half of the people are like fucking basement communist anarchist coomers.
Yeah.
Apparently there's more interviews, so I went on there because I find that stuff fascinating. Because some of them are like genuine, like my boss is an asshole, and others are we should destroy this capitalist system. But I saw one other thing. Apparently there's more interviews.
Oh,
There's more
God.
interviews, they just haven't been aired yet.
Oh,
we have those
it's
to look
going to be
forward to.
gloriously painful.
Oh yeah, because the person who did them is a 21-year-old anarchist.
Oh,
And
dear.
it's like, I bet they haven't worked a day in their fucking life. And they're going to be
So-
telling everyone about how, like, the fucking system needs to come down or some shit.
So who's done more? They've done more.
Hold on, let me dig it out.
Hmm.
They've done more. They've done more, apparently, with
Well,
different
Well,
networks. They just haven't
Jesse
been-
Ward. What? Just more Jesse Waters.
No. So, updates.
Yeah, so while you look at that, I'll just read another one of the texts of how it should be work reform, not anti-work. So, hey Becky, cancelled on Saturday. I'll need you to come in and cover for her. That's not my problem. Saturday's my day off and I've been working 8 days straight and really need it. I'm sorry, we're short-staffed. I need you. I'm not coming in, so you have to. I'll see you Saturday. No, you won't. I'm not coming in. You can't make me. You sure you want to do this? You really want to put your health insurance on the line? What are you going to do? Fire me? I know you were short-staffed after Hunter and Page quit last week and you were already short bartenders. I don't accept that type of attitude. Last chance, I'll see you Saturday or I won't see you again. Did you really just threaten me with health insurance? Whatever, I'm done with this. You can steal this my notes. I've had enough of your bullshit. Yeah, like, no shit bosses like that are going to drive all their workers away.
Yeah, no, they deserve to fail. That's just capitalism in its primary form. Fuck that, people.
Yeah,
That people,
exactly.
those people.
Like, one of the issues is, like, the American system of having your health insurance tied to your job. Like, I kind of get why they do that, but it does make it ripe for exploitation of the worker. Because people don't quit because they'd like to not, like, there's a lot of people who stay in shitty jobs simply because they're partner has a health condition, and if they quit the job, well, their partner loses out on their medication or something. Which is a serious fucking issue, and like I'm not convinced the answer is an absolute abomination like the NHS, but
See, so that's one side of the coin, which is fine, and then you have the other side, which is it's okay to be lazy and unmotivated.
yeah.
In an ideal society, we would have socialism. Jesus.
Yeah.
It is pretty weak.
Yeah, and yeah, a lot of it is just ridiculous commie stuff. Billy, I'm not sure if these stories are real, but I wouldn't be surprised if they were.
It's very they have such a warped view in the world. It's very easy to spot the fake ones.
Yeah.
But like, it also doesn't matter if this specific instance is true. I have you know people who have experienced this.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like some of them are true stories based on real events, kind of deal. And like this one sounds pretty fake, but I've unironically had similar conversations with employers. So I need you tomorrow. Saturdays are my days off. I'll be with my fiance. I'm short and I need you to come in. Okay, how much am I getting? Faggoty question mark. You're short-staffed and you need work tomorrow. We call that expedited. For $39.75, I can be there tomorrow. For $13, I'll see you on Monday.
Well played.
Which is, I think, is an entirely reasonable reaction.
That's capitalism in play. No, again, it really annoys me because, like, I don't have any of these issues with my staff because it's like it's so simple to deal with staff. You just, don't fuck them at every opportunity.
Yeah, exactly.
And
My bloody staff will bend over backwards for me because I go out of my way to look after them. It's as simple as that. They love the working for me. It's great. I love having it like employees. It's one of the best things I've done.
I think we need to have an impartial member of your crew come on here and be interviewed.
Yeah. No,
How bad is mum?
They'd absolutely agree.
I think we need to talk to your mum and see if this is all bullshit.
I will get my mum
because
I will actually go and ask her to record a video, like genuinely.
because I'm not sure that any of my employees would say any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, certainly not your boss,
So, he would be very critical.
So, like on this story I was reading out, like I have had a similar conversation with a boss where I've clocked out, signed out of the computer, been on my way out the door, and they're like, "Oh, can you do X?" Sure, but it's going to be 4 hours at double time. Oh, we don't need you to do that. Yeah, that's what I thought. See you on Monday.
There you go. Communication.
Yeah, they didn't like it, but there was nothing they could do about it.
Well, I mean, they could pay you.
Well, they could do that, but their boss wouldn't allow that, so they didn't get what they needed done. It waited until Monday. And I don't care how much it costs them. Like, I've also had things where I've walked in in the morning because weird shifting systems, so my 8-hour shift started at 11 a.m. So I walked in the door at 10:30 and they're like, "Hey, can I ask you a question?" "No, I'm not getting paid till 11. I am not interested." The look on their face was priceless. "Yeah, sure, I can start working now, but you're paying me overtime." Oh, in that case, it's okay. What? Yeah, that's what I fucking thought.
Yep.
Which I imagine is the benefit to running your own company or being self-employed. "Oh, we need you to do the thing." "Sure, I can do that now for like 600 quid.
The thing is, you're not your own boss. You're never your own boss.
Yeah,
Basically,
I know.
being your own boss just means that every single person you deal with is now your boss. So every
Yeah,
client
your
is
clients.
essentially
Yeah.
all your clients are essentially your boss, and it's just.
And you could always choose. The great thing is, obviously, you can choose who your clients are, so you can somewhat choose your boss to some degree. But
It just doesn't quite work out the way you maybe thought it was gonna.
No, funnily enough, we have to deal with different human beings.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Well, that's where everything goes to
life.
shit, isn't it? When you have to deal with other people.
Yeah, yeah. But you mitigate that as much as you can.
Yeah. We've got another text exchange, which looks suspiciously real because it says it's from Mike, brackets work. So it says, "Hello, Sophia's just quit because they're cunts, and we're already short-staffed. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it looks like I'll need you to come in on Thanksgiving. Unfortunately, I will be out of town visiting family, as I told you in October. You approved it, and I am unable to change my plans. I'm sorry. I don't appreciate the tone. We had enough staff in October, and what I said no longer applies. Again, I apologise, but I'll need you here for Thanksgiving. That won't be happening. Speak to me like that again, and you'll really be short-staffed. You're about to get yourself into some big trouble. Cooperate, or you may find yourself here on Christmas as well. Got it? Yeah, I'm not sure how I put up with your shit for almost half a year. I quit. Good luck finding someone, though."
yeah, good for them.
Yeah.
You don't threaten your employees. Like, you basically say, "Hey, can you really do me a favor? I will try and do something for you in return." It's not an exchange where you can just say, "Yeah, you're my slave now. You do what I say."
Well, that's it. If they were really that desperate for a person, it could be like, "Look, I'm absolutely fucking desperate. I need you to do this. What can I do for you that makes it worth it for you?"
But this is a fundamental misunderstanding of most people by how this all works. If you give enough notice, you are just telling them, "I'm taking my holiday." You're not asking it. You're declaring it, and they have to work around you.
I mean, I've got.
Funnily enough,
staff is off for 2 weeks.
Companies don't like that.
Something about that.
My favourite is how you can put in for time off a year in advance, and they can still knock you back. My previous job did knock me back for time off 6 months in advance. I'm like, "Look, I know I'm going to want this time off. I'm putting in for it now." "Oh no, we can't do that. It's too far in advance." Excuse you, motherfucker.
All you can say with holidays, if you say, "No, I can't approve this holiday," and they take it anyway, is it's just, "Hey, look, this means I have legal grounds for dismissal without any recompense." That's all it's all about. It's got nothing to do with, "Hey, I can control when you have your holidays." I mean, fuck off.
Yeah.
I mean, if I were gonna guess, I would say there's like a 75% chance that that's fake.
I mean, the particular conversation might be fake, but I'm sure there have definitely been conversations like that. But that one sounded pretty good, legit to me.
Like, have you ever worked in hospitality? Shit like this is so common.
Yeah, it's
like, and that's the thing. Most of these you see are hospitality, which is like a wild west of like employment law infractions.
Yeah, like so you're right.
I used to say to my wife, she worked in retail and stuff, and she goes, "But it says in my contract." I was like, "It doesn't. Your contract's not worth anything. It's not worth a fucking bit. You cannot sign something in your contract that obfuscates your existing working rights in the UK. So what they've written there is not legal in the UK, so you can just ignore it." And you go, "Well, no, but I've written it. I've signed it. And it doesn't matter. Worthless. You fucking a shit contract from Next or something is not worth anything in this country."
So one place,
which interestingly is where some government regulation comes in handy.
Yeah. Like, definitely,
because the company writes some rules in there doesn't mean that you have to, that they have a legal right to enforce them.
I mean, there was one place I was working, and they put it in their contract: you can't discuss your salary with other employees. And some people were like, "Oh no, we can't talk about it." I'm like, "You fucking stupid! Of course we can." Like, they cannot do anything.
Unironically, we've got a post here on the notice board: crew are not allowed to discuss their rate of pay. Yeah,
that's bollocks. It's illegal to do that.
Even in America, that's illegal. Like, in America, of all the shithole places, it is illegal to stop people from discussing their rate of pay. If you fire someone for discussing their rate of pay, even in the States, that's like the one employment law they've got.
See, and this is the thing. People need to just be more aware of their rights, and I agree with this part of the movement.
Yeah, I don't think that any sane person disagrees with this specific bit of the movement.
I actually don't disagree with any part of the movement. I think it's great.
No, I just disagree with the ones who are like, we need to destroy all of the system. You know, the bedroom company. Those are the only bits I disagree with.
I quite like them as well. I think they're doing great work.
Love your work. You make everyone look sane.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Just like go for it.
You make my unreasonable demands look reasonable. Thanks.
I'm going to my bosses and just saying, I want more money. I don't want to destroy the. I don't want the company to stop. I just want more money. Look at these fucking retards. They're asking you for litter trays and fucking safe spaces. I'll just take the cash, thanks.
Yeah, see this Hawaiian post, like, what the fuck? Like, shit like this where they're trying to make it racial. Or that one where they wrote in a stupid fucking comment. You think you're gonna do anything by swearing at people on a fucking survey?
Yeah, like
Okay.
the first one about the Hawaiians. Missionaries thought Hawaiians were lazy because by noon Hawaiians were surfing, doing art, socializing. What they didn't see was that Hawaiians started the day at dawn and were so efficient and organized that they were done planting, harvesting, and cooking for the entire day by 9 a.m. Okay, let's start with the planting and harvesting. They didn't have agriculture. Never.
When did they invent the wheel?
Literally never.
I mean, but also, it's like, what does this have to do to Jim, who works at McDonald's in Ohio? Like, what is this to do with anything?
Yeah.
Like, complete fucking waste of time.
I mean, it's fine as long as McDonald's is only going to serve breakfast. Yeah.
Yeah, like this one where they're writing in a survey. Holy fuck! So it's like, is there anything else you'd like to add as it's related to the topics included in the survey? Holy fucking shit, where do I even begin? When this COVID man aside, you threw a few bones our way. You closed the lobby and shut down graveyard, office meals and COVID hazard pay them. Slowly, one by one, these things were stripped from us. The complete lack of respect from art management is utterly appalling. 5 days a week, we're out here literally risking our lives, so you assholes can sit at home taking his fucking Zoom meetings and collect your 6-figure salary. Yeah, I can't even read the rest of that without having an aneurysm.
Just see the all caps. See how unprofessional this is. It's like, you want people to listen to you, and this is how you behave.
Also,
Also,
the best part is, this isn't a submitted survey.
Nah.
Yeah, this is just them writing what they want to do, screenshotting it, and then be like, I don't have anything else to say. I don't want to lose my job. I just want to look cool for my friends.
Yeah.
Fucking pussy.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Like, what are the chances they actually sent that?
Yeah, nil.
Unless it's an anonymous survey.
There's no such thing as anonymous surveys.
Yeah.
If you believe a survey is anonymous, like they gave at my previous job, they gave us an anonymous survey. Yeah, all those numbers at the end of the fucking survey are totally anonymous.
Well, it's not that, but you have to submit it through your own email. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, unironically, we had to log into the company portal to take the anonymous survey. Right, so you're telling me it's not anonymous then? Or another one they did, where they gave us a link. Problem is, it's like, cunthole company /fuck you /survey question mark. Totally random, completely irrelevant set of numbers.
Oh my god, look at this fucking tweet by this absolute smooth brain.
Yep. Working your whole life just to enjoy a few years when you're close to death is one of the biggest scams.
Oh yeah, mate. Enjoy living till you're about 30 and then dying immediately.
Yeah, their brain. Yeah, their brain has a coefficient of friction of 0.
Like, yeah, it's physically impossible at this point to get a smoother brain than this. Holy fuck! Look at humans like 50 years ago. Like, we're in a pretty good spot right now, gotta say.
Yeah.
Holy fuck, what an idiot. Like, and this is the other side of the movement, where they're literally like, I just don't want to do anything, ever, at all. And you can't make me.
Yeah, so we actually have a legitimate email talking about what we were saying earlier about some of this stuff from a good friend in the chat, Robert Longshore. Morning, Robert. At Cuntholds Incorporated, we have been very fortunate during the COVID-19 pandemic to have had regular work throughout, with work at Newham, King Edward 7th, BAE, Airbus, and Pirbright, amongst others. We understand that this has not been a normal working year for anyone. We've all had to continue to work from home, but hopefully we can get back to a more normal working environment in the office now. Blah, 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 blah. As always,
Right,
your
then.
hard work and dedication to leader is appreciated. Oh, there we go. And as a token of our appreciation, you'll receive a bonus of blank, which will be paid today in your November salary. This bonus will be subject to the usual deductions for tax and national insurance, I'm afraid. As with all salary and bonus discussions, these are confidential and are not to be discussed with other members of staff. Go fight.
Illegal.
Yeah, that's illegal. Also, Robert Longshore has just
you for doing
realised
it,
that he has forgotten to censor something else as well. Whoops.
I mean, the company.
Yeah.
Whoopsie.
Whoops. Oh dear. Indeed. Docs himself. Oh dear. Rip.
Hold on. I'm just getting his home address up.
Based.
Yeah, like see, this is the dichotomy of this movement, where some of it is very reasonable, and some of it is absolutely insane.
The thing is, some of them really conflate the two things as if they are the same, and they don't seem to understand how different they are.
The actual working man and woman versus the fucking bedroom communist.
Yeah.
Who's like sits around and goes, well, why isn't me moderating a forum as valuable as a banker to society? I don't understand.
Speaking of communist faggotry, getting fired for refusing the vaccine does not qualify as anti-work. Your decision not to get vaccinated has nothing to do with anti-work. You're getting fired because you could be carrying a virus that has killed people, and you can't see past yourself. I won't shed a tear for you losing your job. Go fuck yourself, you filthy fucking commie. You're not allowed to quit your job unless it's to pursue socialism.
Bodily autonomy isn't a thing.
My boss said to me, "You're so skinny." What the fuck is that one? My fields.
Yep. So, and it's like, yeah, I don't really eat a lot. She asked why. So I looked her dead in the eye and said, I can't afford a lot of food.
Yes,
and then everyone clapped.
Where do you live? Fucking Sierra Leone. You're on fucking Reddit. You can afford food.
Well,
she can always stop using the internet and just use that money every month for food.
You say that, she might live somewhere that's socialist already. Like
Australia.
Like 15 quid a pop.
Like Australia.
Rice and beans, comrade. No, there is no more rice and beans. Back into the iron mines.
No.
Here we go. Another verified fuckhead. I know this is the norm in America, but getting home at 6 p.m. and having 2 to 3 hours to yourself every night is the craziest shit ever.
Why?
Is this cunt going to bed at 8 p.m.? And getting up at 4 in the morning? I don't think you're getting up at 4 in the morning, you loser.
Get home at 6? What a fucking slacker.
Exactly. I haven't even thought about leaving the bar by that point.
2 to 3 hours.
Sorry, office. I mean,
like at my last job, I was commuting 2 hours each way and wanting to kill myself the whole time, but still went because I liked money. Fuck's sake.
It's stupid. So see, this is the problem. It's just good things that people should be fighting for, and completely irrelevant, self-absorbed people.
Chrissy says, "Wait, leaving the bar? I don't understand." Chrissy doesn't remember ever leaving a bar.
They don't let you sleep. Normally, they don't let you sleep in them, Chrissy.
Well, I think the issue is that she doesn't remember leaving.
Oh, right, I see.
What the fuck does this have to do with? Like,
I
what?
don't understand. Remember
hold
the
on.
fictional piece of media that was created that has no basis in reality, and I've put this weird twisted view on it?
So they
Rather
say,
than-
remember how a big part of Knives Out was that the rich family all had different political beliefs from leftist to alt-right, but they all formed a united front once they realized the working class girl was going to get money they thought belonged to them.
Remember when a family squabbled over who should get the inheritance, and then they all formed together when they realized someone outside the family might get the inheritance? That seems
Yeah.
to be
Yeah.
a more sane conclusion from this.
Also, it wasn't a very good film.
It was fucking terrible. You can't have whodunits based on absolutely ridiculous things you'd never deduce yourself.
They
Here's some
probably
stupidity.
Never read a Miss Marple novel, to be fair.
Or a fucking or any Eagledon.
Sherlock
I don't
Holmes.
think these
Well,
people
or-
can
First by
read.
Conan Doyle. That's 4.5% of your net worth. Fantastic. That's great. Net worth doesn't mean dick.
Yeah,
You
like
don't
what the fuck's
understand
his
what
net worth got
means.
to do with anything? Tell us, you don't pay tax on net worth. You
I
pay
think we
tax
should
on
stop paying income tax.
much of
income.
that- Exactly. Like, I'd be willing to bet most of that is not liquid.
Yeah,
No.
none of it is.
Well,
None
none
of
of
it
it
of
is.
these people
It's
just
all
don't
Tesla
seem to
stock.
understand liquid
It's all
and
Tesla stock.
Ah.
And a bit of PayPal. Like, I don't understand. The opposite side of this is we shouldn't be taxing Elon Musk. We should not be taxing income.
Yeah. All right, here's another stupid part of it. You made 36 billion in one day in 2021. That'll be income, not profit. That'll be gross, not net. You fucking idiot.
These people have got no understanding of basic economics.
Yeah.
No,
Also,
but they sure love to shout about it.
yeah. Also,
Yeah,
Elon
they
Musk.
need to do is
They're
really
also
need
not
to
realizing that
almost
Elon
sell.
Musk's net worth doesn't actually belong to him. It belongs to his company.
company. Yeah,
Well, it's not even that. It's hypothetical.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
it's completely
They could just-
hypothetical.
If they do something wrong, like one of the rockets decides to blow up and it kills a bunch of people, their net worth suddenly drops a lot. Fuck, like they don't seem to understand. It's got so much riding on stocks and shares and like public opinion. Fucking idiots.
Also, if he pays tax on that net worth, then what happens when the stock value drops? Do the taxes have to be paid back to him? Because it's no longer worth the money? I mean, like, where's the...
Every time I read some weekend column about it, what fucking
Okay.
papers is he
I
reading?
have to find out who this fuckwad is.
Every time I read some weekend column about a boomer struggling
Name
to
rings a
retire
bell.
on $100,000 a year and a multi-million-dollar home, I'm reminded that my retirement plan is to die in the climate wars. Yes, because they're trying to
wanna
figure
see-
out how they're going to last the next 30 to 40 years on no income, you fucking retard.
I don't understand who. I've not read these columns. People who write columns. For the
Oh, of
most part,
course, this is a
like-
Washington Post guy.
Yeah.
Of course he is.
Uh,
He's a
of course.
fucking
Like,
red.
any time I read about a boomer struggling to retire, it's literally the boomer going, I don't know what I'll do with my time. I'll be bored out of my mind. I won't have anything of value to do. It's literally them complaining that they won't have anything productive to do.
That's
know-
why you have a family.
No, but I mean, like, I don't know what I'd go nuts in about 2 weeks.
I see.
Yeah.
My mate's dad has done it right. He part-time consults and
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
uses
Well,
that to top
there's
up his
literally a
salary.
thing where it's a known fact that a lot of men die within a year of retiring.
Wait, scroll up. What was
from
that?
wanking too much.
Child
Yeah,
labour,
well,
Luckily,
fantastic.
we're learning to handle that from working from home now,
Mm.
so we won't have that problem. Because what happens is they retire and they just spend all day jacking it, and
Wisconsin's
their hearts just gave out.
Yep. Wisconsin's
Very sad.
Senate
Oh, no,
approves a
there's
bill
a
allowing
labor
14-year-olds to
shortage.
work as late as 11 p.m. and supporters say it could help plug the labour shortage. And they're like, child labour, fantastic. They're children.
Yeah,
They don't have to work, you fucking idiot.
I still quite like the idea of gulags now.
No.
Slave
This is,
labour.
this is bullshit. Look, true capitalism is reinstating a child's natural right to work.
By
You don't have
And enslaving the barbarians, of course.
yeah, but I mean
Oh, no, what? We don't
children's
wanna work. And now
Children's
they're
ancient-
hiring other people instead of giving us like $30 an hour.
children's ancient right to work should be restored, so that they can help, so that good capitalist children can help support their families.
Yes, I agree.
And also, we should all go back to coal-fired. We should all go back to coal to heat our houses, so that to create jobs for children.
Yeah,
This is
finish
fake.
sleeping.
This McDonald's post. This is fake as fuck.
Yes. Have you ever
McDonald's
read
would
any
not let anyone put this up anywhere.
Exactly.
They would get sued immediately for a lot of money. If someone put up this in one of their franchises.
Oh, I can't see it.
If you get
If
caught
you get
talking
caught
about or
discussing
discussing your pay with anyone
you will be
here,
automatically suspended for a week. And there's nothing else in it that shows it's McDonald's. This is fake as fuck.
It's fake. Everyone at McDonald's gets paid exactly the same.
Yeah.
It's just someone who's like, oh, I'm going to take a picture of this binder in.
And I'm going to blame
I worked in a McDonald's when I was a student 100 million years ago.
That is so fake.
This isn't even a McDonald's. It's obviously not a McDonald's.
There's nothing about this McDonald's. This is a fake fucking place.
Yeah, it might be some faggoty other takeout place, some other faggoty hospitality place, but it's not Macca's.
I can tell you how all this worked. It's really easy. I can tell you how all this worked. I worked at McDonald's before minimum wage was a thing in this country. And before minimum wage, I think it started at $1.72 an hour, $1.52 an hour, or something like that. And every time you got one of those little stars, you got a fucking 10 or 12 pence a hour pay rise. And then there was different things, different little courses and stuff you could go on to do the pay rise. And so when I started there was a huge disparity between the wages of the individual people, depending on how many stars they had and things like that, as a percentage of their income. You know, like if you start at 152 and you get 12 pence pay rise for every one of those 5 stars, there can be quite a big, you know, there can be like almost a 30-40% gap between two 16-year-olds and what they're getting paid. Minimum wage came in, every single person at McDonald's gets paid exactly the same now. Unless you're a floor manager or something like that, your pay is going to be based on your age, not on your experience.
Different minimum wages for your different ages is the most ridiculous bullshit I've ever heard about. It's screwing literally everybody. It's screwing the older workers and the kid.
Yeah.
Because McDonald's hires 18-year-olds because you could have two 16-year-olds for the same price. So you're screwing the 18. Well, in Australia, it's pretty bad.
The price difference isn't that big in the UK.
It's not 50%, but it's something ridiculous in Australia. It's probably more like 20%, which is ludicrous. Because what kind of idiot would ever hire an 18-year-old when you can have 6 different 17-year-olds each working one night a week?
Yeah, but to be fair, what the fuck are you doing applying for a job at McDonald's when you're 18?
Because you'll take any money you can get your hands on.
No.
Well, you know what's actually like evidence that this whole thing is fake? If you see that, you would expect it to be like a sign on a wall or something, like maybe in like the break room, not on a fucking random table in like the fucking plastic cover on a binder.
Yes, also the binder is empty.
This looks like it was typed by a lefty, right? With the 3 exclamation points. You know, looks like it was typed by one of them.
What is that font? Why is it in italics?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the person who did it was a faggot.
Yes, which is how you can tell it's fake. But McDonald's at least has enough lawyers that the McDonald's own stores would never do something this stupid. Some dumb cunt franchise somewhere might, but no actual corporate store would ever pull some shit like that.
Not only that, but a franchisee would be pulled and probably sued by McDonald's so hard if they did anything like this.
Oh yeah, because it damaged their reputation.
Holy shit, Bezic! I just realised you pinned fucking Cooper's picture. Being
a Janny isn't a great calling, but it's still honest work.
Is it? Are we all right to say officially that the whole Sultans of Shadilay is now a anti-Cooper commune? We're now strictly anti-Cooper as a whole.
I'm
ideology.
anti-shilling. So, if he turns around and starts being good in his behaviour, then
here's the thing.
We're not anti-shill. We're anti only coming here to shill and not taking part in the community in any other way.
Like negative shilling. Sometimes shilling's okay, but like that kind of shilling is really bad.
It's not enough to be not Cooper. You have to actively be anti-Cooper. Critical shill theory.
Critical shill theory.
Yeah, that sounds pretty based, actually. You're winning me over with that slowly.
Yeah.
Here's another one of the idiots. Would you flip burgers for a salary of $350,000 per year? You would? Damn, sounds like people are okay with working. It's the money that's the problem. Okay, you're a fucking idiot. Let's talk about all the whys. Yes.
Why would I pay you that much when I could pay a machine much less?
Yeah.
This is a problem, actually. They're getting themselves to the position where all of these jobs will just disappear. I mean, like, if you think McDonald's isn't seriously looking at how to completely
remove people from the equation.
I mean, they've been doing it for years. You know, like if you look at a McDonald's. So when I worked in a McDonald's when I was a student, we had something like 75 people or something to run the kitchen over a week. So we had 75 employees to run the kitchen over, on different shifts and whatnot. The minimum wage came in and they went, and they started making changes. And by the time, within about 9 months, we were down to about 20 or 30 people for the week. Because they started putting in equipment that reduced the amount of work that was required to do things.
Yeah.
There must be. I mean, it's only a matter of time before they just.
Oh yeah. I think one of the big
people out of the equation altogether.
Yeah, the big issue that idiots like this have that gets even me, the pro welfare guy, and gets on my wick, is these idiots expect an unskilled McDonald's job to buy them a 3-bedroom apartment in the middle of New York fucking city, and a nice car, and all the perks and jerks of life. No. It's an unskilled minimum wage job.
On that.
Oh yeah, like a studio flat. If you could afford a studio flat on that job, that's about right. Like, problem is, it's actually, and this isn't the problem of the employers. It's the problem of the housing market. You can't afford a studio flat on McDonald's wages.
Yeah, I think that's because of all the fucking immigration, though. There's a massive issue with the competition just to get a house these days, and there's not enough being built. But they're not building enough because they know it keeps the prices high.
Yeah, there are also a lot of houses sitting empty because of how the tax system works. An empty house is just, oh, look at that, I lost all this money on maintenance. What's that? I get a tax break on my other things that are actually making money. Gee, how convenient. Who would have ever planned for that?
I don't have to make this place a profitable thing.
Exactly. And then you have other weird things like negative gearing, which is apparently a problem, but I don't know enough about it to explain why. But there's lots of issues with how
is that?
I think it's like using negative assets in a weird way to get money from taxes or something. I know. I think no. It's because you can claim your mortgage against the income of the property, which is which isn't in theory a problem. But there are all sorts of weird issues. But yeah, the issue is not the employer; it's the housing market. Like, I'd be quite happy to work a low-skilled job if I could afford a studio flat. Unfortunately, you can't. Because all the studio flats are in expensive fucking places. And all your neighbours are rich Chinese students. Because
I mean, I
foreign
literally
students
wouldn't
and
mind.
immigrants are driving the prices through the fucking roof.
I literally wouldn't mind if it was a lot easier to afford places, but just moving out in my area is I've got London prices around Bath, so it's very, very difficult when you're not paying yourself enough money. And
Yeah.
like, I can imagine anyone who's working a low wage job they're going to be looking to be housing with students or shared accommodation, and that's fucking awful. I hate shared accommodation.
Yeah, that's
Such
one of the
fucking
biggest
bad
problems
idea.
that I find amongst the unemployed. It's like who are complaining about the amount of the welfare. Sure, you can afford to live on it, but that means you have to have a room in a shared accommodation with cunts. Like I don't like sharing a house with my family. Why the fuck would I want to share a house with strangers?
Those bastards. Who do they think they are?
Yeah. Student of History says, no, I literally refuse to work in retail in general. Get out of retail jobs and you'll no longer have many of these problems. Yeah.
True.
It is true.
I'm glad I got out of retail, actually, because retail is fucking awful.
Well, it's one of my problems. I refuse to work in retail because I don't want these problems. It's also that I'm... What's the word? A misanthrope. And I don't get... I have low tolerance for idiots. I wouldn't last a day in retail because I'd tell some Karen to go fuck herself. And that's
I was raised with a low tolerance for idiots, thanks to my family.
My family are the idiots I have a low tolerance for.
Thankfully, not in my case, but like my dad is constantly having a go at the TV, like all this fucking Love Island shit. He hates it. Drives him nuts.
I want everyone involved in Love Island hung, drawn, and fucking quartered. I think I'd get along well with your family.
Probably, yeah.
Let's look at another faggy tweet. Sat through a horrible job interview. Yeah, sat through a horrible job interview for an hour. Then the guy was like, by the way, this only pays 30k, so if you're looking for a job that pays better, look elsewhere. So I said, okay, I will. Then he was like, question mark? Wait, no. LeMayo, this was hours ago and I still feel incredible. Yeah, that happened. Also, 30k in the States isn't that fucking bad. I'd be quite happy with that.
Yeah, in the UK, that's not a bad salary. Most teachers get less than that.
That'd be what, like £20,000?
Something like that. I think it's 25 minimum for teachers, but even
depending on the exchange rates, it's probably something like £20,000 to £25,000, which is livable. You might need a side gig for if you want a jet ski or something, but it's not ridiculous.
No, it's not going to make you super wealthy, but it would be enough to look after your kids.
Yeah, it's the kind of, and chances are you'd have the free time to potentially, I don't know, go to night school and learn something useful to society.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of odd.
Like lesbian dance theory.
Yeah. Yeah, that's another problem. Oh, I've gone to uni, so I shouldn't work for less than 80,000 a year. Yeah, but you studied lesbian dance theory, and no one wants to pay you for that.
So much student loan debt. Like, should have taken something fucking profitable.
I did an article about universities and how they're basically not worth it anymore because you're paying all this money for something that everyone has, and if everyone has it, its value is completely gone.
Yep. Which was the problem with pushing everyone into it.
I'm so glad I didn't go to uni. I'm so glad I didn't go to uni. I mean, I had no idea what I wanted to do at uni. Lots of things I could have done, but like at the end of the day, I watched my parents both get degrees. My mum has a history degree. My dad is a degree in psychology and sociology. Neither of them have used it to make any money in their lives at all, ever. My dad went into teaching IT. Like, great. My mum is now working for me in a company. Wonderful. That degree is really useful. I was always of the opinion growing up that a degree is just a fancy piece of paper to wipe your employer's arse on. That's pretty much it. Can this person work? Can they do a good enough job? Are they literate? Can they do research skills? You know, that kind of shit.
Unfortunately, being literate and able to do research skills is not a desired trait in some companies. Like in my previous company, I swear that they fucked up when they got the results of the literacy and numeracy tests back, and then hired the people that failed. Like one time I had to explain to someone that was working there that the reason that they couldn't work out why the customer wasn't getting paid the right amount is because they forgot that October comes after September. I don't understand. They're supposed to get they're getting 3 months instead of 4 or something. Try counting the months again, you fucking idiot.
Let's be honest.
It's all fucking stupid, dude. Don't even gotta think about it.
Let's be honest, though. Stupid people are a little bit more easy to manage.
Well, sometimes.
Depends what kind of stupid, I guess.
There are 4 kinds of people. There are stupid, lazy people. There are stupid, productive people. There are intelligent, lazy people, and there are intelligent, productive people. And 3 out of the 4 of them are useful. The only one that's not useful is the stupid, productive people. Stupid, lazy people won't do too much damage, but the stupid, productive person will fuck your life up.
Speaking of Fauci,
I've done a lot of shit really badly.
Do 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 do.
No.
yeah. Here's another tweet from an absolute idiot who has, who of course is at the beach having a great time in their profile picture. They say, adulthood is low-key lonely AF. Everyone's busy, everyone sucks at texting. You'll just work all day to come home and sleep to wake up and work again. On weekends you catch up on things you couldn't do during the week. It's all stupid, lol. Okay.
Yeah, because life isn't a fucking beach party, you wanker.
Tell me about how people in the 30s had it. Like, they didn't have cell phones in the 30s, and they seem to be fine.
Yeah, do you think that maybe people are shit at texting because they're not really your friends? Because
you're just convenient.
Because you're a self-centered cunt.
Well, because you haven't made any real friends because you've spent your life on fucking line.
Like, I would love to be able to call people on the Lotus Eaters group friends in person, but none of them are there for me if I'm having a bit of a bad day and I need to chat shit with people. They're all doing their own fucking shit, living their own lives. Like, none of the friends I have made are there for me in the same way that you would expect, or these people seem to desire friends to be. They're acquaintances, people you like hanging out with, but not necessarily are that, invested in. And people seem to fucking forget that, like, in most circumstances in history, we would have only been able to know about 150 people in a small village, and we would be very isolated and disconnected. But we don't have that anymore. We have the fucking access to every fucking person we want. So we're all very, very picky and choosy and fucking entitled about
also
it. Fucked up.
They don't make the effort to get to know the people, and some of the things that existed to get to know people won't exist. Here's one for everyone. Go ask your grandparents, or if you're super young, your great-grandparents, how they met. And if the answer is at the... my
parents met at work.
Actually, it might be at the town dance.
Yeah, yeah.
And because that's how you met people. You went out and actually spoke to them in real life. I know this is a crazy idea.
Oh, yeah, but if you do that, you're actually a creep and you're trying to fuck women without their consent.
Yeah,
basically.
Essentially. Or another...
and the pro fucking, like, dating prospects. I like, you look at the fucking millennial or, like, Gen Z women and they're all fucking indoctrinated. And they're like, you even breathe at them and they're like, no, you're a rapist. It's fucked up.
That's it. And then, of course, if you're a fat, lazy bastard, or even just an average lazy bastard...
Thanks.
If you go out and there's a woman whose interest, it's more, kind of becomes a matter of Why the fuck would I be interested in any loser that would be interested in this?
Well, exactly. You know, if she approaches you, you tell her to fuck off. And if she doesn't get all entitled, you tell her she passed your test.
Shut up, Harry.
That was a really good impression. I almost thought he was
It's
here.
not bad. It wasn't bad. Let's quit them. You didn't call anyone a cunt, them.
Here's another stupid one. Mankind wasn't meant to work in December. We were meant to hide from wolves, drink, and pray our autumn harvest will last us through the dark months.
Oh god.
Yeah, that's fine, but we killed all the wolves.
Also,
yeah, we made it safe to harvest all the time.
When we weren't harvesting, we were out chasing deer around with pointy sticks, you know, so we could actually eat.
But we killed the wolves and we invented central heating. So
I think I'd rather work in December than like hide from wolves and wonder whether or not I'm gonna starve to death.
But they're like, mankind wasn't meant to work in December. Well, actually, mankind was meant to work all year round because mankind evolved in a period of time when we were hunter-gatherers, which meant that you worked every day or you died. Mankind wasn't meant to sit in a basement cooming all over the place.
That's what you think.
But they were meant to sit in a cave cooming in people.
Originally, we were all cooming, but then the billionaire cave people.
So the only difference isn't whether you're sitting in a dark, damp hole in the ground. It's whether you're cooming in people or on your own.
I mean, life on this planet started off with lots of millions of micro coombs in the waters.
As Shane of History says, you still had shit to do in the winter. You didn't just get 4 months off.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, you had to prepare to start dealing with the fucking summer and spring and all this other shit.
Yeah, these people are so fucking stupid.
Oh, look, we need to cut down some more trees because we need some fucking wood for fire because it's cold.
Yep, and if we don't chop down trees, we'll freeze to death.
Oh, man. I hate the fact that they don't know how good they have it.
Yep. Also, Jimmy, you need to go outside and dig the elk carcass out of the snow so we can throw it off next to the fire so we can eat today.
No more frozen carcass for me, thank you.
Here's another silly bitch. I've been working since I was 15 without a break longer than 2 weeks. I'm 32, I'm fucking tired. Maybe you should have tried having parents that weren't cunts.
Nah, take some vitamin D. That'll help. That shit always perks me right up.
Try going outside.
Why are people taking more vitamin D?
It's especially useful in Britain because it's so fucking gloomy here.
What the fuck just happened?
Here's another one. Here's an interesting one, which is just worth talking about. Not every.
Go ahead.
Well, let's talk about something funny instead. What's up, Will?
Oh, I saw in this thread there's one where it's like this girl wrote my boyfriend's resignation letter and sent it to my manager so he could print it for me, but I forgot to provide any context, and he just writes back, "What kind of sick power play is this?" Because the file says letter of resignation, and then she just writes, "Could you print this for me?"
I mean, that's pretty sad.
I want your job. Resign.
Well, it's because what they were saying. I mean, it's what Carl was saying yesterday, isn't it? That a lot of the stuff on this is actually quite reasonable, but
Yeah.
Yeah, there's the reasonable shit, and then there's the communist retardation.
Only problem is if they were being reasonable, why the fuck anti-work? Okay.
Yeah.
Like for me, we pay our staff a living wage, not because it's like, hey, let's be all fucking woke about shit. It's because people don't like fucking cleaning. It's laborious, so they want to be paid well.
Well, that's it. If people liked cleaning, your company wouldn't exist.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, the only reason you get paid to clean is because some
Laziness.
cunt doesn't want to do it.
Either laziness or incompetence.
Yes. They've got more money than will to do this stupid fucking cleaning.
And I don't blame them. That's entirely how we advertise ourselves. It's like, yeah, you got better things to be doing with your time and your money. Let us do give us some of your money and we'll deal with this problem and you can go and have fun. Yeah, isn't that nice?
Exactly.
Go and have a margarita.
Yeah, so on a living wage. So not every job should have a living wage. This is not healthy for society. It's not healthy for someone making ice cream cones at Dairy Queen to make enough to live off of. You want a society that actually can't live off these jobs.
Yeah, exactly. You want facilities to be available for like people who are choosing, like, obviously if I'm choosing to only work 16 hours, I don't expect to be able to move out and find my own flat, because that would be ridiculous.
Yeah.
But, if I'm just doing that as a part-time job and I want to be like, okay, well, maybe I'll get a second part-time job somewhere else I enjoy as well, and do, like, I do my business and I do the Lotus Eaters and I sell jewelry. I fucking hustle, man.
Yeah.
Do some fucking work. Have a backbone.
I kind of get where they're coming from, but also, so who doesn't need a living wage? Students. What are students doing during the day? School. And you cunts want ice cream at 2 PM. So someone has to be there making ice cream.
What are the students doing after they've had their lectures for the day? Usually, if they're doing well, they'll probably be doing their fucking work and studying and shit.
Exactly.
Most of the time, they're out fucking drinking and partying now. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but I was talking students that don't have the drinking as an option. Like 16-year-olds. Like, working in a Dairy Queen after school for a 16-year-old is probably a pretty fucking good gig. But before school ends, fat lazy cunts are still going to want their ice cream. So someone has to be making the ice cream for the fat lazy cunts.
Absolutely.
Maybe that person who is there 5 days a week making ice cream for fat lazy cunts should then be able to go back to a home and not starve to death. Just a crazy thought.
Man, I think we have to put you in a loony bin. It sounds like you're off the deep end, mate.
Clearly. Just like this other person. So how are those working these jobs meant to live? And more importantly, how will I get ice cream at Dairy Queen when all the people working for them died?
More importantly.
And unironically, that's essentially the argument I'm saying. Cunts with real jobs and money will want ice cream at stupid hours, which means that someone has to be there to give them the ice cream.
It's almost like these people think that if you get a job at Dairy Queen, it's the be-all and end-all and the only job you can do. Like, mate, people have multiple jobs for a fucking reason, because they want different things from, like, freedom of the market, for crying out loud.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
But it kind
Jesus wept.
Like, I think it is kind of reasonable, though, for someone to expect that if they work 7 to 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, they should be able to afford their studio flat and electricity to keep the lights on.
Yeah.
And yeah, they could work an extra job if they want something, or they could go to night school and learn something else. They could spend time trying to get a better job. Or they can just be happy with their Dairy Queen job.
Or they can get roommates and split the rent.
Yeah, but roommates are fucking awful.
I don't know. My roommates are pretty chill. Then again, I've also been friends with them since, since we were like 5, so.
That does help.
Yeah.
Here's another idiot from the stupid ones. People should clock in when they leave home, not when they get to work. The commute is not free time. They're like, 11 hours of my time, not just 8. Yeah, no, I had a 2-hour commute each way on public transport. And I hated it, but I still did it because money is a good thing. Like,
It's a good thing. It's a good thing that people are making money.
Yeah, when
America is tired of women.
Yeah.
Oh, where's the lie?
Yeah. When I was working that job, I easily had enough money that I could have moved to a studio flat in the city. But I didn't, because I liked the lifestyle that living 2 hours away from the city provided me. Because you don't get a massive yard, a garage, and a shed in the city. It's a lifestyle choice. And they've made their lifestyle choice and they're now complaining about
it.
Yeah.
So what else we got? There's almost some sanity here, but I think they're missing the point. 2000, go to college or you'll be flipping burgers. 2008, what do you mean you can't find a job? Is flipping burgers too good for you? 2016, you want $15 an hour for flipping burgers? Millennials are so entitled. 2021, why does no one want to flip burgers anymore? I don't... There's like 4 problems in there, and none of them are the employer's fault.
Yeah, there's the inflation, there's the fucking housing crisis, because obviously living costs.
There's the university scam.
Yeah, absolutely. Fucking, I don't know.
Wait, that's on their news feed?
It's clearly Twitter.
Some rando on Twitter typing bullshit as a news feed?
Well, these are the kind of idiots who spend that much time on Twitter, so...
I'm actually just looking at that Reddit at the minute. And so 4 hours ago, somebody posted a post. There's a poster on it. Cops aren't worker.
What?
Says cops aren't workers. No police unions. No cops in labor.
I don't understand what the hell that's even mean.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're complaining about uneducated, stupid cops with no training who don't care about the community. So the solution is to pay the cops less.
But also weirdly, there's a cat eating a police car on the poster. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, here's one that has a bit more sense to it. And right, they said no more teleworking, and my co-workers started quitting. The revolution is here. Yes, that's called capitalism.
I mean, to be fair, there has been a great deal of push for the technological dissolution of fucking offices because A, running an office is fucking expensive, so getting people to buy their own fucking computers and working from home, much fucking easier.
Well, unironically, it'd be cheaper to even give them a company computer.
Yeah, probably would. Yeah.
Not to mention, middle management are fucking worthless scum, and they should all be hung. Sorry, what?
I think that's one of the biggest problems of the NHS, the fucking middle management and the bureaucracy side of it.
Yeah, well, it's one of the biggest problems with a lot of companies. Oh, we're going to pay one person to look after 10 other people and micromanage them. Congratulations, you're now wasting money. Why don't you take that person's wage and split it between the 10 people and then not be a cunt?
I mean, the only reason I'd hire a manager is to stop me having to deal with that level of work myself, where I can focus on other things. But I would actually be doing other things rather than just twiddling my thumbs.
Yeah. Which is different to the kind of middle management I'm talking about. Because essentially they're hiring... A lot of companies hire idiots to do monkey work, and then they have to pay people to babysit the idiots. Unfortunately, the people they're hiring to babysit the idiots tend to be dumber.
Well, all of this is why we need every business to be a worker co-op. Except for socialist Twitch streamers. Because that wouldn't work for our business model, but everyone else should have to make their business a co-op. Hassan giving away his money would be super derogatory.
Here we go. Here's one of the proper commies. I'm not jealous of rich people because of the things they have. I'm jealous of rich people because they get to pursue their passions in life without having to work a grueling 40+ hours a week job literally just to get by.
You know, that's fucking bullshit.
Okay,
right
let's take Elon
The wealthiest
Musk.
people I know have worked for it. Most of the people, they've run businesses, they've worked their fucking asses off, and they've managed to get some good luck sometimes and sell their business for a lot of money and shit like that. It's got nothing to do with sitting there.
Yeah, like what they don't realize.
They took the fucking chance to run their own fucking business and do something very, very risky, and it just happened to pay off, and you're fucking jealous. That's all it is.
Yeah, what they don't realize is that they're not working 40 hours a week now because 10 years ago they were working 100 hours a week.
Yeah. I mean, I was looking at me running my businesses, and I was working like 60, 70-hour weeks quite happily. Just not even thinking about it, not even fucking trying. Fucking, I don't know, these people fucking pathetic.
But yeah, people work hard at the start, insanely hard, and then they succeed, and then they get to sit back and watch the hard work pay off. But I can understand some of the frustration, because working 40 hours a week in a big company, you do feel like your individual output is worthless. And the more, it doesn't matter how much effort and how much more effort above the minimum you put into a corporate style job, it's never going to have anything more than, it's never really going to have a return for you in that kind of thing. If you're self-employed, the more time you put in, like, there's usually a tangible return. It might be a small return, but there's usually something. Putting in more and more and more effort at the same shitty job, of course that's not going to achieve anything. So people are going to put in the minimum work they can, because why would they put in more? It's basic capitalism.
A lot of people make the error of thinking that I'm going to work up all the different lower level jobs until I get into a management job, and then I'm going to work up management until I become the CEO of the company. And I'm like, that's not how things work. Yeah, okay, you can work up some of the jobs and you become an experienced manager in a region, but that experienced manager role will have a very limited realm that it can manage. You can't go from managing retail staff, for example, to suddenly being a manager in the office somewhere else, dealing with a completely different skill set.
Well, not easily. I mean, it does happen, but I mean,
it does happen. But
honest, why are the majority of CEOs men?
Because they can autistically focus on something for 120 hours a week.
No. How do the majority of company directors become directors?
Murder. I don't know.
No, they start the fucking company.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Yeah,
I thought that's what you're driving at, but I was like,
yeah.
I was trying to say something along the lines of people. Men tend to be more ambitious generally than women.
Well, the men start the majority of businesses. You can become a director of another company by literally being hired into it, but then who are the people with the experience of being directors? Men.
Exactly. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All the majority of female directors now are completely inexperienced folk that they hire in for the purposes of having some women directors, except for the few that do own big businesses and things and do it. But like the pathway to becoming a director of a company is not to work your way up from the bottom. That's not how it happens.
And unfortunately, people have this fucking delusion in their mind that, oh, if I work hard in this company, or you'll join a new company, and oh, if I join a new company while it's in its inception, I will be in a position to be company management later down the line. So but only within that field.
Yeah, maybe.
And that's if the company even succeeds, man.
Yeah. Here's another one of the ones that's actually sane. So I assume they're on some sort of faggoty messenger with just talking to some dumb shit recruiter. Can I at least know your base pay per hour so I know if it's within my acceptance rate? response is, instead of asking how much I'm getting, ask who I am becoming from this work. Jim Rohn. They then quote the previous message from the person looking for the job. Sorry, this is a red flag. And they say, yeah, sorry, but I need to know how much I'm getting because I got bills to pay and other interviews to consider.
Yeah. I mean, I had a bit of this with the Lotus Eaters. Like, it wasn't quite like this, but it was in the sense of they wanted me to tell them how much I wanted for my work. And I was a bit like, I'm not used to having someone negotiate. I normally have a rough estimate of what they are willing to pay presented publicly. And obviously Lotus Eaters don't do that at all. And I'm just kind of like, well, I'll just throw out an arbitrary figure. And that's what I did in the end. And that happened to work out because it's what I got what I wanted in the end, and so did they. But like, I was very touchy because I was like, if you're not gonna tell me exactly what you're gonna pay me, I'm not sure if you're like trying to scam me or trying to screw me over. Like, oh yeah, we want to pay you like £5 per article. I'm like, no, fuck off.
Yeah, like I that's how I accidentally got into my wage base in roughly the similar way. Like many years ago, so they're like, oh, how much you expect to get an hour? And I'm like, I don't know, $30 an hour. They're like, no, we'll pay you $35 an hour. I'm like, what? It's like, fine, fuck it. Clearly, if someone thinks I'm worth that much, that's what I think I'm worth too. And now all of a sudden, oh, the economy's taking a nosedive, but I don't want to work for half of my minimum.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Robert Longshore says, always highball and negotiate down. Yeah, that's the thing. I thought I was highballing. And they're like, oh, that's clearly less than you're worth. I'm like, but I don't think I'm worth anything resembling that amount of money. I have no experience here.
I also quite like this book I read, where it's a book all about negotiations and win-win negotiations versus win-lose and stuff like that. And then there's all these talks about when you negotiate, you should never say maybe. You should always start with just saying no. Like, no is the best thing to say in a thing, because if you say yes, you haven't tried to negotiate at all. If you say maybe, well, no one can fucking do anything with that. But if you say no, that's a conversation starter. You're like, well, no, why no? Why do you want more? Do you want less? What's the problem here? What can I do to get you on board? It was very interesting. Boss.
Funnily enough,
Boss didn't accept my resignation. Really? Yeah, right. Fuck off.
Yeah, and everyone clapped.
How could your boss not accept your resignation? Come on.
Yeah, like, this isn't a negotiation. my contract.
The whole notice thing is like, oh yeah, well, you have to give us 2 weeks notice. It's like, well, no, I can just fuck off because you can't control my legs and whether I walk and use them. The 2 weeks notice is a courtesy, so you can find a replacement. And if you act like a cop,
interestingly
you don't
enough,
deserve that courtesy.
At my last job, when I quit, I was actually contractually required to give them 2 weeks notice. Problem is, they were being cunts, and I knew that they weren't going to sue me over 2 weeks worth of wage, over 2 weeks notice. I just sent my manager an email one day after considering my options after a particularly annoying day of dealing with dumb shit other managers, and went, yeah, this is one sentence. Please take note that this is my resignation effective immediately. And guess what? Nothing happened. Because it wasn't worth suing me over. Robert Longshore says, legally in the UK, I think the notice period is a courtesy. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how it changes depending on contracts and things, but again, what the fuck are they going to do? Unless you manage to screw up $1 million job by quitting without notice, they're probably not going to give a shit.
I mean, if you caused massive financial issues to the company, I can imagine them being more inclined to do something like suing you for it so they can get some money back. But if you're just a fucking low-paid employee, I don't think anyone gives a fuck that much about you. in that case.
Yeah, and Base Sabe actually brings up another problem with the whole giving notice. He says, I have to give 3 months notice, hence I'm being paid to do nothing until April. Yeah, if they require you to give notice, they're then not going to give you any work to do. Like, I've seen companies where you're required to give 2 weeks notice. You give your notice and then they go, we have decided that we are going to accept it immediately and then pay you out the 2 weeks of your notice because we can't have you in the building on the computer systems anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you even have to do that when you have notice in the UK. I mean, it's the nicer thing to do, I think. It's polite.
Yeah. Well, because of the way the contracts were written, if you give 2 weeks notice and the company wants you to cease work effective immediately, they still have to pay you out the 2 weeks.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. But it is funny when you've quit your job and they have to pay you out 2 weeks. Then they have to pay you out all your accrued crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave talks about the flip side, but my notice period is 3 months too. I'm in the UK, and if my employer wants to get rid of me, that's no courtesy. I will make them pay me for it. Exactly. If they want to fire you, you make them pay you for the 3 months. But if you want to leave them, you tell them to go fuck off. Potentially, depending on how it goes.
Because it's also like 3 months. Oh, well, that's enough time for me now I've been in this long-term career to potentially look for a new job.
Yeah.
You know?
Which is why, generally, the longer you've been with a company, the longer the notice period is.
Yeah. It's like a workers' right thing, I think, but I can't remember all the details. This is why I pay a fucking solicitor to do my contracts for me.
That's always the best way to do things.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit complicated because obviously 0 hour contracts are like the ideal for the kind of shift patterns that you get with cleaning, because like then I only pay the time that they're actually working. But we just decided pay them a minimum number of hours. If they start at 9 and they go to a few different clients, even if there's like a gap in between clients, we just pay them from start to the end of the day to when they finish. So any travel time in between is paid for. We pay for their lunch essentially, you know, and make sure that they're well looked after. Because how many complaints do you think I get from my staff? Like none.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe they'll hurt their ankle because they've worked too hard. Or my mum especially is a bit of a pain in the ass for her because she keeps going to taekwondo and getting injured. I'm crying out loud, Mum. Stop kicking people in the elbows. But yeah, no, you got to look after your staff, and they will then look after your customers. It's fucking Richard Branson said that, for crying out loud.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing about the exploitative capitalists. They don't look after their employees out of the good of their heart. They know that if they look after their employees are going to work harder and make them more money.
Yeah, exactly that. Like we've kept most of all of our clients, even after the pandemic, our clients came back to us because they knew we were good, because they knew our staff were motivated and worked hard, and you know, like, so we kept all the money coming in. We didn't lose clients and have to close down the business permanently. Whatever.
Yeah. Here's another one that kind of ties into a different issue, when it comes to like low skilled jobs and adults, especially after 25. So this person says, I'm 41 and job hunting, applied at a large fast casual restaurant chain for an entry-level position. Manager sent me this the next day. As much as I had to say it, I think the age difference is the reason why. I mean that because I'd much rather work with adults, but I don't imagine you fitting in with such a young crowd. If you were a manager, it could be a different story, but I didn't see any restaurant manager experience in Ethan's notes. I'm not hiring managers currently. Thanks, Jacob. That message sounds like an excellent way to get sued, but
yeah, because that's age discrimination.
Yeah, that sounds like a free lunch there from the lawsuit, but it does tie into a problem that comes up with, especially, I'm going to talk about unemployment policy, especially in Australia again. okay, you've lost your job.
Hello, Trim.
Say you're 30 and you've lost your job for whatever stupid fucking reason. Let's blame Joe Biden because it's a good reason. Okay. You now need money to pay rent and live off of. So you could go on the welfare, but the welfare's shit and you don't want to be a dole bludger anyway. So you go looking for a short-term temporary job because, say, your real job is in something fancy that there aren't many openings for. So you try and get an entry-level job in something so you can say that you're still working to provide for yourself. But then you get this, where it's like, we're not going to hire a 30-year-old. Don't be stupid. Fuck off. The moment they see how old you are, they've got no interest in hiring you. So
I've got a bit of a problem with that, because with my situation, hiring teenagers or like 19, 20, I don't think they're generally going to be reliable to send out to clients without stealing things or other stupid shit, because they have no fucking gumption or will to look after my company at all, because they're self-interested at that age. Past 60,
self-interested and quite moronic.
Yeah, like not only that, but like after 60, I'm starting to think, well, this is a very physically active job, and I don't want to have staff members that are literally falling apart because of the intensity of the workload.
If you want to employ people for your personal business, you need to employ people that have been battered about by some shit corporate companies first.
Yeah, they're usually really good workers, honestly.
They need to have been chewed through, like fucking Next or Topshop or fucking something like that. They don't give a shit about you and treat you like absolute dirt. Now they're looking for a good place to work where they will be slightly appreciated, paid decently, and treated, most importantly, like a fucking human being. And then you can employ them about 22 when they fucking realize what a good job actually is. That's the time to hire them.
It's interesting.
Personal business.
It's interesting because John's right. Like, an 18, 19-year-old probably can't be trusted to do a good job and a safe job in a multi-million-dollar mansion. But some can be.
The chances of them... No, but they're going to turn up hungover, or they're going to turn up... Yeah, you need somebody a bit...
We've literally had clients have like hundreds of pounds just left out on the side. Thankfully, we built up a really good rapport with our clients, because I was going through a rough period where I was quite unwell, but I was still coming into work anyway. And it got to a point where I was really fucking unwell. I had like 100 or so ulcers in my mouth, and I was having some investigations done, and I just had a fucking bit of my tongue cut out to be able to like analyze it and shit. Biopsy. Yeah, I was in a rough state, so I was on a lot of painkillers. I turned up, and they saw what a rough state I was, and just told me to sit on the sofa. So the cleaner I was with went and did the rest of the house, and I ended up just falling asleep on the sofa, and they were fine with it. They were just so chill. So I ended up going out of my way to buy them a bottle of wine and some chocolates to say thank you for being so understanding. And I was like, you have your moments where you're just a human, and you've got to understand that. But like, if you then take advantage of your client afterwards because they've shown weakness, that's the kind of shit I don't like. You got to
absolutely
actually show that you appreciate them being who they are. That's one of the things I like about picking my clients.
Mm. Yeah, it is good, but it's a massive issue with people out who are in their older than their mid-20s. Like, you cannot get hired in these low-skilled retail fast food faggoty jobs that you just want for a couple of months so you're not stuck on welfare. They just will not hire you. No matter what you do, they will not hire you. Which means you're put in the same classes, which means you're stuck in the unemployment. Like, there are people who end up stuck on unemployment for 2 or 3 years because they've had to leave a really niche job, and they're just boned.
See, I like these stories where people are in a really niche job, and they're the only person that can do it, and then they leave, and then they just become a contractor for the company that they previously worked for and just charge them a ton more. I love that.
Yeah,
those are the wrong person.
I enjoy those stories too, but what I'm specifically talking about, where say, like, maybe the company goes bust and the person doing the niche job is out of a job, it is now out of work. They can be trapped in the unemployment spiral for years. and just getting shut on.
Yeah.
There's not really anything you can do about that. Well, ideally they'd start their own company, but there are some things where it's kind of hard to do that.
Well, luckily, chefing is easy to get into.
Yeah.
It's a really like use and a throw out kind of job, depending on where you are. I mean, I'm lucky being in the boat.
Especially if it's breakfast chefing.
Yeah. No more cereals though. Now it's egg and bacon all the way.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that's why I come later now. It's a new shift.
Yeah. No.
Pretty decent, actually.
Yeah, we've already talked about how your boss is a cunt, and
Yeah. Though for some reason he's really calmed down lately, so you know. Surprising.
Yeah.
Maybe he's getting his hole.
Maybe he got it out of his system. That or becoming
Trim,
a dad
Trim.
kind of chilled him out.
Trim, is your boss's name Nick? Last name
Right.
Burr?
I've got to get going myself, actually. So good time you came, really, Trim.
No.
Well, thanks for hanging out, John. I'll catch you later.
Yeah.
Thanks,
Oh,
guys.
he
Have a
leaves
lovely
when I
evening.
arrive.
Oh,
Have a wonderful day, dude.
All right, peace, my dude.
Yeah. So there's another example of some of the legitimate complaints, especially about the corporate wankery that is the stupid. That you've probably all seen the stupid fucking bullshit metrics. Yes, ours have been reduced across the board. Why? After weeks of coaching, our connection score has fallen to 41. Only 41% of our customers feel we are taking an opportunity to get to know them. What? Exactly. Like, that's the kind of corporate bullshit that comes out. Oh, only 41% of our customers feel we're taking an opportunity to get to know them. I'm sorry, but if I'm going into a fucking Starbucks, I don't want them to say anything other than, "Yes, sir, thank you, sir, here is your coffee, sir." I don't want them to get to know me. I want them to shut up and give me my fucking coffee.
Don't you mean you really want to go there to have like an hour-long conversation about your feelings and your day? After spending like hours at work having a fucking psych session? Talk about how much your life is shit?
Well, that's it.
Oh, sorry, that was California.
Well, if you're feeling stressed out by work, go and have a margarita.
Yeah. So they say labor investment is not accepted when you show upper leadership. We treat our customers like transactions. Several partners call out on a consistent basis with no coverage. What? Just fuck off. Oh, they call out sick when they don't have coverage. No, covering shifts is your fucking job as the employer. If a staff member has legitimate reason not to be at work, it's not their fucking problem to find someone to replace them.
That or just pray to God that the remaining people can actually do his job.
You know what's funny?
That happened today because one of our chefs got fucking the noro flu out of nowhere. So he was immediately isolated in his cabin.
So when I was I don't know, 18 or so, whatever, or like in the summer, I was like working as a lifeguard, and I had a summer vacation to a national park or something planned with my parents, and so you're supposed to give like 2 weeks notice of like changes to your availability, right? And if you do that 2 weeks in advance, they're like, yeah, okay, we'll make sure that you don't get scheduled then. So I do that like 3 or so weeks in advance. I noticed I get scheduled. And so for the next week, I have 2 supervisors. I talked to one of them. They're like, yeah, shoot me a text. So I text them. No response. I'm like, hey, what's up? They're, oh yeah, talk to the other guy. And then I talk to him. He's like, oh yeah, email me. I email him. And I try and talk to him. He's like, oh yeah, no, text me. And I text him. He's like, talk to the other guy. And this goes on like several times, right? And then I'm like, at a certain point, I'm just like, fuck it. And then on summer vacation or something, the manager at the pool I'm supposed to be working at calls me, or no, texts me. And I text them back explaining the situation. And she's just like, okay, yeah, I'm not going to write you up. That's like their fault. They should be on that. And so then I have to talk to one of them over the phone. And he's like, okay, you know what? Yeah, so not cool. So you're going to have to like call our supervisor and schedule a meeting with him to talk to him. So I email him and I'm like, hey, so when do you want to do this meeting? And he doesn't get back to me. I'm like, okay, fuck it. I guess he doesn't want to have the meeting then. Not my problem.
Yeah. So on this notice board, they say, if you need more hours, create an environment that invites customers to return. Pick up shifts when we need coverage. Ask other partners to give up their hours. Ask if other stores need coverage. Open your availability. How about go fuck yourselves? How's that sound? They then say your number one priority as a barista is to create a warm and welcoming environment by getting to know our customers. Gee, I thought a barista's number one priority was making my fucking coffee.
Yeah.
It's part of the whole service thing. It's just flavor text, dude. All of this, even where I work here, it's like, oh, going to create a welcoming and in comfortable atmosphere for everyone. Of course, they pay fucking 12,000 Norwegian kroner to be here, but it's all part of the whole service thing, you know.
Yeah, but nobody,
You're supposed to be welcoming and nice, but it just gets a bit too much into it.
We're going to be younger,
no one
sleeker,
on that boat wants
and more
to talk
agile in the marketplace.
No one on that boat wants to talk to you, Trim. Let's be honest.
I thought so too, but surprisingly amounts of British people have a tendency of just being nice. I don't know what is going on. It's really unnerving.
What, they're coming up and talking to you, not just asking you for bacon?
Yes!
Do you think
they're actually just talking to me.
Do you think they're doing it in the hope that
I'm here to give you egg and bacon. Why are you talking to me about other stuff?
They're hoping that you'll give them more bacons.
Oh, I already give them enough bacon.
Yeah, but they'll want more, and that's why they're being nice to you.
When I say I give enough bacon, I give all the bacon they want.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're British, so they don't want to ask for too much bacon. So they're nice to you in the hope that you give them more bacon.
I do.
Yeah.
It works.
Based Ape says,
Oh,
you can tell this
that's
shit
good.
was written by a HR department.
Obviously.
Fuck HR.
The most unnecessary thing ever.
Billy Bloggs says, I thought the barista was my friend. Turns out they were ordered to talk to me.
Does this bitch know that like money was worth more in the past?
Yeah. So this one idiot where now one says, my boomer boss today was talking about how she worked her ass off to graduate college with no debt. When I asked her how much tuition was, she said $750 a semester. Yeah, that sounds like a college problem, not a boss problem. Try asking your college why they're a bunch of cunts.
Yeah, but what was that $750 worth now? Give me the inflation numbers. What year was it?
Yeah, but I mean, it's probably not worth 30 or 40,000 a year.
Well, I'm just saying,
guys,
my dad.
Apparently $750, and I don't know when did boomers go to college?
I don't know, the 60s.
Well,
yeah, okay, so $750.
The 70s.
In 1960 was worth $7,000.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which.
Because well, I mean, I don't
so even when you look at inflation,
my dad's first car cost under £700, and it was new. You know what I mean?
Money.
One of my
different nowadays.
My uncle's first house cost £7,500.
Yeah, craziness.
You know what I mean? So no, I'm just saying, like, these are not small. Just because they sound like small amounts of money doesn't mean they actually are.
No.
Yeah.
Small amounts of money.
If we adjust it for inflation, 7,500 a semester. So that's 3-year degree, 14, 28. Okay, like 32, 34,000. I mean, that's a disgusting amount of money in general. But
it'd be
a lot of people
56,000.
really.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, a semester's only half a year.
Yeah.
All right, so it'd be 7,000 times 8. That'd be 56,000.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Yeah, 7 times 8 is 56.
Well, where the fuck did I go wrong then?
Oh, wait. I think you said 3 year.
Yeah, that's probably it. I said 3 year.
Yeah, whereas in US, I don't know about Australian uni, but standard here is 4.
Ah, that'd be the difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people are paying a lot more than that for degrees now anyway. So even when you adjust for inflation, the degrees now are still overpriced. Especially
yeah. But it's still like, oh, she's putting work her ass off. Yeah, right. Like we're like okay, if you're working to like earn, I don't know, that much money in the span of 4 years while also being in college and paying. Well, it's not even tuition. There's also like
well, I think
just the cost, accommodation and food,
like to
textbooks.
Yeah, I mean to steelman
essentially
their position.
Essentially, she has to have earned her cost of living plus $750.
Yeah, though I would suspect that back then, though, probably living at home, so cost of living probably not necessarily that high. Maybe.
That's not necessarily. People still travel. That's not true. People always travel to university. Probably, though, there was actually much less in the way of loans and things available.
Oh yeah.
And you also loan from your family.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But like now, now you can. It's very the loan system is extremely easy. That's the problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
There's also like financial aid and shit.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Like here's the thing. In my high school, I'm pretty sure they made you fill out a form for that just in case you were eligible.
Yeah, I mean the colleges can only charge what they charge because of the availability of loans to do it. If there wasn't a massive industry loaning you that money, you wouldn't. Well, I mean, it's federal in the States, isn't it? Especially the government that's loaning you the money.
Yeah.
But I mean, if that wasn't the case, the colleges couldn't charge that much money because there simply wouldn't be anybody to pay it.
But it's also like, again, what does this have to do with like companies that are hiring people?
Exactly, it's not the company's fault, it's the shitty fucking colleges. Though there is one thing that kind of ties into that. I'm not sure how it's gone in the States, but in Australia, cost of living has outpaced inflation. So that's a fucking problem. But again, it's not necessarily on the employers.
Yeah, it's on the government for being fucking retarded. Hey, maybe we can regulate crypto.
Yeah, it's also on electricity companies for price gouging. Like, electricity's increased like 300% in the last 20 years.
Also, people are going to start... Norway's going to start taxing crypto, too.
Yeah. I mean, that's... Is that really a bad thing? If they tax it in a similar way to how they tax the stock market?
It'd be funny.
Yeah.
I know a few people who lose their shit.
It's almost worth it just for that to happen.
I know.
Like, yeah, crypto is cool, but these people are like, ooh, have you bought your NFT yet? You could be a millionaire right now. I know how the stock market works. I made money with crypto. Like, shut the fuck up.
Here, have some internet money. It's literally that episode from South Park. Here, have internet money.
Theoretical dollars.
You just
That was
have
a
a fucking
legendary
fight
episode.
down with a fucking panda chocolate train and Maya He guy.
Yeah. Holy fuck. The South Park. The other half of that episode is happening right now. Canada on strike. With the truckers. Canada.
Oh god. I mean, I don't even know how Trudeau is still in power over there.
Because people are fucking idiots.
Make me look like a decent politician. I'm pretty shit in politics.
Dude, one of the funniest things ever is like Jordan Peterson talking about Justin Trudeau. Well, you know, he's like Peter Pan. He's the boy who refuses to grow up. That's why he's always dealing with conflict with his shadow. He's not properly integrated. I mean, you know, that's Justin Trudeau. Except he does not have powers in fairy dust. So he mucks everything up and then blames racism when things don't go his way.
Yeah, he's technically black, don't you know?
Here's a particularly stupid one. Police don't prevent crime, they respond to it. High wages, guaranteed healthcare, food security, high quality childcare, housing, good schools, and addiction treatment prevent crime.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, some of those things decrease crime, but police also decrease crime. Because guess what, you idiot? By responding to it and catching criminals, they decrease that criminal doing it more, and then other people who might be a criminal see that criminal get tased in the nuts and set on fire, and then they don't do it.
Ja, det var en melding från Bro. Vi ska köra en test på P-anlägget. Det var en test på anlägget. Ut.
Norwegian fire alarm.
Och du måste säga det, se det din förpurt. Åh, din helvetes jävla. Sorry, they have a test on the PA.
Of course they do.
Oh, come on!
Testing av alarmanlegget. Vi beklager den forstyrrelsen som dette medfører.
Oh, God.
Why did that guy just call
Let me guess. It's gonna be like one of the loud shits, too? No, play fucking music! Elevator music!
What is happening right now?
In my fucking cabin! They're testing the fucking PA. It's like, din, 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 din.
Blurgen, schmlurgen, Jurgen.
Can you hear this?
Yes.
Yeah, that's all we can hear.
Shut the fuck up.
Shit!
You need to get fucking Jane Foster in there to smash it with a hand.
We're gonna get content ID'd. Trim, go yell at them.
I have no idea. This is a Kurt Nielsen song. It's the guy with the fucking giant clef in his teeth.
I thought you guys always used
Okay,
the guy
let's
from
say it's
AHA
over.
for these things.
Fucking hell. Oh.
Ja, då var vi färdiga med testing och färdiga med testing.
They literally just fucking ding us up to be, oh, now we're done testing. We are done testing. Fuck off. Oh, these people. I love this place, but sometimes I wonder why. Why fucking even bother? Wait, did I do something here? Guys?
Hey?
Yeah.
Alright. Sorry. Starting to worry my internet was fucking me over again.
Yeah.
Well, sorry about that interlude. It came out of nowhere. Really fucking glad I'm not working the early shift because I'd be trying to sleep right now.
How vibrant.
Here's a good one from an absolute idiot. When I was interning in college and near graduation, I got a full-time offer from a different company for about $140,000. I love my company and want to be loyal, so I told them. They told me, decline the offer, we'll take care of you. I declined, and then my company offered me $65,000. Yeah, because they didn't want to pay $140,000 for an idiot who was too stupid to get something like that in fucking writing.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you played yourself, you fucking moron.
Loyalty to a company is overrated nowadays.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Never be loyal to your company. If you get a better deal, take it and run with it.
Well, that's it. The company isn't loyal to you. Why the fuck should you be loyal to them?
Yeah, that's something I fucking experienced still.
But what an absolute moron this guy is. But that's like, we'll take care of you. Well, why didn't you get that in writing, you fuckwit?
What a fucking...
He doesn't have to be a moron. He's just fucking naive.
No, he's a moron.
Or Steve Summerfeld. Oh, that's technically true.
I wonder what the spastics in the comments had to say.
Do you know what happened earlier this week?
What'd you do?
No, not me. It's just another example of go woke, go broke.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah.
IDW is now losing the license for Transformers and G.I. Joe. Get fucked. Happy days.
Yes.
Very happy.
It's glorious. Fuck
Sorry,
you.
I just hadn't mentioned that.
It's good stuff. So even the idiots on
we're talking about the idiots who made RC into a tranny.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think I've got... Basically, they got the licenses for Transformers and something else, and then they were woke faggots and...
G.I. Joe.
Yeah, and now the companies have taken the licenses off them, so they're losing billions.
Yep. And also, they have to rush up every fucking storyline they've made.
Oh dear, it's glorious.
It's really good because everything IDW has done has just become utter crap in these last few years.
Yeah.
It was really, really fucking good at some point, but then it just crapped out completely. I mean, they take RC, which is that Leia-looking robot from the best Transformers movie, the actual only one. That's not a big Transformers, no.
The only acceptable movie.
Technically, according to IDW, she used to be Galvatron's brother from the early fucking ancient Cybertron.
What?
And wanted to transition.
Wait,
putting effort in the trans in Transformer.
But that's interesting because she fights when Megatron is still Megatron.
Yeah, because IDW doesn't give a shit in continuity. They want to be fancy and shit. Galvatron is a separate character in IDW. Just pulled it right out of their own asses.
Yeah.
Oh, and she's a lesbian, by the way.
Of course.
Just,
I mean, the original Transformers movie is an epic piece of work. Not only the quality of the storytelling and animation, but the soundtrack is fucking amazing.
Yes.
But that
there are so many gems there, it's impossible to count.
Yeah, it may simply have the best movie soundtrack of all time.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with it.
Nah.
Really hard to argue.
Nah. So, just to jump back to the thing we were on before, Trim.
Never.
With this idiot.
Sorry.
Who, as Base Tape says, going from intern to 140k, press X to doubt. Yeah, that's step one. But even on the anti-work sub, top comment, sign counteroffer before you turn down the alt. Never trust a business to do the right thing, even if your boss wants to. Their bias might not let them. Even the people who on the anti-work subreddit think that this guy, if his story is true, was a fucking idiot for not getting it in writing.
Yeah, even these degenerate, cringe, fucking weirdos. Like, what are you doing?
No, I mean, to be fair, if you read through that Reddit, at least half of them are like not fucking communist wanks. There's quite a lot of people that are just like, this is
yeah.
Different.
I think you're right, Oil. About half of them are anti-corporate faggotry. Another 25% are silly, generic, dopey Democrat leftist idiots who are against corporate bullshit. And then you've got like 25% communist retards.
Yeah. There's a lot of communist retards.
Oh, speaking of...
What about the anti-work movement?
So lazy. CNBC thinks that a 25-year-old who makes $100,000 a year will spend $615 a month on donations.
Donations to what?
Why though?
Because CNBC are idiots. But we've known that for years. Student of History says sympathies to the anti-corpos and caskets for the commies.
There we go.
What would they mean by 615? What do they mean in donations?
I assume donations to left-wing commies.
Like BLM?
Yeah, retardation like BLM.
If you make
people with no money give money to people who don't need money.
Base Tape says it's OnlyFans.
Yeah. If you make $100,000, they expect you to make $615 a month in donation, like charity donations. I don't fucking think so.
I don't think I'd make $615 a month in donations if I made $1 million a year.
Well, that's nearly $8,000 a year in
fucking donations.
You know, if you make $100,000, what's your actual in pocket? Something like 60 grand, maybe. You're gonna give more than 10% of it to charity? Don't fucking think so.
Well, leftism is a religion. You've got to pay. You've got to pay a tithe of 10% to your new religion.
Yeah, I call fucking down.
Pray for holy commie.
I know how much I give to charity each month anyway, that's for sure.
Nothing?
Speaking of the anti-corpo stuff, here's a good one. From Dumb Cunt Employer. Do you turn off company phone? Yeah, I've got it in my jacket for tomorrow. They say, so just confirming you turn off phone after work. If so, there's not much of a need for a company phone. Once you're on the road, contractors don't start at 8 and finish at 4:30. We'll discuss tomorrow as what's happened today is concerning. And of course the reply to that is, as they're writing it up, so I don't know for a fact that they sent this, a company phone is to be operated within the contractually specified work hours, 8 to 4:30 for work-related reasons. To be asked to answer my phone outside of the aforementioned hours would mean I'm on call, which isn't written in my contract. Yes, if you, and even if it's a personal phone, if you fuckers require me to pick up, that's 4 hours pay.
Mm-hmm. I get an hour, but okay.
Well, it's a labour law thing. Minimum shift time, 4 hours. So if you pick up the phone, you're now on shift. and a shift must last a minimum of 4 hours. So the moment you pick up the phone, you're now on shift again. So you bill them for a shift of 4 hours because fuck them.
So you telling me you can't work for less than 4 hours in Australia?
I also love how
You can work for less than 4 hours, but they have to pay you for 4 hours. So of course they'll make you work for 4 hours.
What if you have a business? What if you have a business that's operational hours are less than 4 hours a day?
Then you're operating a really fucking stupid business and you don't need employees.
No, I can think of loads of places where I've worked in the past where there've been restaurants that are in industrial areas where there's no reason to ever be there outside of a working day. So the restaurant's literally open for lunch. So they're only open for like an hour and a half of opening time. They have like a half hour each side of it for prep and close down.
There might be an exception. There might be exceptions for things like that where you know it's only going to be a fixed amount and you agree to that in the contract. That might be something different. But if it's a generic job and they call you up and it's like, hey, we need you to come into work, and you go into work, do the thing, and then leave. And then they're like, okay, you can fuck off now. No, they don't get to pay you for 5 minutes of work because they called you in. They have to pay you 4 hours, even if you only do 5 minutes of work.
Yeah. Interesting.
But yeah, it might be different in like businesses that are legitimately only open for this period. You're agree to it going in and it's contractual. That might be different. Maybe. But again, I have a rule that if I have to do work shit, I'm getting paid.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I don't have to deal with that kind of job.
Yeah.
When I work, I'm away from home. When I get home, I'm off work. Easy.
No, but it's like if they asked you at 8 o'clock at night to go and cook an omelette for somebody, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, too bad.
Yeah, basically.
Too bad your knife collection isn't as good as the other Swedish boat chefs. Norwegian
Swedish?
I think both of their knife collections are shit.
Fail! American failure yet again.
I mean, people can interpret that however they want.
Billy Blog says, if you accept a company fine, you accept them spying on you constantly and are susceptible to nuisance calls and texts like this. Yes, which is why you turn the phone off and put it in the microwave.
No. You need to leave the phone on so they can call you, so that you can, charge them for the time.
True. It depends if you want. If you want to keep the job, or how.
No, it's like stuff like I keep I keep a log of all the calls I get about work hours. I record them all in the log.
Yeah, as you do, and then you bill them for it.
I mean, I do it for billability, but also so that like if somebody asks, I can go, yeah, this guy called me on this day at this time, and that's why I did this thing.
Yeah.
So, if one of their management goes, we didn't ask you to do this, I can go, yeah, you did. This guy called, emails is one thing. You've got an easy, nice email trail, but phone calls are a bit of a different situation, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think about company phones and things. Like, one thing is, so nearly all phones nowadays will do dual SIM. Either two physical or a physical and a virtual. So I have a personal phone number and a work phone number. One I give out for like job interviews or I give to the boss. And then I just don't answer that phone outside of 9 to 5. That phone number. So, and on the flip side, like if a company was to say, we want you to, I don't know, put our email or our app on your phone. It's like, cool, I'm popping down to the post office and getting a $30 smartphone to put your stupid app on. I'm then claiming the entire phone back on tax. Also, if you've pissed me off, the whole thing goes in the shredder.
Yeah.
Dave says, yep, even though I have a work phone, I do not use it for personal use at all. I have 2 phones, don't need the office knowing who I am talking to out of hours.
Yeah. I have to say, when in the times when I've had a work phone, I've never actually carried it. I was just I just leave it plugged in the office and forward it to my own personal phone. Just do call forwarding, because who wants to fucking carry a second phone?
It is annoying. Unfortunately, nowadays, a lot of companies will want to have like their faggoty teams on it so they can harass you without spending money on text messages. And you never ever put that shit on your personal phone because they've got stupid fucking permissions, and like some apps will even let them remotely brick the fucking phone. It's like, fuck off. I'm not putting that on my personal device. You're either providing the phone or I'm getting a cheap $30 piece of shit that may not even have a SIM card in it.
Yeah.
Which it's entirely possible will leave on my desk in the office every time I leave the building.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to talk to me, it's during work hours. Unfortunately, or fortunately, maybe, I have an abrasive... I'm an abrasive bastard when it comes to shit like this. It's like, oh, you want to change my shift tomorrow? Well, that's too fucking bad. Guess who's now paying me for both shifts?
But what if they just say no and refuse to pay?
Well, then they can find a new person to do my job, because fuck them. That's how it works. That's capitalism.
To be fair, they usually have some system. I mean, usually, like, if you work for a company, the important thing is to very carefully and meticulously read the manuals on how things work, and then just insist that they actually imply their own rules.
Exactly.
I find that's the best way to deal with these things. Oh, it says here you have to give me 48 hours notice of a shift change. You have not done it, and now you must pay me for it.
Indeed. So you've got that, like, the corporate policy, but then I've got, like, personal policy where it's like, no, just not doing it.
Yeah, sure. I'm poor, so I pretty much do whatever makes me money, but...
Yeah. Billy Blogs says on topic, I know a guy who got offered a company smartphone, read the contract, and it said the company owned everything on it and specified that they spy on him and it. If it was used to film the company's malpractice, they would own the footage, stuff like that. There was no benefit to him in taking the free phone, only downsides. Well, you still take the free phone and use it to do company shit on, but then you turn it off and stick it in a dead microwave when you don't need it. Dave says, another thing about work, I don't associate with any work colleagues out of hours. I'm paid to work with them and do a job. I'm not paid to pretend to be their friends. Yeah, I understand that. I mean, sometimes I've become friends with work colleagues and then hang out with them. But I've also been that one guy who they're like, oh, the team's going out for drinks after work. Are you coming? Are you paying me? No, then I'm not coming. Oh, but the whole team's going out. Well, bully for them. I don't care. I'm going home. You pay me or I leave. Yeah, read the contracts they make you sign. They are terrible. Yeah, contracts are nasty in a lot of places.
Have you seen this thing about James Blunt?
Right, what thing's this?
James Blunt is threatening to release new music if
yeah,
don't
that
remove
thing.
Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
Who are you talking about?
That's very funny.
Some singer is threatening to release music on Spotify if they don't get rid of Joe Rogan.
I mean, that's very good. That's very good. I actually like James Blunt. He doesn't take himself too seriously. He was in a film recently when he's what happens? I can't remember what film it is. But the guy ends up loaded and he pays James Blunt to play a song outside his window with a scribble front or something. Oh, it's Greed. Greed with can't remember the guy's name now. Guy who plays Alan Partridge. It's a film. It's quite good. It's on Netflix or something. My point is, James Blunt doesn't seem to take himself very seriously anymore, and it was quite funny.
Well, that's all right, because I don't think anyone's taken his music seriously in years. Or ever.
Yeah, well, it's only because people played it to death. I mean, everybody loved it. That's why it kept getting played everywhere all the time. Now everybody just hates it.
Hateless, that happens.
So, any more spurs in the workers thing?
Workers of the world. I don't know. Sit down and have a beer after work.
Oh yeah, here's another issue that does show up with the whole work thing, which just screws people over, and is another reason that women in the workforce hasn't actually worked out as well as they planned. Monthly tuition rates for a toddler at a daycare centre, if they go 5 days a week, $1,473 a month. It literally isn't worth them having a job. Ah, Discordia's found some technology that works. Hello, Disco.
Oh, I thought you mentioned during the call.
Yeah. Well, I think her computer might still be in multiple pieces. She is installing graphics cards. Oh, GPU now
idea.
where it's meant to be, and nothing else is complaining. Oh, yep, computer's in one piece now. Excellent. Well done.
Yay!
Hopefully this.
Congratulations with the upgrade. A much needed upgrade.
Hopefully the next stream with Trim will be in 30 FPS.
Yeah. I love how I saved the fucking campaign there. Oh
dear.
When Scottish potato computers fail, Norwegian spurgery shall save the day.
Yep. So Dave said, haven't checked it in a while, but James Blunt has been comedy gold on Twitter in the past. Blunt mainly takes the piss out of on Twitter. Even he knows his music is a bit shit, and he has to laugh at how people have paid for it.
Well, I suspect he's rather better off with it than he was with his army pension.
Yeah.
I'm sure he doesn't give a shit.
Billy's giving Disco advice on how to install drivers. That's not going to go well for him.
Mansplain much. Probable man. Probably explaining to a probable woman. No guarantees of any of
that. Disco says 30 FPS? You didn't like 1 frame per 20 seconds? No. But then again, I was just there to pick on Trim.
Fuck. Funny though.
There's the one that William found earlier. Write my boyfriend's resignation letter and sent it to my manager so he could print it for me, but I forgot to provide any context. Can you print this out for me, please? Manager's like, what kind of sick power play is this?
that. That's beautiful. I'll do that next time myself.
Here's another one of the anti-corporate bullshit that's actually sane. Hey Dan, Miguel called in, so I'm going to need you to cover it. Well, that's Ren Paul. Going to need you to cover his shift. Dan says, no thank you, it's my day off and I'm out hunting. See you on Friday. I wasn't asking you. See you at 3. I don't think you understand. I work 6 days a week for you and I've gotten my time off approved months ago. I'm not coming in. 1 day off is plenty of time. I work 7 days a week. I will deny your time off and see you at 3. You can't do that. Watch me. We'll have a chat about your unprofessional behaviour when I see you today. If you don't come in, then I will take that time out of your paycheck. You are replaceable. See you at 3. I quit. Since I'm so replaceable, I'm guessing you should have no trouble finding someone to cover for me. Mail me my check. Yeah, this is the sane stuff. This is the anti-corporate bullshit.
That is.
He wrote that wrong. He said it should have been "I quit," and I'll be seeing you on Monday, and we'll be talking about your behaviour in a car park
with batteries in a sock.
Yeah, I mean the guy's hunting. You know what I mean?
Discordia says potential Wamexon sounds like something you would describe as a pre-op trans woman.
Well, we can't prove that they're women. That's the problem.
I don't know what Disco's problem is. She isn't in that group.
Yeah, she's not even in the
group. Tim Pool wants to know your location.
What?
Like, when the Wimixon thing first happened, Tim Pool went on about it for like weeks and would randomly bring it up and other things. The Wimixon.
until they've proven that they are females, they have to stay in that group until we know for sure that they're definitely women.
Billy Bloggs says, I'm pretty sure you were a genuine female. Billy, Disco is Scottish, and the Scottish are like the dwarves. They have no women.
Exactly. The Scottish people are spread by spores. The spores.
What stage is Discordia at? What stage is Discordia at since she's so small in that voice?
The spores get on the chips and kebab meat and spread. Yeah, that's how it happens.
Oh dear. Dave says, love seeing these ones where the boss grovels and backpedaled when they called on their bullshit. And then Bus Van Diepen says, I'll be seeing you Monday, but you won't see me, says the hunter.
Yeah.
Oh, I fucking hate bosses that are like that.
Yeah.
Burn in hell, every single one of them.
Oh dear. Some of the corporate bullshit for entry-level jobs specifically. Or like this one says, job applications list. The absolute nerve to ask me for a cover letter. You're already on thin ice, dude. I already don't even want this job. Cover letters for entry-level jobs are just the stupidest thing ever. I mean...
I think CVs for entry-level jobs. I mean, like, if you go for a job at, like, Topshop or something, why even bother interviewing the girls? Just fucking hire 3 of them. If you've got 2 positions, hire 3 people, and whichever one doesn't work out, let them go after a month.
Well, yeah, for entry-level jobs in general. Like, what the fuck do you need a resume for?
No, but you think about it. By the time you work out by the time you've interviewed 10 people and gone through, like, what was the cost of hire? It's probably the person's fucking salary for the year. You know what I mean? At that level, the corporate cost of hiring somebody is fucking stupid. Just fucking hire anyone to lose it. You're all they're going to do is fold some fucking t-shirts.
Well, that's it. Like, the only thing you should maybe do is a background check to make sure they won't steal the cash register and fuck off with it.
I just fucking hire the first 3 people that come through the door.
Yeah, you don't need resumes, cover letters, and interviews. It's a clothes shop. Like, if you can't smell them before they walk through the door, hire them.
Yeah, it's like, yeah.
Billy Blogs asks again, are these abusive texts from employers legit? Probably. And if they aren't, conversations like that have happened.
Yeah, you got to remember that they're not from the UK. They're obviously American.
Yeah, these would be American employers as well.
Very different. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a very different.
Yeah.
They have very different rules about work and stuff than we do. So, like, you could never get away with saying shit like that in the UK. You get sued to fuck.
Exactly.
Nice 1 second. Seen it before, but it is a good one.
Yeah, Disco says they're probably less from the head office / big boss and more from the store managers. Some store managers are very unprofessional. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
again, the problem does seem to be retail / hospitality. And that seems to be the generic trend with all these texts messages we are seeing.
Yeah, it's almost as if unskilled labour is shit, and means that the people around you are shit, and the people who are in charge of you are also shit. I mean, let's be honest. If you end up working in a fucking clothes shop when you finish school, you weren't very bright.
Exactly.
The chances are that person after 10 years ends up the manager. They're still not very bright. They haven't got smarter.
And as Disco points out, chances are the manager is just the last idiot standing when the previous manager quit and fucked off.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. Are you guys familiar with the Matthew principle?
I thought that was the Peter principle. Is that something similar?
Oh, yeah, no, I'm tweaking. I'm confusing it. It's the Peter principle. Yeah.
What's that?
Promoted to the point of incompetence, isn't it?
It's like promoted to the level of incompetence.
Oh, yeah. This is fact.
Sorry, I didn't get any of that.
Well, you've already hit it. That's why you're now doing bacon and eggs.
I am where I am because I have no intention of climbing the ranks.
Yeah.
That's what we just said.
I want to keep my hair.
So
yeah, you've been promoted to your maximum level now.
So for the people who aren't familiar with it, the Peter principle is basically if Bob is good at job A, we'll promote him to job B. And if Bob is good at job B, we'll promote him to job C. And if he's good at job C, we'll promote him to job D. And turns out he's shit at job D and we can't get rid of him.
Yeah, at that point you should demote him to job C.
Exactly. But it is a big problem in companies, especially the big corporate idiot ones, where they'll promote people based on competence in the role they're currently in, not competence in the role they're going to.
Yeah. Companies are stupid. They've been doing the same stupid shit for years. That's the problem.
But you know who's not going to make better decisions than companies?
Joe Biden.
Commies.
The government.
They never make good decisions. By the way, didn't the Biden I just want to ask. I've heard a lot of memes and talk about it. Has Biden shot himself publicly again?
Mm.
Probably.
You absolute son of a bitch.
Oh yeah, he called that guy a stupid son of a bitch. Oh yeah, the most liked president of ever. Lovely.
I don't know how people had this image of Joe Biden as this like genial, nice old man. The dude's like fucking.
You're the guy who should answer it. I mean, you voted for him, didn't you? Everyone voted for him. Everybody wanted him.
Yeah, everyone voted for him. It's like he's not. He's not. He's like nasty and spiteful. Well, if you disagree with me, then you're on the side of Paul Connor. Like, shit.
And it's gonna be worse than Jim Crow. It's gonna be Jim Eagle.
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious. Do you know how fucking super gay
Jim Eagle and Corn Pop unites?
Do you know how fucking pathetically do you know how pathetically tiny an American bald eagle is anyway? They're fucking tiny. In eagle standards, they're gay as fuck.
Also, they're called bald eagles. How can you respect a bird called bald?
Yeah, it's like Vulcan. You can't.
I mean, it's more where we got the king eagle. You know, the king eagle. Fucking beautiful creature.
It's about 3 times the size of the American eagle as well.
It is. It's
American eagles are about the size of American eagles are about the size of a British pigeon.
Kinda. They're between a city seagull and a ocean seagull.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One is tiny and annoying, and the other one is giant and kind of nerve-wracking.
Yeah, we call those big ones oyster catchers.
I call them child snatchers.
Yeah, I can see what you call it. For sure.
Child snatchers? Wait, if they're child snatchers, does that mean they're coming for?
No, they try to eat them, not fuck them.
That's a very old meme.
No. At least the seagulls will kill the child instead of.
That meme is older than Joe Biden's latest victim.
Isn't it?
Yeah, that's not saying much.
Still too young. That goes for all of those. Too young.
Yeah. Second's obviously off his game. He's using a lot of old recycled fight cheap material.
Well, we haven't seen him in a while.
Wires,
What have you been doing lately?
Well, yeah, it's kind of. There was just a lot of fucking Saturdays that did not work for me recently.
He was sleeping in like a basement Kuma.
Yeah, that's part of
it. He's cooming.
We start at like 8 a.m. America time, don't we, Second?
When I get home.
What?
We start like 8 a.m. for you, don't we?
Yeah, you do.
A bit fucking early for a Saturday.
Fuck.
Yeah.
What? What are you talking about early? I've been fucking awake since 4 o'clock.
That doesn't count.
I don't know what you're talking about, Trim. It's 4:30.
Yeah. You know, I kind of like this new shift. I get to sleep a lot longer than I used to. I get to sleep an entire 2 hours. I don't have to start at 2:30. I start at 4:30.
Yeah.
Maybe you should
You've sounded really tired for the last couple of weeks, though, man. Is it just the change in routine that's been getting you?
it's more to do generally. The work is
So it's a lot harder on you than pouring cereal into
physical.
bowls.
Yeah, I kind of have to run around and shit. It's a much more active job than I had previously. That and my work day is now cut between a 8.5-hour shift and a 3.5-hour shift. And between those two shifts, I have like 2-hour break, and I spend like 20 minutes of those just going for walks around the ship, just trying to be physically active, not to be a lazy fuck.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna go jog. If you guys are still on in an hour, I'll be back.
No,
Depends on that
enjoy, dude.
or not.
I see you guys later. Maybe if this is still going. I don't know. Peace.
Peace out, man.
Later.
I think nearly half of Britain's pet cats are obese, with more than 50,000 suffering from diabetes.
What the fuck?
What?
It says here, so in the Telegraph.
Who suffers from diabetes?
In the Telegraph. It's in the Telegraph. Nearly half of all Britain's pet cats are obese, and more than 50,000 are suffering from diabetes, it says here.
Why?
How many of them have got AIDS? That's the real question.
Oh, dear.
Christ.
Here's another one from the anti-corporate rather than pro-communism section. I'm a bit suspicious about it, but it says everyone must clean after themselves. If food is left down the table or counter in plain sight, all employers will be fined $25. Everyone. After you eat, put your food away and wash your dishes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's illegal everywhere, including America.
Yeah, that's called collective punishment, and it is a crime.
It's literally a war crime. Unironically, collective punishment is a war crime. But also, you can't just deduct wages. Even in America, that's illegal.
Yeah, I mean, in the UK, you cannot deduct wages from a person without getting their consent.
Yes, correct.
So you have to go, you owe us this money, and they have to go, yeah, I agree to that. They can't withhold. And technically speaking, legally, you're entitled to be paid the money. But legally speaking, if a person demands it, you have to pay them the full, and they would repay you the money. You can't deduct it at source. You're not allowed to. It's not your money to deduct.
Student of history says, you guys are aware that America does have labor laws, correct? Yes, but they are comparatively shit, which is the joke that we're going with. Which is why, even in America, this shit's illegal. But yes,
America.
I'm pretty sure even in America you can't deduct from wages without consent.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure it's basic contract law. Like, you might not even be able...
The UK has a lot of stuff about this, because there was a thing called the Trucks Act. Very old. Basically, when there were like mining towns, they would set up sort of villages, and the company that owned the mine would own the village, would own the shops, would own everything. And instead of paying you with money, they would pay you with their own scrip, and then you'd buy everything in the shop. So you couldn't go and shop anywhere else. You couldn't do it. You were completely bound into this place. And even if you wanted to quit and they owed you money, how would you get it? Where would you take it? Because they weren't paying you in actual money. So they passed these laws that meant that everyone in the UK had to be paid in cash.
Yeah, there's even songs about that.
Yeah, but I mean, you can demand, all the companies use credit transfers and stuff like that, but you can demand to be paid in cash. You're legally entitled to be paid in cash.
Well, I'm not sure if that's even part of like generic labor law, because Yeah. Well, it might be, but like, doesn't that even come back to legal tender? Like this electronic transfer shit. I mean, theoretically, it's not legal tender.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they made some amendments to it to accept it, but yeah, I think you can ultimately demand to be paid in cash. Queen of the realm, or whatever the fucking correct term is.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
But it was to stop. It was to stop companies doing shit like that. I mean, it was to protect you against the company you worked for, essentially.
Yeah,
Stop them doing
because
stupid shit.
like you said, they'd pay you in company script, and then in order to buy things like, say, tools and food, you'd end up paying more than your actual wages. Which is how, what is it, it's like 16 times the way you get, another day older and deeper in debt. Are you sold to the company store?
Yeah.
Something like that. Unfortunately, because YouTube's gay, I can't just go and play the song.
Can you hum it?
No, I can't hum to save my life. Dear. Oh, yeah. The other thing that gets on my goat, and full-time, entry-level jobs, bachelor's degree in a technical field, decades of experience in crap. It's not entry-level if you require experience.
Yeah.
Like, definitionally.
We require you to have 10 years experience in this thing. It's like, well, okay. Interesting.
No, if you want 10 years of experience in this thing, you have to pay for 10 years experience in this thing.
Oh, I mean, I'll be honest. I remember years ago going for a job using a particular piece of modeling software, and then in the interview, the guy said, you shouldn't really have got an interview. And I said, what? And he said, you only have 3 years experience with this piece of software. And I went, yeah? He said, well, we require you to have 10 years experience with it. And I went, oh, that's going to be a fucking, it's going to be a tricky ask. And he went, what? And I said, am I the first person you've interviewed? And he went, yes. And I went, oh, cool. I'll tell you what, give me a call next week when you've interviewed the rest of them. I said, if you can find somebody with more than 3 years experience in it, I'll be impressed. I said, why? I said, it was only fucking released 3 years ago, you stupid.
Yeah, that happens a lot because the job descriptions are written by idiots who have nothing to do with the group that's actually hiring.
Yeah. Oh, I hate it when I go for interviews and the person that's interviewing me is clearly about a third as technical as I am. Like, what is the point of you asking me questions?
Yeah.
You wouldn't even know if I was telling you the truth or not anyway. It's just, you know, I mean, I remember once being asked a really quite technical question by a guy. I can't remember what it was now. And then answering it, and then him telling me I was wrong. And I went, oh, no, I'm definitely not. And he started arguing with me, and I went, well, what's your understanding of this? And he was sort of reading off. I said, you're reading off a bit of paper. Yeah. I said, oh, well, so where did you get that bit of paper from? And he told me the name of the guy, and then I pointed out to him that I'd previously fired the guy for incompetency.
That sounds about right.
So I was like, well, your choice.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
I don't know if you know, I have a history of getting quite confrontational on interviews.
As you fucking should. You deserve better.
I do tend to get offered the job site, but I do tend to be quite. I do have a tendency as well. Like, I recommend this to the people listening. If you're when you're going for jobs, if you get sent a job spec and the job spec is bullshit, I recommend simply rewriting it and sending it back to them.
Tell them what they really need, and then how you actually meet what they really need.
But this is true because a lot of the times the people doing the recruiting for the company don't really understand what's required. we're not really sure what they need. If you are genuinely an experienced authority in the job, just rewrite the job spec and send it back to them. Most of the time, you'll get a positive response from them. I've encountered anyway.
Oh dear. Student of History says, yeah, no joke, I can't stand when it's like entry level, must have this qualification, and 3 years experience minimum. Yeah, my favourite is, it's a retail job. We want someone who has 3 years experience to work in our shitty little retail store. Yeah, how about fuck off? Oh dear. How... Trim, say something interesting for a minute.
I'm going home in about 3 days. Freedom and beer. People are finally allowed to buy beer at restaurants and bars by our fucking glorious leaders in the fucking government. Jesus fucking Christ, what a bunch of morons. Oh, getting so that is fucking COVID bullshit. Was that interesting enough? I mean, I can't just So, I can't see the screen at all because I'm talking through my phone. And it's utter shit, so, gotta buy a new phone soon, too. Because,
Woo,
hey,
spending money.
Technology.
Thanks for that, Trim. I just didn't want dead air while I went off to do a Callum.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we've got another...
What if you just fucking came back and I just said, like,
Yeah. So they have we've got another one of the text message conversations. Hey, I know you live kind of far, but a couple of people called out today. Could you come in? For how long? I need you until close. Can you get in by 1 EST? So 48 minutes? Yeah, is that an issue? I just might not be available right at 1 EST. This is short notice on a Sunday. Surely you understand. I understand nothing. We've spoken about your unwillingness to come into work on call. We're a team here and you're acting like a bench player. Can I count on you? I live out of state and you text me less than an hour before you need me there. And I feel you're not being understanding, giving me any grace with this situation. I'm trying to be flexible, but this is a difficult situation. This is a difficult situation for all of us. I had a manager and an associate call out on a Sunday. I just need you to step up to the plate first, but as it's past 1 PM, I see you've made your decision. I don't want to do this with Christmas coming up, but when we get in here, we'll discuss your future. Whether you had other people call out or not is not my fault. No need to discuss anything. Have fun finding another cashier as ice cold on the register as me. I'm out like sauerkraut.
Huh. It's always satisfying listening to these stories. At least the parts where they just tell the guy to go fuck themselves.
And Billy's been timed out for being a cunt to disco.
Oh. Why? What has he done?
It's not...
I mean...
He says, I'm not asking you to sell me games, you bitch. Just asking for a recommendation for a good one if you knew of one.
Okay. Unnecessarily dickish, but okay.
Yeah. So Disco said, in regards to the topic, my general reply to that is, when you pay me an on-call rate, we'll talk about being on-call. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Which is why you don't answer phone calls from the boss on weekends.
No, I disavow. Yep. Never answer phone calls from the boss, regardless.
Based.
No, I'm not joking. This again is one of my many rules. Never, ever, ever answer the phone to your boss. Always call him back. Never, ever appear to be accessible.
Sorry, I was busy doing something productive.
Yeah. Never, ever, ever answer the call to your boss.
Sounds like a good idea.
I should do like a seminar or something. How to...
The oiled way.
These are all things. A lot of these things my dad taught me when I was young. He had things pretty well sussed out.
Nice.
He used to say, like if you're doing something you're not supposed to do, and a boss or someone senior comes in, the most important thing is to carry on doing whatever you were doing. Never ever stop what you were doing, because that's an immediate admission of guilt.
Yep.
Yeah. If you're playing with an RC car in the middle of the office floor with a couple of boys, just continue doing it. Go, hey, oh yeah, we're just taking a break over here. Act completely normally. It's very difficult for the guy to flip out. But if you'll suddenly stop and look guilty, he's got immediate justification for it, hasn't he?
Yep.
So, yeah, just stuff like that.
Disco says for her old boss, she used to have a special ringtone for him. It was one of those joke songs about the boss being a twat. Based.
It's fine until he calls you, he accidentally butt dials you when he sat in the room with you.
Oh, yeah, here's another good one. Really sorry.
And also, hang on. More importantly, what ringtone does she have for Carl?
I think we all need to know.
The cheek of it. The cheek of it.
She does say about the boss, oh, he knew. Hey, Dan, call me a sec. Carl doesn't call me on phone, usually on Discord.
Gee, I wonder why.
Too cheap to use a phone.
I'm surprised they can use Discord.
With copious amounts of training and supervision. Here's another one of these text message ones. Really sorry, but I need to cut some hours, so I need to cancel your shift today. Sorry, at short notice. My phone's been playing up and thought I'd already sent this. The response is, oh, okay. I've already gone the bus into town now. Is there definitely nothing I can do? Yeah, so this is like 20 minutes before they shift, apparently. No, sorry. If you notify me that the shift's cancelled that late, again, 4-hour minimum, fuck you, pay me. That's always been my rule. If I've put pants on and left the house when the shift's called off, you pay me for the fucking shift.
Oh yeah. No, for sure.
I've never experienced anything like that.
Oh, I've had shit like that before. You turn off to try not to pay you. It's like, whoa, dickhead.
Yeah, when I was...
part of it, my day rate thing says, any part of any day, motherfucker.
Yeah, you base. Many years ago, when I was not too far out of school, I was doing casual work at the meatworks for a labour hire company. Showed up at work one day. Turns out the labour hire company had lost the contract and my entire shift was out of work. Problem is, they'd forgot to tell me. So I'm standing there like an idiot in front of the building going, where the fuck is everyone? And eventually someone from the meatworks comes out and explains things. Yeah, turns out labour laws are good for something. I still got paid 4 hours work. They don't have... They didn't tell me the shift is cancelled with appropriate notice, so fuck them.
Well.
David Taylor says, if I am on call, even if it's a 1 minute call, I claim an hour. See, I'm an arsehole. I'd probably claim 4.
An hour is a minimum bookable time for anything.
No, I'd claim a whole day.
No, because like if I take a call, I've got to go and after the call, I've got to go and make some notes about it, fucking possibly track an email, maybe do something, fill out append it to a timesheet, add it to an invoice. Yeah, it fucking takes an hour to do anything.
Indeed.
It's not the task; it's all the admin that goes along with it.
Mm.
And someone's got to pay for it, and it's not going to be fucking me, is it?
Well, another thing that ties into that, it's like especially if they call you late at night and they're like, "Oh, this thing about work." Yeah, cool. So not only are you paying me for this 4 hours for this phone call, but guess what? I get a minimum 10 hours between shifts. I won't be in at work tomorrow.
Oh, I've seen that one before. I've seen people actually call that. I mean, that's a bullshit thing to do, but I have seen people do it.
I mean, if they're stupid enough to call me at 10 o'clock at night.
I mean, I think that one's a little unethical, but I've seen it done.
They're the ones who fucked up by calling me to ask me a work question. Fuck them.
Yeah, no, I personally wouldn't go with that one, but...
To be fair, this wasn't a job I was looking to keep.
No. I understand.
But no, if you want me to start work at 6 in the morning and then call me at 10 o'clock at night, I'm either showing up at lunchtime or I'm not showing up at all.
Oh, yeah.
But hey, they play fast and loose with the rules, so it's always nice to stick them with them. Or one.
Very true.
Like one time, because
I might even be. Oh, sorry.
You're right. One time at a job, I was doing rotating shifts. Like 1 week it'd be late starts, 1 week it'd be early. This 1 week I was on the late shift, so I was finishing work at 8 p.m. So like, oh, we'd like to change your next shift to start at 6 in the morning. No, guess. Also, we've given you less than 24 hours, and my response was, oh, guess what? That's insufficient notice. Go fuck yourselves. I'll be in at my normal start time. Obviously phrased more acceptably for the office. But it's like, nope, insufficient notice. Not happening.
Well, I'm starting to feel a bit tired. I'm going to have to drop off now.
Double faggot.
Whatever. I'm a chef.
Yeah, alright, man. We'll see you next time.
I'm a chef. Have you ever been in a kitchen? It's the gayest thing compared to gay bars.
We keep pointing out that we see very little food from you. You know, there's a lot of food in that food porn.
I don't want to take pictures. Because I'm not a faggot who takes pictures of food.
No, if you make food and it's nice, you must take a picture and put it in the food porn, because we're still trying to fucking bury Harry's disgusting fucking soup.
Yeah, we need to. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
There's literally no burying that. there's no amount of good food that can go on top of that to expunge its sin. Harry simply should.
I haven't been in food porn for a while, so.
Yeah.
Oh man, there's some nice looking sandwiches and shit in there.
Wait, Harry makes food?
I wouldn't go as far as to call it food.
No, I would fundamentally call it not food.
Like,
I don't think we can talk about it anymore. It's bringing my PTSD up.
Look, Trim, you missed it, but we've already made an executive decision that if Harry ever marries Francesca, Harry's not allowed in the kitchen. It's not so much that Francesca has to be in the kitchen. It's just that Harry's not allowed in there.
Yeah. Yeah, and we're gonna make it.
I'm not allowing any of them close to my kitchen.
We're making it a condition of our dowry.
Oh dear.
Acceptable. All of it.
Yep. We've got a story from Disco. So
unite the Primesburg and the feminists in holy matrimony.
I think that would be a crime
could
against
have
humanity,
second
but I'm not
please.
sure which way.
I see it as a mad science experiment, to be honest.
Fair enough. Alrighty. Well, it was nice having you for the short time you were here anyway, man.
Thank you for a chat. It's been real fun.
No worries, man. We'll catch you next time.
Yeah, I hope next Saturday I should be able to join for a lot longer.
Hope so.
Well,
Looking forward to seeing you, man. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Okay, we've got Disco telling us about a shitty job she had. Worst one I had ever was home care. They would send the... Damn it, the chat's scrolling away. They would send the next day's shift at 11 p.m. for a 6 a.m. start, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. They said we'd get every second weekend off, but meant literally that's the only time you get off you get. And then didn't give new starts them because trainees don't get them. Of course, those trainees weren't in training because they were out working alone. So worked a month straight, 6 a.m. to 10 p.m, with not getting my shifts until 11 p.m. the night before, no days off. And when I told them stick your job, they begged me to stay and offered me all sorts of training courses on them. They would also place the calls so far apart that they'd be 30 to 40 minutes drive between people and would not pay time in car, so the job wound up costing me. Jesus, what a cunty job.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, if you're doing shit where you're in a car visiting places to try and sell shit, you should know beforehand that that's going to be a shit job.
It wasn't selling stuff, it was home care, I believe. So she was having to travel to people's homes to bathe them and feed them and make sure they're not dying.
Oh, yeah, it's even worse.
Yeah. A student of history says, it's not an issue of Francesca being a woman, must be in the kitchen, just that Harry might spawn an eldritch abomination and therefore not risk awakening Cthulhu.
Based. That was a base take. I approve.
Holy crap. Disco says 18-hour days got paid part-time wages. Fucking hell.
I mean, Scottish, so...
24 hours a week I came away with. Bloody hell. Or 24/8. That might be something else.
No, it's hours.
Yeah. 24 hours a week with 18-hour days. That seems a bit ludicrous. Ouch.
She's not at uni. What's she doing? Is this in the holidays or something?
Wasn't in Scotland. That was in CAMS? CAMBS?
Cambridge, maybe?
Maybe.
Don't know. Too lazy to write it properly, don't I?
Oh dear. Okay, so what does Know Your Meme have to say about AntiWork? So apparently, Doreen Ford created AntiWork in 2013 and has then not had a real job since, apparently.
Nice. I've never had a real job, so...
Subreddit remained largely niche until 2018. Subreddit grew to 100,000 subscribers by March 2020, and with the COVID-19 Clusterfuck being a contributing factor to over 500,000 by October 2021. Yeah, not terribly surprising that the absolute abomination that was the handling of the COVID situation caused people to want to quit. Oh, Seeing History says, fun fact, Lord Mars is on another adventure. This week's destination, Ukraine.
That seems like a fucking great idea.
It does.
Can't imagine how that would possible. Can't imagine how that could possibly go wrong.
Well, I don't think it can go wrong for him unless nothing interesting happens.
I think it definitely can go wrong for him.
But if he dies, is it really going wrong?
Well, I mean, you know, like I think you got to accept that a person has a finite amount of luck, and there's really a maximum distance it can be pushed.
Yeah.
Well, that's my view on it. Not sure I would do what he's doing. But he is much younger.
Think Positive says, this confirms an invasion next week. Is there nothing we can do to stop him?
Yeah, it does sort of. So how does he keep turning up just in time for invasions? Sounds like a bit suspicious. Miles is actually Lord of War.
So here we go, some proof that AntiWork is unironically communist. Idiot says I'm unironically communist and this is a leftist sub. We want to abolish capitalism. They say, I keep seeing people defend this sub with there's only like 20 self-proclaimed communists on our AntiWork. No, there's absolutely tons of us here, and that's kind of the point. Cool. We'll get your IPs, figure out who you really are, and we will take appropriate action.
Chipping.
Yes.
Based.
A certain person finally shows up in the comments. I am none of the above. I just want to be fairly compensated for my work. Sounds like communism.
Yeah. Sounds a lot like communism, actually. Why would you want to be fairly compensated for your work anyway? That's such a fucking low bar.
Exactly. You should.
I want to be ludicrously unfairly
overcompensated for my work.
Compensated for my work in my favor. Thank you very
much. like that idiot before, where it's like, oh, the company I was offered 140 grand, but then the company I stayed with only gave me 65. Step one, that probably didn't happen. Step two, you're an idiot for not getting in and writing. You deserve it.
Step two is to repeatedly punch yourself in the face.
I feel like they did that beforehand.
Step 3, profit. For the company that got them for fucking cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think it would be fairer if companies weren't allowed to offer ambiguous things like that. I think perhaps a law that means that there can be no, like they'll write something like the jobs between 18 and 35,000. What? How can you possibly have that kind of a gap? They shouldn't be able to offer scale. I think they should have to offer exact positions.
Yeah, it's ludicrous. Like, between this. Well, your low number doesn't work to me, and I don't believe you're going to give me any number other than your low number. So screw you.
But it's also like you're wasting people's time because these jobs don't, like you should have to say exactly what the job pays. If the person's successful, you shouldn't be able to go, well, we might offer one guy slightly more. The job's worth. The job's worth what it's worth. Shouldn't matter who's successful.
Yeah.
If you then find that you've got a guy applying that's a better fit and can do something extra for you, then change the job spec.
Yeah, well, it's again like the stupidity of, oh, they're under 18, so they deserve less money. Well, no, if it's the same fucking job, it should be the same pay.
Yeah, I had that argument. I was at a place once. And there was a per diem for the job. So I'd got the per diem, and it was like £30 a day. I was a designer. The per diem was £30 a day. And then I was talking to one of the engineers, and I found that his per diem was £50. This is to pay for your accommodation.
Yep.
So I went to my boss and went, hey, his per diem is £50. I went, yeah. He went, yeah. And I said, mine's 30. And he went, yeah. I said, we stay in the same fucking hotel. I said, so? I said, do you think his room's cheap? Do you think his room's more expensive or something because he's an engineer? Oh, well, I said, fuck, I said, sort it out. I just walked off. And he came back and he went, oh, well, I've been told, like the management say, and it's just a way of paying them extra. I said, well, that's cool, but you either give me the 50 or I finish this week. And he came back later and he went, yeah, it's fine. Like, yeah, of course it is.
Sounds about fucking right.
It's just like you fucking, like, I mean, so if you want to pay him more on his rate. You can't do it in the per diem. Per diem has got to be the same for everyone.
Like, literally. If he wants to stay in the fucking presidential suite, that's his fucking problem. Not yours.
No, what it was is they were trying to pay the engineers more by stealth.
And screwing it through the tax system as well, I imagine.
No. Well, yeah, sort of, but also it was like they didn't want. It's like there's always one of these things about the difference between the pay of the designers and the engineers.
Yeah.
And they have to be sort of linked, you know. Yeah, sure. The engineers have got degrees and all that kind of stuff, but they're not more technical than the designers, really. You know, and they do slightly different but intertwined things. And you can't, if you start, you know, the gap between the two have to remain the same, really. Otherwise, it causes big problems. And then so they tried to do it by stealth. And I think they realised that it was going to kick off if they didn't fucking sort it out. So. Once I'd realised what was going on. But basically, companies are dirty bastards and you've got to keep an eye on them.
Well, that's it. And maybe that's another thing that should be included in education rather than feminist poetry. How to make sure your boss isn't a cunt and screwing you over.
Yeah.
Like, you could do an entire 2 years of, like, social studies in high school on how to make sure the government and your boss aren't fucking you.
Yeah. I mean, that's... Well, you have to assume that the company is trying to fuck you at all times.
No, that's it. Everyone's trying to fuck everyone, and you need to be smart enough to figure out how to win.
Yeah. Well, yeah. You got to remember as well, your boss's bonus is often dependent on him not getting you one.
Yep. Which also means that he'll lie about who came up with the brilliant idea that made the company millions.
Oh, well, yeah. There's ways around that, though.
Yeah.
I often find the best way, if you've got a really good idea, is to only explain enough of it that the guy can go and tell them that it was his idea, and not enough of it for him to actually explain how it works later.
So they just give them just enough rope to hang themselves, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's no danger if he doesn't try to fuck you over. Doesn't do him any harm.
Exactly.
He does fuck you over. He does, you know.
No, but, yeah,
little bit of sensible caution is the way to go, I think. Work on the basis that
all your bosses might fuck you over if it suits them financially. That's the way it works. Any more in the Reddit?
Yeah, I'm trying to find something interesting. Unfortunately, a lot of it's shitty memes whining about union busting and communist country.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of unions, I have to say. I don't think they're effective.
Well, I don't think modern unions are. Back in the day, they might have been effective, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, I'm not sure that they have much to go. I mean, I think they've probably done more damage to manufacturing and things than most places things are. You know, they sort of go, oh, well, you know, if it wasn't for the unions, these places wouldn't be safe, and it's just not true. Like, you know, it's not financially feasible to have to constantly train people because you keep killing them by accident. You know, it's not.
Yeah.
You'd always try and work that out. If you need a skilled worker to do a thing, if you keep fucking killing them, you're going to be, you know, run out of them fairly quickly.
Hmm.
But I also think a lot of the safety initiatives have infantilized people somewhat.
There's definitely been a lot of that. Like, the fear of getting sued has really screwed a lot of things up. Like, why does my bottle of milk say warning may contain traces of milk? Answer: because idiots have sued people about dumb shit like that.
Yeah, that's probably true. It's actually, it's not that. It's because what you're actually drinking is soy that's pretending to be milk, and so it has some traces of milk in it. You just labeled it as milk. That's part of the global soy conspiracy.
To turn all the men into transgender fish.
Yep. Probably.
Yeah, I know, student of history. There may be milk in your milk. Who'd have thought? Well, actually, it reminds me of a joke me and some of my friends make when we go to KFC. Oh, the vegans are complaining again. Well, don't worry, no chickens were harmed in the making of these nuggets.
Please.
No cows were molested in the making of this milk.
I'm not drinking it then.
It's not real milk then, is it?
If a cow hasn't been fingered, I'm not interested.
Bystape says, now you can sue them the other way. Why is there only traces of milk? I paid for 100% milk, motherfucker.
Oh.
God, could you imagine? Next thing you're going to say is that there may be meat products in my steak. Well, why do you think it says? Why do you think it says sausage, not pork sausage? It may be people.
I hope it is people. They are fucking delicious.
What? I think it should be communists. The only thing they're useful for.
Soylent green.
Yeah.
So, well, we'll call it Soylent red. Oh, they can have communists. It's people. No, it's not. They're only communists.
like when the soldiers ask, "What's it feel like to kill a human?" I don't know. I've only killed communists.
Did I tell you? I'm thinking of setting up an OnlyFans.
Go on.
Yeah. Well, no. I just reckon I could milk a few quid out of berry. I know he's got 2 jobs now, so he's got a bit of cash going around. I don't see why I can't get some of that sweet berry money.
Oh, dear.
I'm a true capitalist, and I will do anything for cash.
Based. Oh, the AntiWork subreddit is complaining about misogyny. This is going to be good. The misogyny in this sub is so gross. Everyone commenting about that Uber girl's TikTok should take a hard look at themselves.
What? Which girl's TikTok?
I don't know. I assume it's an inside thing.
Incidentally, has everyone seen females' TikToks that have been added onto the voice text?
I think this is the gateway to an OnlyFans account.
Just a lot of hot tub thottery. That's all I'm saying.
So she's going to be on Twitch by the time the week's out, is she?
Patrol.
Yes, if you're not patrolling thoughts, you're not doing it right. Student History says, hold up now, communists have other uses like pig feed and national TV entertainment and fox tossing. when people finally hear me out. Ooh.
Is he fox tossing?
Yes, he said fox tossing. I have no idea what that is, but it sounds pretty gay.
I'm not sure either.
I'm not sure if it's gay or bestiality. Or gay bestiality.
Harry's threatening to make soup.
We need to send someone down there to stop him.
No. It seems like it'll be quite impractical to permanently restrict his access to soup.
I don't see why not. We just attach a camera and an electric collar to him, and we pay someone to monitor it. And anytime he goes near soup, just trigger the electric collar.
No, I feel like Harry would just see that as a challenge and would power through the zaps.
Probably would too. Base Tape says,
all we do is make him immune to electricity or something. Actually, probably push him further on to becoming an anime hero by accident. So Base Tape says,
student is furry, confirmed.
What?
We were talking about the gay fox stuff.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah. There's too many furries on this server for my liking.
Okay, Steven Fisher says it was a medieval contest of strength that nobles would play. They would take small animals like foxes or badgers, put them in a slingshot.
What? A small... Hang on. A small animal like a badger? And put it... Badgers are not a small animal. Well, they're not handheld slingshot small, are they?
I imagine this is more like siege weaponry style slingshot.
Well, yeah.
I don't think
Badgers
foxes also aren't quite hand slingshot style.
No, but I mean, also, badgers are not really something you hold on to. Yeah. Badgers are quite aggressive and large and angry and quite clawy. Yeah.
Like they're a meme for a reason.
No, that's honey badgers.
Yes, but badgers are also pretty flaming vicious.
Yeah, still, you wouldn't want to get involved with one.
Oh dear. Actually, I think there's another subreddit that might be related to this. Let me have a look. What is it? It's like Hail Corporate or something.
Oh, no. All I know is that I'm fucking starving.
Well, we have been streaming for 5.5 hours.
Yeah, no, I've got a date coming, so
Ooh,
going out for dinner.
nice.
Be all right. If any luck, I'll have as much chance of getting finger blasted as female did the other day.
Oh, so Student of History's point is that instead of foxes or badgers in a slingshot, national strongman teams and commies in fursuits.
I mean, yes. Well, there's by fursuits, you also include that fucking Neo mech suit furry.
There's a challenge for Harry. If we give him a slingshot, how far can he launch a mech suit with a faggot in it?
Yeah, pretty far, I would wager. Especially if I build the slingshot.
Slingshot, I think you would go with trebuchet myself, but I'm disappointed.
I don't know if Harry could construct a trebuchet, but I'm willing to give him the chance to try.
No. Trebuchets are not all that they're cracked up to be. I mean, first of all, they're fucking French.
Oui.
So that's a problem.
Well, see, it might make some sense of the egg use.
And also the actual relative material requirements to build one for the size. You know, you can achieve the same thing with a much lower torsion catapult. So.
Well,
typical French
we've
thing,
got enough
wildly overcomplicated.
We've got enough communists to test this.
Also, the trebuchets, they're great long range, but they're shit for anything else. Like, all you had to do was approach it, and that's it. Fucked. You can't drop the fire arc or anything.
Yeah, they don't have the anti-personnel capability of a catapult, do they?
True, but if we're just using this to launch communists, wouldn't you want to see how far they could go?
Well, I mean, I'm also not adverse to firing them out of cannons.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, we've got modern. I don't see any problem with just simply firing them out of a railgun. Sorry.
I think we need something more, Soviet sounding though. Yeah.
Yeah, the problem with the railgun is you can't watch them go through the sky and then turn into a splat. It's more of a flash and a large explosion. Besides, there are better uses for railguns, like taking on the intergalactic Nazis hiding on the dark side of the moon.
Yeah, but you can launch the communists at them. Is my point. You can use a railgun.
Oh, true. Connect bombardment white communist.
Which totally don't exist, by the way.
Student of History asks a good question. How many commies in a giant slingshot does it take to TKO a full operational battle mech?
All of them, if we're lucky.
Yes.
Yeah, as many as possible, I think, is the answer.
Billy Blogs has a good suggestion. Fire them back across the channel. Do that to all the invaders from France.
I was thinking more about launching them into the sun, but okay.
Sun, France. Well, we need the sun, we don't need France.
Well, if you just launch them into France, there's always a real chance that they might come back. Yeah.
That's a good point.
Okay. Apparently there's no fucking shortage of dinghies anyway. I really wish I'd bought like shares in some dinghy company at the big. You know, people were thinking about buying Pfizer and stuff like that. We should have bought dinghy company shares. Really made an absolute fucking fortune.
Well, and you'd have longer term prospects too.
Well, I'm still tempted to go to see if I can get up north in Queensland, see if I can find one of the groups of people coming across via boat and flog the boat off them and take that to a better country.
I hear there's nice couches in Norway.
Now, you see, that's an interesting point, but I would say no. I'd say there aren't nice couches in Norway. Have you sat on a Norwegian couch? A Scandinavian one in general? They're not big on comfort. They like style.
Well, I mean, that's not my problem. I'm comfortable where I am.
You don't
Nice
want to you don't want to sleep on a piece of IKEA shit, do you? Compressed cardboard and.
But it's easy to assemble.
Yeah,
Take it apart, use it as a dinghy itself.
I don't know how easy they are to assemble now either. To be totally honest.
I don't bother. So.
No, you have everything hewn out of stone. By hewn, I mean you plant charges, blow the rocks into convenient seating shapes.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. They just shoot a bison and sort of lean it onto the stone as a pillow.
I would recommend skinning it first. That way it doesn't have that nice decay odor. But if that's your thing, I'm not going to stop you.
You don't have to leave the room for a snack, then, do you? You just have to...
True, have the fire going.
Yeah, just on dirt, like a seat warmer. Nice.
Yeah, Billy Blogs does make a point. It would be significantly more expensive to launch them into the sun. And do we want communists taking any more of our money?
Yeah, but I get paid for each one that goes into space, so... Yep. Well, for Billy, for somebody who's so communist, you haven't figured out the capitalist angles of this yet.
We launch the communists into the sun and make the communists pay for it.
Yeah, exactly. Then we use solar panels to collect the energy for the railgun, and the extra fuel provided by the communists provide the solar energy. It's actually very green.
Sounds like a excellent use and a good way to get cheap grease.
And everything's stardust ultimately anyway, so just fire them back into the star, that's what I say. Very high level recycling. Oh, I cannot be bothered with this. I'm gonna have to go and pretend to be a human for a bit.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yuck.
To tuck all my misogyny right back into the back corner of my mind for a couple of hours.
Yeah, well, good luck with that. Your misogyny death runneth over.
Well, I'm not Harry, for fuck's sake.
True, and you're civilized with your soup, so I'll give you that.
Yeah. Harry's so misogynistic he wouldn't even get his cock out last night. Ridiculous.
He's in league with the matriarchy.
Yeah. Incidentally, don't ever join the voice chats after 8 p.m.
Oh God!
For the uninitiated, don't do it.
Like I have regrets when about this server when I wake up in the morning and start scrolling through things. It's like, Delete this picture of Nyad's nuts in on NSFW channel. Scroll. Delete this picture of Nyad's dick in a non-NSFW channel. Like, I shouldn't have to spend my morning deleting pictures of Nyad's balls.
I strongly disagree. I think that should be absolutely what you have to do every morning. and I'm going to make it my life's mission to ensure that happens.
I think the guys in chat are talking about starting conscription into the Navy to sink boats crossing the channel again.
Yeah, well, I said this before. The solution to this is longboats and longbows.
I mean, it would
teach. Right, so in the UK, we used to have a thing called the YTS, which was the youth training scheme. It was to get kids that didn't have jobs when they left school into a trade. Well, let's teach them all some fucking woodworking, and then some archery.
Well, maybe that's it. Maybe the national sport of England should be shooting bows at French invaders.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was. I mean, it literally was. I mean, I think it's quite fair if they've got a dinghy and they've got a longboat and they're both rowing. I mean, that seems reasonably fair to me.
Exactly. And if they don't want to get shot by Englishmen with longbows, maybe they shouldn't be in the channel.
That was referred to as the yeoman.
Hang on. Let's it's current year. It doesn't have to be English men. It's English people. Well, I'm quite happy for women to be on the women or people who identify as women, as long as they can pull back the bow. They're welcome to go.
But none of these sissy women's bows, right?
No, it's longbows.
Actual bows, yes.
If you can pull it, if you can string a bodkin and pull it and fire it into a dinghy, fucking go for it. Also, I've got a great idea for like in the Swiss Alps, they had those. They sort of famously had the St. Bernard's dogs with the little barrel of brandy to save mountain climbers.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should do the same for the channel in case any of these migrants fall into the water. So we just pick a useful sea mammal that can is good for that. Is a strong swimmer, can easily spot people.
I'm thinking dolphins.
No, they haven't got the same. They're not actually that good at spotting humans, whereas sharks are excellent at it. So,
I mean, dolphins do have a certain rapey tendency.
Yeah, they can't be trusted with humans. Sharks, on the other hand, never ever bother humans. So, we get a shark and we give it like a first aid kit and some bottles of water and food and things. And then in case any of the migrants fall into the water, the sharks can just sort of like swim up to them and offer them, whatever they need.
I still think dolphins would be better at this, but that's just me.
No, dolphins cannot be trusted with humans. You know that they rape them.
That's my point.
No one has ever suffered any ill consequences of encountering a shark.
No one has ever been raped by a shark. This is known fact.
Yeah. And sexual assault is the most problematic crime. We know that. Also, dolphins have got a terrible tendency to misgender people, which is a big issue. And sharks never do that because they're very respectful of diversity.
True, sharks are the most equitable of predators.
Yes, Mythos. That's pretty good. That's fucking creepy as fuck. Yeah. Anyway, that's my plan. I can't see any way that could go badly.
I think it's the perfect solution to the problem.
Yeah. Bottles of water, mylar, capes, that sort of thing. Torches, whistles.
Extra rubber dinghy, inflatable, of course.
Yeah. The shark will probably stop and help you blow it up or something. They're good guys. they're notoriously good guys. Everybody knows that.
Wasn't there a great documentary in the 70s about shark rescuing people?
Yeah. Mostly thoughts.
Well, of course. Sadly, the sharks are a little shy for TikTok, but I think they're able to carry on the best they can. Page 19 of this wokery. How lovely. Bezek's still scrolling through the Reddit there.
And lots of it.
Yeah, I'm on my phone, so I don't see I can't see what he's looking at.
Sadly, it's lots of game memes, and it's mostly your game memes.
No doubt.
I'm trying to find some of the interesting stuff again.
If you go back to the start, they've probably posted more since you started.
Probably. I'm
we
looking
really want to know
for the most upvoted things at the most upvoted of all time, and trying to see if they've got anything interesting. And yeah.
It's just... Huh. So much for the Protestant work ethic being a major part of the Western world.
Yeah, they've run it. They really don't seem to have much of the good stuff upvoted anymore. Shame.
Wow, this is... Not sure how getting real tired of male customers being creepy is somehow part of the work problem.
Yeah, it really isn't. Also, are they being creepy or are they just saying hello while being ugly?
Exactly. 9 times out of 10, we know the answer to that.
Yeah. And it's not to say that there aren't creepy losers that harass women at work. There certainly are, but I don't think it's of an epidemic proportions.
Who says it's just women that they're harassing at work? I mean...
Yeah, exactly. Could be people like Nyard who'll harass everyone, equal opportunity sex pests.
Yeah.
No, Nyard's thing is completely asexual. It has nothing to do with sex. It's to do with dominance. And togetherness. He just wants everyone to take their cock out in a totally not gay way. Just for the purposes of inclusion. That's all.
Oh, I mean that's the key to winning the culture war, according to him. Liberate yourself before you liberate your country.
That is how you say it the right way. Like, take your cock out. I mean, it was a very high level chat last night.
It was something. Oh, I don't know, student of history. It's really a matter of, are they flirting or are they just trying to be nice so they don't get harassed with, oh, do you want to use your store card with that?
Yep, and there's also a difference between the creeps that do harass the women at the register and the people who, I don't know, are doing this thing that would have been socially acceptable 30, 40 years ago, going, oh, you're an attractive person of the opposite gender, approximately my age, who may or may not be single, and I would like to find out said fact.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, it's very entertaining with some of my grocery stores that I'm a regular at. The new staff are always very standoffish. Cause I'll just chat with anybody because I'm bored when sitting there in line, and staff that's been there for a couple months to a couple years, they're very helpful. Don't bother, and then the new ones are always, oh well, why are you talking to me? You should just be giving me your money and fucking off.
That sounds like Oil's shag is calling.
Yep, I'm gonna have to bounce out. I've got some jizz to deal with. Well, see you later.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I hope you're successful in your endeavor. Andy's gone. Fair enough. Understandable.
I hope he's disappointed in his endeavor, but that's just because it's Oil.
Billy Bloggs says, I think they used to call that courting. Yes. Like unironically, it's like I'm pretty sure you can go find movies from the 60s or 70s. Oh, look at this pretty young thing behind the counter. Let me ask her out. Oh, it didn't work this time. What a shame. Moving on.
It's almost like if you're not trying to build a complex of rejection in someone, you're not a modern woman.
Yeah. Well, the stupidest thing is, if you listen to, if you compile all the different stupidity that have come out of the feminists where they say, oh, you're not allowed to talk to women at this place. Men are left with literally nowhere. You can't talk to them at work. You can't talk to them at the grocery store. You can't talk to them at the park. You can't talk to them while walking your dog. You can't talk to them at the pub. You can't talk to them at a dating event.
It's basically, unless you're that high desirable quality, you can't approach a woman at all. Even to say, hey, excuse me, you dropped this.
Yeah, I think someone was saying earlier that they were talking to a woman who dropped, like, some money or something. Miss, fuck off, I've got a boyfriend. Well, fine, fuck you, I'm keeping you 20 quid, or whatever it was.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I was on a snowmobile trip, and these female skiers were, just lost, and it was getting dark, and initially just, stopped. Like, hey, you guys okay? And, no, we're fine, we're all married. And I'm like, okay, but you look like you're getting cold and about to freeze to death. On the return leg, stopped, asked them again. It's like, hey, is there a phone number for the place you're staying? And got it, drove off, got signal, called, came back. And I'm still getting Christmas cards from the bunch of them. That was a couple years ago.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Stupidity says, that was me. That happened at the grocery store.
Mm.
Like, what a cunt.
Yeah. Hey, at least it's free money.
One of the good jokes is online. I've got a boyfriend. Yeah, me too. Do you want your shit back? Stupid slags. But unironically, like, you compile all the places you're not allowed to ask a woman out.
So basically everywhere.
Yep. If you're not in the top 1% of all men.
And yeah, then it's like, well, just go on to an online dating site. Yeah, I don't really like playing in minefields. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then of course, oh well, I demand a man who makes 6 figures. But you're on the Reddit of saying abolish work. Congratulations, you've played yourself.
Exactly.
Ah, yes, that one headline in there. My boss makes $1, I make a dime. Yeah, but what's the quality of your work? Come on now.
Yes, but the boss makes $1, you make a dime. Yes, because he's got 300 other idiots like you, all giving him a dime.
Yeah, that's like, it's almost as if additional responsibility requires a bit of additional payment.
Crazy how that works, isn't it?
I know. It's no, I can't be. That's wrong. That's evil corporate America lying to us again.
Yep.
Other than abolishing work, have they really proposed any other solutions? Or is it just give me more, make me do less, walk the dogs?
Yep. Student history says can't flirt the grocery store, can't flirt the coffee shop. The bars are 50-50 between I have a boyfriend and I'm too hammered to think, and I'm just sitting here like, what do I even want to cross this? Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Here's one of the threads, like on the gay-ass sub-ass man. What are some of the worst places to approach women? At their job, where they're obligated to be nice to you. Cool. So, that's 90% of the places out. The gym, can't talk to them at the gym, they just want to work out.
Except for the ones ogling the gym bros all the time.
Yep, but they still don't want anything to do with them. It's ridiculous.
Ah, the modern world. No wonder the birth rate's dropping.
Oh yeah, here we go. The absolute fucking cesspit that is Ask Women. Besides the obvious, such as when she's working around doctors, etc. Just as a general rule, if she doesn't look like she wants to be approached, don't. Cool. How the fuck do you tell if a woman wants to be approached? Go on, tell us that, you silly cunt.
I think we need to demand women bring signage with them at all times. Just, big thing around their neck, and they have to change the cards manually, no digital anything to, like, yes, you can approach me.
Yep. Here, so, not at work, not in a food court. Here we go. Here's the gym. When they're eating. On the bus, especially at night. Somewhere she would have trouble rejecting you or running away from you. While she's at work.
What about if she's in a bear trap?
Yeah. Oh, gas stations. Yep, gym, parking lot. Oh, church. Can't talk to them at church either. On a plane, on the bus.
So the way this is trending, you basically have to break into their home in the middle of the night just to talk to them.
Oh, no, they've covered that.
That's a little insane.
Here we go.
Oh.
Oh, in front of her home. Well, I don't know, that's just in front of her home. Doesn't say anything about in her home.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you take a ladder, get into the crawl space in the attic. Yeah. Call down from the vent while she's sleeping. Hey, would you like to go get some coffee sometime?
Yep. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, that's...
If you have zero rapport pretty much anywhere. Cool. So you're literally never allowed to talk to women. Because how do you...
I'm glad they cleared that up.
do you build a rapport? You're not allowed to talk to women if you have zero rapport. Okay, how do you build a rapport with them, you fucking sociopath?
This sounds like political lesbianism with extra steps.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Co-ed saunas. Yep, work again. Work. Psychiatrist's waiting room. Yeah, that's probably a good shout, that one. Oh, anytime she has headphones on. Cool, so anytime she's in public?
Pretty much.
In the tampon...
If she has long hair, are you required to, like, sweep it back to check if she's got earbuds?
Yep. Yep, at their jobs. Oh, dear.
I'm just so glad that we have it defined now. Basically, you have to do all the work to see. Hey, lady, would you like to talk to me so I can talk to you?
Yes. Excuse me, I would like to build a rapport with you so that I can talk to you because when we have a rapport. Oh, they're only friendly to us because they want to fuck us. What? You're the ones making the fucking rules here.
Like, project much? Yeah, these are the same women that are, oh, men and women can never be platonic friends. Okay, if you want to live in that little psychotic world, go right ahead.
Oh, but men always think about fucking their female friends. Well, yes, but that doesn't mean that they actually want to, or that they're in any way romantically attracted to them. Like, hello, they're men. I'm sorry, but if you're female, they've evaluated you for fuckability.
Exactly, and it's like if they're high on the chart, and it's like, no, I don't want to get involved with that crazy. You can still be friends with them. Amazing.
Yeah, it's craziness.
What's that little thing called? Like, self-control?
Yep.
I don't know. I've never really heard of it being used, but apparently it doesn't exist now.
Yeah, here we go. The absolute cesspit that's 2 extra chromosomes. You just can't approach women anymore. Yes, and we never wanted you to. That's right. They don't want to...
Well, at least they finally admit it.
Yep.
So I think I just need to become a living wallet, and just random women without interacting with me or rapport can just come up, take money out of me, and then move on with their lives.
Well, that's it. Clearly, you just need to stand down on the side of the road with your shirt off, rippling abs, with your 1 in a million body, and a sign with your job and income on it held above your head, and just stand there, not with your eyes closed, waiting for some woman to come up and take you away with them.
Exactly. I mean, I've been waiting for that for years, but I must be panhandling on the wrong side of the road.
Clearly.
That and the old solicitation charge. I don't know what that was about, though.
Yeah, here we go. Someone's actually gone on to ask women, When and where is it okay to approach you? Here we go. Depends on the individual woman being approached. That's a Stanley useless information. Someone will go to bars, for example, hoping to be approached. Others will go with their guard up, rebuffing every advance. Cool. So, it's rules 1 and 2 again, isn't it?
It's almost a little too predictable.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Start taking random classes like improv or wine tasting and stuff like that. Oh, they're only in the class because they want to hit on women. Yeah.
Oil needs to build that time machine much faster.
Yep.
Drop me off, find some Neanderthal broad,
Yep. There's no location that's always a good place or always a bad place. I'm pretty sure there are places that are always a bad place. Like, say, for example, her house, if she doesn't know you. You shouldn't be... Maybe...
Again? I'm saying, you crawl in the attic, you speak down through the ventilation system, it works.
A student of history makes a point as to why men have just turned into basement coomers. Improv and wine tasting to meet women? I'm going to just sit here with my dick in my hand till the time machine's done.
Yeah, basically.
Oh, here we go, another hit. Honestly, they would say something like, okay, Cupid. No, you fucking sociopaths.
Yes. Make sure you pay extra money for a service you don't need, or at least not in the past.
I may be a fat, pathetic loser who hasn't gotten laid in years, but even then I'm still not going to lower myself to going on a dating app. Unironically, that's all true.
Callum the other day on the Lotus Eaters was saying, yeah, went on Tinder and this is the horror show that I found.
Yep. Oh, here's another one. 3 friends and family. But I thought you said you didn't like blind dates. Oh, here we go. Don't approach women late at night. Cool. Okay, so we've removed a whole bunch of time period.
That leaves like 3 a.m. as a good time. Clearly it's like during the day while they're working is off, so that's 8 to 5 roughly, and then not at night. So you've got a window like between 5 and 6, and then it sounds like maybe 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. is a good time.
Okay, here we go. How should a man on r/ask feminists, because that's a sensible place to go to talk to sane people. How should a man approach a random woman he sees and likes? Honestly, if he sees a girl out in the world, minding her own business and knowing nothing else about her, but that she is nice to look at, he doesn't approach her. There you go. Literally never approach women.
But they specifically said finds attractive. What if she's hideous? Is that okay?
Yeah. Here's another one. I think this kind of thing really needs to stop. I personally hate being approached by strangers regardless of what they want. Cool. So you'll be lonely and surrounded by cats and 40 asking, why don't men approach me? Because you got what you fucking asked for, you whore.
Well, I also like the implication there, for any reason, never approach one. Okay, so, her car's on fire, there's an axe-wielding madman behind her, another feminist.
Yep.
Yep.
Here's another one. He doesn't. He walks away and leaves the random women alone. There you go. Once again, you see an attractive woman and you want to talk to her? No, don't bother. You never speak to women. Just don't talk to women under any circumstances.
Yep. I'm so glad we have this clarification, because I could have bumbled through life being polite to people. Now I can just be a cold asshole like I've always wanted to be.
Yep. So, of all fucking places, our drama actually seems to have some slightly sane takes on this. So, some quotes from quoting from the thread. Honestly, if he sees a girl out in the world minding her own business and knowing nothing else about her but that she is nice to look at, he doesn't approach her. Instead, find women at bars, clubs, on Tinder or similar apps, singles nights, through friends or other similar places. And the response is, remember all the other threads where just because a girl is at a bar or club doesn't mean she's looking for guys? And someone else says, they're sexless hags who want everyone to be as miserable as they are.
That's pretty based, actually.
Yep, someone else says, it's just circular reasoning to avoid saying, don't talk to us ever, you rapist. Can I approach women out in public? Ew, no, creep. When you're not entitled to their attention, talk to them in social places like bars. Can I approach women out in bars? Ew, no, creep. Just because they're at a bar doesn't mean they want to talk to you. How about meeting them through friends? Can I approach women through my friends? Ew, no, creep. Just because they're part of your friend group doesn't mean you get to make them uncomfortable. Talk to women out in public. Return to step 1.
If all else fails, return to step 2 and proceed to just destroy Western civilization.
Yes. And when you are tired of all these preceding steps, don't bother talking to women again, and then they will complain to HR that you don't talk to them.
Oh, they're so cold and unreasonable. Why won't they talk to me about work stuff? Didn't want to be approached. Sorry.
So, student of history says, so is the acceptable time between the hours of 2 to 7, but not in any personal or social arena? Can't be in public either, remember?
I mean, I think this really calls for astral projection to be worked on. Oh, I have to wonder what the crossover rate between this subreddit and the one about not wanting to work.
I'd be willing to bet that it's pretty fucking high.
Yeah, it just...
Here's one from dating, which you'd think would be an absolute cesspit. What, guys, why don't we approach girls in real life anymore? Here's one. For the last 30 years, mass media has found out pro-woman, anti-male sentiment. Yeah, that'll do it.
That's kind of reasonable. How'd that happen?
Here's dating advice. If women don't be bothered, then how do you approach women? You don't.
Just
and then
go back to your little cage.
Yeah, so then some idiot who didn't bother to read the question says, you approach them in social situations, parties, bars, gaming nights, social hobbies, sports clubs, through friends of friends. Except we're not at a bar to meet men. We go out to gaming nights and they're just here to get screwed. Social hobbies, they're just here to stalk women. Sports, no, I'm just here to play sports. It's like, fuck's sake.
You know, the real question kind of becomes, why don't they just say they want to destroy humanity and just be done with it? Just be honest.
Exactly. Just be honest so we can ignore everything you ever have to say. Here's one. Someone says, my dad approached my mum in line at a drugstore. If she thinks you're attractive, none of that shit matters. Exactly. That's been completely ruined by feminism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it kind of takes it down to the most base physical aspects without having any role of personality or the ability to give a damn about the broader world. It's just laser focused on male appearance.
Yep.
And yet we're told to be body positive with all of these 3,000-pound women.
Exactly. Jim Hissey says, why won't men approach women anymore? Because it was told outright explicitly, and in no uncertain terms, do not.
That's true.
Here we go. Here's one. Should men just stop approaching women altogether and only do online dating? No, because online dating does not end in success. Someone says the answer here is pretty clear, isn't it? What has the species been doing for the last 200,000 years? Not feminism. The obsession with not being creepy is just some people pleaser shit. There is no creep police. You don't go to jail. You don't get executed. Yeah, the first two parts of that are complete lies. There is no creep police. Well, that's just the regular police. You don't go to jail. That's a blatant fucking lie.
Mm-hmm. Yep. What is it? Mattress Girl up in upstate New York, some university. Got a guy kicked off of campus because she claimed that he'd done something dastardly, and it turned out just to be an art project of hers. Yeah.
Exactly. And then another one. If men are not supposed to approach women, then what are they supposed to do to meet women and get a girlfriend? Someone actually gets a spot on. No, you don't understand. Attractive men are supposed to approach women. Unattractive, creepy men are supposed to stay home, keep their thoughts to themselves, and die of loneliness.
Yeah, that's kind of the answer, sadly.
Yep. Student of History says, if you're being creepy, the cops get called and your ass gets hauled. If you're lucky, you might also have the shit kicked out of you by a bunch of white knights.
Of course. Yeah. But only if they're attractive men can they do it. If they're unattractive, they're just creeps trying to white knight and obviously seduce the woman.
Yep.
So.
Really is completely missing the point. Men who try a lot and get rejected a lot end up successful at the end of the night, in my experience. Men need a thick skin. Yeah, there's only so many times you can get told you're an ugly creep, Billy.
Or just drugged through the dirt by women in social circles. It's like, oh, well, did you know that he's not, perfect? Yeah, no, sorry. Sorry, Billy, you're off on that one.
Yeah. Like, also, maybe I don't want to have my face put on national fucking news for daring to speak to a woman.
Oh, that's just pure misogyny, Bezic.
Clearly.
It's we're going through the cesspool, but it's more prevalent than it used to be.
Yeah, it is. And honestly, like, again, maybe even 40 years ago, this shit wasn't a problem. 80 years ago, really wasn't a problem. And in the 20s, fuck me dead. In the 20s, it was socially acceptable to go up to anyone of any of the opposite gender and go, I think you're okay looking. Do you think the same about me? Should we talk a bit?
Yeah. Oh, well, here's my calling card, if you don't mind. Yeah, it's...
Exactly. Like nowadays. Like, here's one. So this idiot says, generally don't understand approaching women in a public space. This is something I was thinking about this weekend while I was at a bar with my roommates. I was watching my friend go up to women and spark up conversations, and the whole time he was doing it, I was thinking, I'd hate to be those girls right now. It's a concept I don't understand at all. To me, a lot of things run through my mind. I feel it's kind of rude / abrasive to do it. obviously there are good times to get in on a conversation and approach women or a group of them, but even then to me I feel like whoever you approach is just thinking, this guy's just trying to fuck me, which doesn't always have to be the case. I'm sure it is most of the time though. I don't think these women are out with some friends trying to have a good time. They probably don't want to get approached at all tonight. For me, I know that's how I am a lot of the time if someone tries to talk to me. And lastly, why I don't understand this is because I hear all these horror stories from girls about creepy guys hitting on them or trying to buy them drinks and how annoyed they get by it. Again, when the fuck are men ever supposed to approach women?
It's one of these things where you have to wonder, are women just, these women in particular, I don't want to, blanket statement everything, but are they just looking to have horror stories whenever they go out for whatever reason? But it's just kind of battle tales, so they can whinge and bitch when they're lonely, and it's like,
well, it seems to be a social power thing. Like back in the day, it was just the attractive woman wins. Nowadays, because God forbid a woman look like a woman, it's about how many men you have destroyed and crushed and driven into the ground. Oh, I was approached by 4 men in the bar and I told all of them that they were misogynists. It seems to just be a pathetic power play. And ironically, their idiot friends would clap. Actually, they'd probably do jazz hands because they're a bunch of cunts.
Well, they don't want triggering with the sharp sounds.
Yes. Yeah, here's someone. If you want to approach women in public, the prerequisite is being attractive. Not like my mum says I'm handsome, but actually being desirable. Yes, but guess what? 50% of men are below average attractiveness.
And Harry's trying to white pill people, and like, no, sorry, dude.
Look, Harry, we will pay for your wedding if you promise to never cook again.
Agreed. Never even buy eggs again, Harry.
Look, just let Francesca do everything remotely related to the procurement and preparation of food. Not because she's a woman, but because you can't go anywhere near the food.
So let it be written, so let it be done.
Oh, here we go. Here's some idiots. The prerequisite is the other person showing interest in you, such as making eye contact and smiling at you. Yeah, no.
So you suddenly have, terrible hair day or something. So they're staring at you. That's an invitation to go and flirt.
Yeah.
Got it.
And as the guy says in response to that, yes, and for that to happen, you have to be attractive.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And student of history is asking what's sufficiently attractive to a woman. Is it above a 5? Or is it a Tinder trend of a 7, 8, or up? I mean, it really depends on the size of your bankroll.
Thanks to Tinder and social media, it seems to be a 9.5 and up.
Yeah. It really is.
And
unnecessarily so.
Yeah, as Fractal says, the statistics say top 20%. So no less than an 8. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying about how it was different, like 50 years ago. Like 50 years ago, an average man, a 5, could still achieve dating success if he was interesting or funny or had some or smart or so had just
or had the potential to be a good father was a prerequisite at the time too.
Yeah. I mean, if you go back far enough, having a job and not being an asshole was sufficient.
Yeah. And now it's I think it's this push towards everything has to be perfect, Hollywood romance bullshit. And sometimes good enough is pretty damn good. But people want perfection.
Yeah, here we go. So someone specifically goes after the woman in the here, where they say, "I'd hate to be those girls right now." Why? Do you think your roommate is a bad person? Do you like being with your roommate? If yes, why shouldn't other people also like your roommate? So the idiot says, "No, nothing like that. He's a great dude. I think he lacks awareness of social cues sometimes, though. But he's amusing and has all the confidence in the world. I just think it's annoying for a guy to come into the conversation and introduce himself for the reasons I listed above." Fuck's sake.
Oh.
Right, so... And of course, other people are like, "Oh, I wouldn't have a problem with it, a man approaching me in the bar." Okay, cool. So, some women are fine with you approaching in the bar. Some women will screech like a banshee and try and have you killed. Problem is, how the fuck do you know that in advance?
Well, again, I think it needs to be made, socially, a social requirement to wear signage. If you're just out for drinks, fine. If you're out to meet people, potentially, you have to have a sign.
Yep. Maybe we should do it with hair color. Or something.
Ooh. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah. Red or blue for Danger Will Robinson, and natural hair color for anything else.
Maybe that's it. Maybe we should require feminists to have dyed hair by law.
The Equality in Dating Act.
Yeah. Back a sec.
Another grand Callum is being experienced here on the podcast. It might be a perfect time to meander through the comments. That way there's not tons of dead air of my annoyance. Well, my annoying the audience, that is. No, yeah. Student of history, you are correct. Bright colors are a sign of danger in nature. Mostly inedible, but that's an acceptable cue. No. Really, Billy? Where were these nightclubs?
Ooh. Yes, he says nightclubs where they wore green, amber, and red badges. That sounds good. I think it should be expanded to be a requirement in all places outside the home.
Yes, well, even within the home with the crawling through the attic example.
Yeah. Base Sape says, "I have so many female friends who assume dating is the same for men and women. E.g., average girl has a bunch of guys trying to fuck, therefore average guys must have a bunch of girls trying to fuck."
Yeah, maybe that's really it. Projection.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. From this one on dating advice. So it starts off from a woman. "Since men have started to be too scared to approach women in fear of being perceived as creepy or get accused for worse, it has made me feel like it's nearly possible to find someone." So an absolute idiot says, "From a very anxious male perspective, you don't necessarily have to approach men or make the first move. Just make it clear that you're interested and don't play games." Yeah, sorry. How the fuck does a woman make it clear they're interested in such a way that men can tell, and if they can tell, think that it's worth the fucking risk?
Yeah, because everyone's social cues are different, and there's some general accepted principles, but you don't know that until it's too late and you're getting a earful of re.
Exactly. It's absolutely fucking ludicrous.
Fractal may have a insight with his traffic light party.
Yeah, red's
taken, yellow, green, down to 5. All right, could be that, but that's a very specific situation where it's like, okay,
Yeah.
What if it's just general, general interactions?
Yeah. Student of History says, how do you socially cue to a brick wall that you want it to talk? I only ask because I'm known to be oblivious sometimes. Yeah, and even if you aren't oblivious, okay, you see a sign that maybe they're interested. But, okay, what are the chances that you're right? And and it's like the Matrix. Like, what are the risk factors? What's the risk if you're wrong? And what's the benefit if you're right? Benefit if you're right is you might talk to a woman for a bit. Risk if you're wrong is you could have your ass kicked by a bouncer.
Yeah. I mean, it really comes down to, is it even worth the risk going out to those locations? Or, that kind of gets back to wouldn't it be better to approach it, a grocery store and all that, which obviously not. So, yeah.
Yeah, in live shows, Mythos says, what you must understand is that women don't think like men. Two seemingly contradictory things can be true at the same time in their heads. They want the cake and eat it too, and they're honest. That's why they like bad boys. They're also good boys.
Yep. Or the now apparently dreaded nice guy syndrome. It's like, just blanket statements from that side of the aisle is acceptable.
Well, not to mention,
that's terrible.
a theory I've had about nice guys is that all these women are saying that they want men to get to know them first. Congratulations, that's a nice guy.
Yeah.
You've literally, they've literally told men that they want the men to get to know them before they ask them out. And then it turns out that, they were only friends with me because they wanted to ask me out. They're just doing what you told them.
Yeah, exactly. But that gets back to the contradictory ideals held at the same time.
Yes.
Yeah. It's like, and I really have to think this is a relatively new phenomenon.
Well, I can't imagine that humanity would have fucking survived if it was new.
Yeah, and I think part of it, smaller communities, yes, that played a big role, but even in large urban areas in the past, it wasn't this damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. It was like, you go through, you make some blunders, maybe it works out, maybe it doesn't, but there's no harm, no foul, relatively speaking.
Yeah, and I do think that a part of what helped is you had to actually talk to people. There was none of this automated checkouts faggotry.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't just go on Amazon and order everything you need in your life. No, you actually had to go down the road to the baker and go, I would like some bread, please.
Yeah, and you had to do that on a weekly basis, typically. Now, you can stock up for a month or two and not see any humans other than yourself in the mirror.
Yeah. As Student of History says, the problem is by the time you know someone, you're in the friend zone and all is lost. Yep, and if you try and break out of the friend zone, you're an asshole or a nice guy. Or, he asked me out, and when I said no, he hasn't spoken to me since. Well, why the fuck would you want him to speak to you? Oh, were you just enjoying the attention? Funny that.
It's almost like the confusion's intentional.
Indeed. Harry says, never listen to a woman when telling you what she wants in a man or how she wants to be approached. Well, that's it. You don't ask a fish what lure to use.
Yeah, but Disco, that's because you've got George.
I don't think George will be helpful in the reproduction department.
No, but at least he's somebody to talk to, mostly saying no, but still.
I mean, I think George does the talking in that relationship.
Oh, absolutely.
For those of you who are just listening along, Disco said, I like not having to talk to humans when I want to purchase something. That makes you part of the problem, damn it.
I could see Harry with the his previous comment, just tackling people to have conversations and get to know the moment.
Yep. I say all this as someone who thinks that icebreakers at work should result in the manager getting stabbed. Here to work, motherfucker. I don't need to like you people.
Exactly.
Billy Blogs asks, is George a dildo? Maybe.
No.
No, George is one of these things. I'm not sure if this is specifically George or the other one, but George is one of these things. For those of you who weren't looking, Disco occasionally sends me kitty cat up pictures. Where were we? Yeah, here we go. Back on the topic. Not gonna lie, I feel the same from the male perspective. You see so much about how just because she's being nice doesn't mean she likes you, etc., etc., and then it messes with your head, and then you get to a point where you're like, man, the only way I'll be able to ask her out is if she comes up to me and says, do you want to go on a date, at which point you've played it so passively that it would be like fishing, and instead of using a rod, the fish gets up on land, walks over to you, gets in your bucket, and then goes, good job, mate, you've caught me. Literally.
Yeah. And Disco saying, can't help in this conversation, managed to get taken in by sociopaths and abusive people. And then you can't leave. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, by the time they stop being nice, because they're good at being manipulative cunts, you're in a situation that you can't leave. Oh.
Yep. That's a shitty situation.
Yeah, that sucks. Eternal sympathies for that, Disco.
Yep.
And then Disco says, but that's just me being blind to that kind of manipulation, which I think also tends to draw the kind of person who does that. Yeah, kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy there, unfortunately. Yes, Jim, history.
Hopefully that can be broken out of.
George is like to play with power chords. Harry is lucky, I think, because he says, just be fit, confident, handsome, and don't fucking listen to feminists. Yeah. That's rules 1 and 2, Harry. And you don't have a great you don't necessarily have a choice in being handsome.
No. Or fit, some guys with medical problems. Hell, I have a friend who's an amputee, and somehow he always manages to get engaged every couple months.
Yeah. And Harry says, and who the hell goes to nightclubs for a date? Losers, gym, hobby, work, and or church. You're not allowed to talk to them at the gym, you're not allowed to talk to them at their hobbies, and you're not allowed to talk to them at work. And church doesn't really work great for people that don't believe in Jeebus.
No. And then you get the holy rollers in there with that.
Yes.
And if you're not into that, then it's not a good time for anybody.
Yeah, if you are a believer, yeah, church is absolutely the place you need to be going to meet women. Unfortunately, there isn't really an alternative to people for people who aren't interested in the whole Jeebus thing.
No, hell, even some of the people that are believers, it's very slim pickings once you hit a certain age range.
Yes.
Once you hit about 25 and older, it just bottoms out hard.
Well, that's it. People who are more traditionally Christian are probably already married by that point.
Yeah.
And more power to them. It just leaves slim pickings for the rest of us.
Indeed, yeah. We get the leftovers.
Yeah, as Student of History says, church is for dating, not quick laying. Yes.
True.
But again...
maybe that's a parsing that needs to be made in social situations is, what are you looking for? Are you looking for a quick lay, or are you looking for something that might have potential?
Indeed.
That's never made clear.
Problem is, there's this thing about people where they do this thing called lying.
What? I've never heard of this. This is brand new.
Yes.
But you're saying that even politicians are not telling me the truth, let alone the woman that I might be going on a date with? What the hell?
Harry says,
whole world is
missing
shattered.
the point entirely. No, shut up. You are listening to them. No nightclub, so it's church or gym or hobby or work. Make up your mind. What is worse, the church or being lonely? The church! No. Harry, you're missing the point. If women tell you to fuck off, you can't keep talking to them until they like you.
A little thing called harassment?
Yeah, those restraining orders get really fucking frustrating after a while. and if that's what you're into, is manipulating them until they like you, it's called Stockholm Syndrome, and that generally involves kidnapping, which is illegal.
At least in the West.
Yes. In that case, Harry, I recommend converting to Islam and getting 6 wives.
I think we're kind of assuming that Harry hasn't already converted.
Well,
I mean, he did take over the papacy, if I remember correctly.
Yes. Harry says they're lost, move on to someone else. Yeah, because that's so easy. Disco says, you think Harry would be one of the men with 6 wives? No, not in the slightest. And not one of them on dingy. Well, in that case, maybe he needs to be a Mormon and move to Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I could see that. Harry would fit in well there.
Would. I think he'd fit in quite well.
I think the weather would probably drive him nuts, though. Not damp and cold enough.
To be fair, at least in Salt Lake City they have weather. Eternal rain isn't really weather. Student of History says, the cops frown upon ignoring cease and desist orders and very much disagree with ignoring protection orders. Just a bad call. Yes. Also, again, if you go to, say, the gym, and you talk to, and you ask out every woman, you're going to get a reputation and you're probably going to get thrown out. And banned. For life.
Or if you ask the wrong one just once.
Because remember, it's not just them rejecting you that you have to worry about. It's them complaining to a white knight or worse, a woman, and then you're thrown out, banned, and the police might be called if you ever show up again.
Exactly. Yep. I don't know. Discretion might be a good thing to learn.
Yes. Because women have figured out that the police can be used against men. And that can be taken either ironically, as a joke, or as straight fact.
Is there really much of a difference when it comes to abuse of the police?
Not really, no. Harry says, again, move to someone else. They're lost. Treat it like it means nothing. Again, Harry, you can't move to someone else if you've been thrown out.
Oh, and then the married man tells us this isn't hard, guys. To be in the top 20%.
You must be in the top 20% of men. See, the thing about numbers fractal is if a top 20% exists, a bottom 80% must also exist.
Yeah, student of history is correct. Society changes horrifically quicker than the law.
Yeah, here we go. Someone who doesn't know what they're doing. You don't have to fully initiate things. Guys are just looking for a hint. If a girl smiles at me, it gives me enough confidence to strike up a conversation. Someone else says, this is absolutely terrible advice. Him giving and interpreting hints of things that humans are almost all universally bad at. Yeah, Fractal says, yeah, just don't be in the bottom 80%. It's really easy. Are soy boys a right-wing conspiracy to put all of them in the top 20%?
It might be, come to think of it.
Yeah, Billy Blogs gets it. Showing up girls in a gym, I'm more interested in doing my exercise. They'd probably report you for talking to them.
But Harry, you're in the bottom 5%, not the upper 80.
Yeah, see, Harry, your problem isn't your looks. It's the moment you open your mouth and ruin it.
From 20 to 5 in 3 easy steps.
Yeah. Stream of History says, well, here's a fun white pill. If 99% of everyone on the planet finds you unattractive, there are still tens of millions that would say yes.
That's pretty based, yeah.
Yep.
Cool.
Problem is, they're all over in China.
and named Fang Fang or whatever it was.
Discordia says, oof. Harry says, pass that odds otherwise. Picture it didn't happen.
You know, and it's actually kind of another interesting conundrum. There's a lot of guys who just want to chat up a woman without the intention of doing anything other than having a chat, building out confidence, and then moving on to a woman they do want to try to date.
And if even and the hardest and one I don't even know what my point was. I think I just started talking before I had made it up. I do that sometimes. I'll get halfway through a sentence and then it's like, am I going somewhere here? No. Sometimes I can usually make up the end of the sentence. At that time, it just went completely gone.
That's when you script write everything out. And hold on, I've got to go back and change that to a semicolon. But yeah, I think the point that is being missed with all these subreddits, it's like sometimes it's just human interaction that people want, especially men, because if you can just have a chat and it's like, oh, that was a good chat, your day's better, you move on, it's not all secluded to the realm of dating. It's the realm of human interaction.
Well, that's it. In the modern world, people are isolated, men especially so.
Yeah.
Outside the family unit, what close social contacts does the modern man have?
Maybe co-workers, and that's not very close.
No, and you don't generally tend to want to share explicitly with co-workers because see the previous 6 Hours List podcast.
Yep.
So here's another one. Where /when is it actually okay to approach women? Okay, on the street, usually a bad idea. At the gym, not a good move. At a bar, hell yeah. In a cafe, honestly, as long as you're not creepy, go for it. A shared activity. Yes, this is the one I would be most comfortable with. Any place that feels unsafe. No. Be respectful. Examine the vibe first. Is she busy? Leave her alone. If you're really tall/large, be extra careful not to scare her. Fuck's sake.
Yeah, and this is kind of the other thing that always strikes me about these topics. Women have the ability to do all these things themselves, as far as their agency. It's not a one-sided dynamic, and most people, if you say, hey, fuck off, leave me alone, will do so happily, because they don't want to interact with somebody that's that bitter.
Yeah, like... one of the issues is all these women are like, oh, if you just say no, they'll get all uppity. Yeah, maybe you think that because when you say no, it's like, fuck off, you ugly creep. And I'm sure some of them actually say that, and then when the man's like, well, fuck you, cunt, they're like, oh, they ignore everything they said and just go, oh, when I said no to his advance, he called me a cunt. Yeah, because you were a cunt.
Yeah. There's also that dynamic of people tend to, say negative things about somebody who's rejected them, whether no matter the cause, just so they can kind of mentally cut that off and move on to someplace else.
Harry says, am I the only non-loser here who has actual friends do better with you? Harry, you don't get to call people losers.
And anime characters are not actual friends, Harry.
Yes. Also, define friends are not the same as acquaintances. Like we covered this earlier. I'm sorry. Blog says the key to this is not caring. Men have to take rejection. Ah, yes. Have you tried not having human emotion? Have you tried being an actual psychopath?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but you're going to want to know, is there something I could improve upon in myself? You're all sorts of self-doubt.
Well, that's it. It's
you
not
get used to it, but
it's not the fact that the woman's not interested. It's the fact that she's not interested in you specifically, because obviously you're going to assume that there is something wrong about you because it's human nature. Like, rejection hurts, and anyone who says that rejection doesn't hurt is either lying, a psychopath, or they're just out for sex with slags.
Yeah.
Steven Fishy says, honest anecdote, my best success is on bushing around and just talking. Biggest issue is breaking the ice mask. Yep. Seems right.
Yep.
Right, Longshore says, it is okay to approach a woman for a chat if in the gym, as long as the situation allows, also as long as you aren't specifically coming onto them. Right, so why would the fuck would I talk to a woman in the gym if I wasn't coming onto them? Well, like, I think
maybe she's got a cute friend, you never know, but still.
Yeah, it's like the trick. Go with a mate who's willing to take one for the team.
Sounds like a human sacrifice.
Yeah. Baysap says, if we all just started with replying to these complaints with fine, in this case it's now up to women to make the first move. Let them deal with all the nerves and rejection. Have women approach us. Based.
Based. Very based.
Fractal says, Baystate, that seems to be the consensus and now nothing is happening. Yep. The women are going, oh, the men have to approach us, and the men are going, well, we've tried approaching the women, it's gone horribly. What's the fucking point? We'll just wait for them to approach us. And then Fractal says, Harry, please stop attempting to give anyone interpersonal relationship advice.
Buy that man a pint.
Yes, and Fractal does get to say this because he's married with kids.
Exactly.
Harry, you don't get to say you're a non-loser. We've seen your cooking. don't act like a loser, not hard. Harry, You're being a judgmental little faggot.
I think he's going full degenerate now.
Yes. I don't think Harry understands that humans have emotions.
No, that's because he's kind of, a programmed robot.
Yeah, that makes sense. Disco says, and then you will complain there's no babies happening long. Billy Blogs.
Yeah.
Billy Blogs says, I've had a woman approach me. It's very unusual. I could not say no. I mean, I don't think any single man would say no to a woman over a 5. Over a 3.
Well, over a 3. Maybe a 4. I'll split the difference. Because I've been approached in the past, and it's just like... I typically knew them, and it's like, no, this isn't going to work out, but thank you for the compliment. And of course, that's like, oh, you're playing hard to get. No, I'm playing no get. But it was always very polite, very civil.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Like, men understand what rejection's like, so they don't tend to be cunts about it when a woman they're not interested in asks them about. That would be my guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely in my circumstance. And, I can't imagine anybody, other than maybe Harry, rejecting someone and just being an ass about it.
I mean, Harry would get out the spray ball and be like, "Begone, thought!"
See, Harry, this is what you get for giving really bad advice.
Yes. Rob Longshore says, by approaching others at the gym, bearing in mind most gyms are somewhat friendly spaces, will allow for more possible future interactions by increasing the group of people you interact with.
Yeah, exactly.
There is some truth. I'd say there's truth to that. But again, I don't know. I'm not exactly going to be approaching uggos on the off chance they might have a hot friend.
It's my philosophy has always been, if you can be polite to the maximum number of people, maybe they have a friend that you would be interested in.
This is
vice
true.
Versa. That's also assuming that they know that you're single and looking, because sometimes it's always assumed, oh, well, you must be of that age range, so you're not looking anymore. No, fuck you.
Yeah. Harry's
you're over 20.
Harry's completely missed what we've said, and I'm wrong. How? Thoughts equal bad. Harry, just because a woman talks to you first doesn't make her a thought. But yes, thoughts are bad. Depending on personal preferences, they should either be patrolled or used then patrolled.
I mean, it's mutually agreeable.
Well, I'm in the just patrol camp. There are some that prefer to use then patrol, but they must always be patrolled.
I mean, I don't like the idea of going down to a level of, oh well, I find this disgusting, but I'm going to take advantage. Kind of unbased. Yeah.
Billy Blog says, I don't even know half the time when women are approaching me in that way. I don't believe you. I don't know any of the time when women are approaching me in that way. To be fair, when women were talking to me in that way, it was many, many years and many, many kilos ago. Back in the before times, when I had the hair.
The glory days.
It has been many years and many kilos since I have had much success in that. Nowadays, in my current state of affairs, any woman that would be interested in this is not worth my time.
I don't know if I'd go that far. I'm still holding out hope for myself one of these days.
I should exercise more, but I'm also a lazy bastard.
Well, that's when you just get somebody else to exercise for you, post their photos, and then do the old switcheroo.
Say the problem is having standards, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, wanting to be the kind of person that you want to be, so you can attract who you want. It's kind of a pain in the ass.
Yes, it requires effort, and well, basically just effort.
Yeah, and putting yourself at risk. for the old rejection.
Indeed.
Robert Longshaw responding to Billy Blogs. Women approach me in a way usually that men don't understand. Women are wired different. Men usually approach women in ways that come across as creepy. Don't know.
Let's see. Robert Longshaw says, women approach men in a way usually that men don't understand. Women are wired different, and men usually approach women in ways that come across as creepy. And then kind of the same. Bezic, as Discordia says, Bezic, remember that women are less about the visual though. Yeah, this is true.
Yeah.
But again, they don't tend to be interested in the 120 kilo fat hairy guy.
You never know. And then she follows up with far less interested in how you look and how you are in how we look.
I mean, this is true. I think you lost the comma there, but we got there in the end. Yeah, men are much more visually driven than women are.
Indeed, and I think that's just really biology, because it's kind of like the reverse of say a peacock's plumage. Where to us the women have the plumage, and we're the kind of unassuming, hiding in the bushes animal.
Yeah,
Disco does horrifically, but
Disco does go into one of the problems that does lead to this mess of how, especially in nightclubs, the amount of men whose idea of approaching is to walk up and grab a leer over you. That's a good way to see her slowly make her own. Yeah, that kind of shit is legitimately creepy. Unfortunately, women have one bad experiences like that and then apply that to all men, and then like, can we just beat up the creeps and leave the regular guys alone?
Get the creeps out of the gene pool, and then everybody will be happy.
Exactly.
Fractal is correct. Be funny, make money. Yeah.
Yep. If you can't be
flash your bank statement.
Well, that's it. Women are like, what? Why do men drive expensive cars? Because it's not socially acceptable to walk around with a clear plastic suitcase full of money.
That's what I've been doing wrong all these years. That granted, it's been in like Zimbabwe dollars, but still.
That's Zimbabwe dollars when the case is worth more than the money inside.
Well, but when it's just stacks of cash, it looks more impressive when you have $100 in U.S. dollars and converted.
Yep. What's the exchange rate with Venezuela at the moment? I've got $1 that I might be able to use. Let's see. Billy says, Disco, you have a bad opinion of men. Disco says, no, I don't. I have a bad opinion of some men. Most men are fine. Yes, this is one of our problems. There are legitimately absolute scum out there who happen to be male who do awful shit to women. Unfortunately, the rumours get around and it then gets passed on men as a collective.
Mm-hmm. Prime night Venezuelan drug deal, 20 garbage bags of bills for a gram. That sounds about right. Might be underestimating nowadays.
Yep, Student of History says, dress nice, be able to hold a conversation, and if at all possible, make the girl laugh. Ah, that second bit's where the problem is.
Yeah, it's you have to have that opening to have the conversation to lead to a joke. And
yes, you also have to not be autistic. That generally helps.
Unless you put eggs in soup.
Yes.
It's like, it's one of these things. You always find it easier to approach people that you're not interested in.
Well, that's it,
the
because
ones that you are.
Again, it comes down to the fear of loss. What do you have to lose approaching someone you're not interested in? Nothing. What do you have to lose in approaching someone you are interested in? Significantly more.
Yeah. even though it is true, it's just a yes or no, and if they say no, it's a waste of your time. But it's that psychological hurdle that I think has been driven into us biologically of you want to be accepted and approved because we're social animals.
Yes. And unfortunately, feminism has essentially conditioned, either through active psychological manipulation for the youngest generations, or through repeated rejection for, like, X and millennials.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, I had a horrific dating experience back in high school to the point where I didn't date for 5 years after. Asked a, lovely lady out, and she said no, and that wasn't the problem. It was all the other socialization around it, where got mocked and harassed for about 5 years.
Oh yeah, I had that problem when I was in high school. Broke up with the girlfriend at the time, and that wasn't the issue. The problem was her friends and the rumors they spread. Thanks, cunts.
Exactly. And that has a devastating effect. That it's all social, but it's like it builds a fear of rejection, and unfortunately, that sort of thing is now much more common and approved of than when I talk to friends of mine of older generations.
Let's see. Student History says, I know that. Believe me, my number one issue is staying the convo. After I've got this. Oh, having a firm buzz might help with the ice. Not drunk, but starting to be feeling it, lol. Yeah. The buzz is really good when it comes to killing social inhibition. Unfortunately, it can also have the side effect of killing other kinds of inhibition.
And that does kind of put it over the edge, unfortunately.
Yeah. Also, when you tend to have a limited filter such as I do, removing what little social inhibition you do have...
Yeah, that's... Yeah, it's just there's a kind of more mercenary nature about people's interactions these days than there used to be.
Well,
I mean,
it's
because I look at. Go ahead.
Yeah, on the mercenary nature thing, it really seems to be that way, especially from women. Like, it's very much invested in what can they do for me, even from the men's part. What can that woman do for me? When a long time ago it was like, oh, that person over there is attractive. Do I like spending time with them? Would I like to spend, another 80 years with them?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, even just taking it outside of the dating realm, people don't interact with each other as much as they used to. It is very rare, from my observation, for strangers to strike up a conversation now than it was even 20 years ago.
And especially, you can also see the decrease in social groups. Like the extended social group, the acquaintance group, the friend group. It's rapidly shrunk over the last 20 years.
Yeah. And, I think some of it has been replaced with, kind of online digital interactions, which people get fulfillment in, but it's not a face-to-face sit down, have a beer with someone kind of interaction.
Well, that's it. And even if, say, you do find someone on the interwebs that you like talking to, and, oh, crap, I'm now attracted to this person because I've seen them in video chat. Doesn't do much good if they're on the other side of the planet.
Exactly. Yep. Or even just a state or two away.
Yeah, well, that can present massive problems, even pre-COVID. Post-COVID, they might as well be in another fucking country.
Yeah. And I think, the focus, and everyone can do that. Everyone has that external from the local community focus now. And hell, I don't know the neighbor across the street from me.
Well, that was also the thing. You had much larger casual social groups, and that was quite often how people met. Oh, you're in, like, they know who you are, they know your name, they're on first name basis with you, and then they know a couple of things about you, but they're not really acquaintances, and they're certainly not friends. But they might still go, hey, you're into such and such. I know this cute girl over in next town over who's also into such and such. And
it's like, hey, you ought to go do something together. You might enjoy it. Maybe
you should go do the such and such together. Maybe you'll enjoy doing it together, and oh, look at that. Oh, I'm a successful matchmaker now. But there's
and then they go on to the next one and the next,
And that just doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah. See. Student of history, fair point. Just sometimes you want to walk up and ask a girl how she's doing and pray the dice roll good. Yeah.
Yep. Sadly, it's like playing D&D with what is this, like a DC of 19 or 18 or something.
Yeah. And Robert Longshaw, my parents met each other in a nightclub in Hackney in the 80s. Turned out they had friends in common, but clubs weren't meat markets back then, how they used to meet. In multi-culti cities, you don't talk to many people because you don't know how many people actually talk the same language, so why bother?
Yeah.
Both very true.
And Billy says, do you remember the guy that took the jet ski from Scotland to the Isle of Man to see his girlfriend? He got arrested because of COVID fascism. Prime Knight says a charisma check when you have a -8 in charisma. And you roll. And then, feminism. You now roll with disadvantage.
You have to do a culture check now.
Yep. Oh, and while you're at it, roll for initiative because the White Knights are on their way. And Student says, if she ain't feeling convo, it is what it is, especially if you're buzzing. Oh, another problem with that is, what happens if you're a social misanthrope and you hate nightclubs? It really doesn't help.
Yeah.
Like, the obvious solution is nut up and do it anyway, but fuck nightclubs.
Yeah, well, yeah, just the getting kicked out by a bouncer aggressively alone is bad enough, and then you have to wonder, who in here is a criminal with bad intent to whoever they can find as a victim, no matter who it is.
I don't want to go in paid to go into nightclubs. I don't even like being paid to be in the nightclub. I've been the bouncer before, and I fucking hated it because you're surrounded by drunk idiots, and then there's the customers.
Yeah.
Okay,
I've been in a nightclub for 10 years.
I ain't going to no damn home market. I just go to a normal bar, thank you. That makes more sense.
Yeah.
And Disco says, I hate nightclubs. They're smelly and noisy. And the floor's sticky, too.
And that's the high-end ones.
Yeah. Unironically, the nicest bar I worked in was actually the drag bar. Like, unironically, they were the nicest people I had to deal with the time I was working in the nightclub district. Yeah, crazy.
Yeah. And then Disco, at least when smoking was allowed in them, you couldn't smell the BO. That's a good point. That or the overdone perfume and cologne. Uh-oh.
Reminds me of the whole, what used to be the whole Russian mail order bride thing. At this point, I'm like, will house husband for green card.
I mean, you might as well.
Mythos says that your average nightclub breaks the Geneva Convention at least 5 times in one night.
True.
Ah, Fractals walked in.
You guys are going to the wrong clubs.
Yeah, but we go to the poor people nightclubs. That's the problem.
No. It's not about that. It's like you go to places to see people, like to see bands play, or to see.
Oh yeah, we don't have good nightclubs like that around where I am.
Go to Tiger or Oceana or, shit bars. Those are terrible. Don't go there.
Sadly, where I am, it's really bad country music being played, and I just want to beat my brains into the wall.
Up my volume. Apparently.
Yeah, the volume. We'll see how that goes. I've still got many more percentage.
Yeah, you guys need to go to better bars, and clubs, and pubs.
Well, if you're footing the bill, I'll go.
Well,
no. I didn't mean better in that way.
The new problem with that is it's literally illegal for me to go to a nightclub now.
Yeah.
So,
Harry's back.
Ah, excellent. He can tell us
more.
You can get back to giving everyone advice.
Yeah, I'm very. My biggest piece of advice to you is leave the eggs out of the fucking soup.
Make your own soup. That's my advice.
I'll concede that he has to use cans at this stage for Geneva Convention reasons, but still.
I mean, just chop a bunch of veg, chuck boiling water in, and then thicken it.
Yeah.
It's not hard to make soup.
Yeah. Disco says the kind of pubs that are acceptable to sit in that aren't smelly and noisy and full of people screeching tend to have regulars who are in their senior years.
Yeah, but those are the best pubs.
But they really are.
But
and
yeah,
then
you don't meet people there.
No, you don't tend to meet single people of approximately your age.
Well, it's not the kind of place you'd do that at the pub.
No, it really is.
Like,
no.
Home.
Disco says, Bezak, can you cook and clean? I can learn, damn it.
Yeah.
Why are you lying?
Also, if you guys want to meet people, take up smoking and go to bars and pubs and do it outside and you meet people.
Well, I imagine that's where the interesting people are.
Well, that's how I met my wife. But that's how you meet people, because people will ask to borrow lighters, pinch cigarettes, stuff like that. You've got a clock on it, so if it's not working out, you could, like, at the end of the cigarette, you never see this person again. It's perfect for interacting socially with people.
Good if you smoke.
Or it's socially acceptable to smoke. That's one of the problems here in the States. It's
No, I had a mate who didn't smoke. He'd take a lighter and he'd stand in the smoking area, and then people would ask if he's got a lighter, and he says yes, and then he'd just talk to girls.
And Harry misspelled something, and I'm not going to put his correction in, but nightclubs are harem. Yeah, that's.
Right. I think he's trying
no. In his case, he's rebuilding his harem.
I don't know.
Are great. If you go to good ones.
Yeah, I don't think they exist in Australia.
No, because even the shit ones can be a laugh with friends. It's how you approach.
Oh yeah.
Friends? What are those?
Mystical unicorns.
I don't know. I will have to ask Harry. He's the one with all the know-how on friends, making friends.
And dating in general.
Yeah.
Apparently, Harry picks up all his women at the gym. Harry, it doesn't count if you ask them, does this smell like chloroform?
You help me load the sofa into my van.
Yeah, it's yes.
Billy, mate, stop being cringeworthy.
Billy is well on his way to a deserved stabbing from a cranky Scottish woman.
And then fed to her cat.
Mate, because you're writing messages and you're just tagging one person in it the entire time.
I don't understand how I'm being
really
passive-aggressive. Yes, because you're autistic and don't know how social interaction works.
Fucking hell, Billy, mate, you're not being passive aggressive. I disagree with her. She's being polite. You're actually just being a dick, mate. Just shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Fucking hell.
No, Mythos, autism is not an excuse. It's the explanation. And now he needs to... We have identified the problem. He now needs to take corrective action.
Yeah.
Yeah, shutting the hell up is usually a good reaction.
Exactly. Like, there's therapy for that shit.
Anyway, my 2 cents on the whole thing is because all the young people are now being funneled into cities, they aren't forming communities and not meeting other people, and that's why they're isolated and alone.
And you're exactly right.
Everyone,
and that's kind
everyone
of
in cities aren't from there.
That's kind of the one sentence conclusion to what Bleach and I have been talking about for a bit.
Yeah. I just wanted to add in my. I've been listening to you for fucking hours now.
But I just wanted and whose problem is that?
I think it's a problem for all of us, really.
Yeah, true. Yes.
Oh God, we're in trouble. Harry is giving correct advice to Billy.
Well, I mean, it happens.
Yeah. Harry's a good boy. He's weird, but he's a good boy.
And he'd be significantly better if he just left the eggs out of the damn soup. No,
Robert,
I'm not giving that up.
Yeah. Robert Longshore says, Fractal, they only know people they work with if they find a job. Correct. And you're not allowed to date people you work with.
Or at least shouldn't.
Well, it's not worth the fucking risk.
True. And most of the time, occasionally there's the diamond in the rough, but it's very, very rare.
Well, my general rule is don't shit where you eat. So it's like, don't actively go to find someone at your work that you're into, but if you end up being into someone you work with by accident, well, that's when you need to do a cost-benefit analysis. Is it worth the risk to the job? And if they're fantastic, it might just be.
Agreed. Now, I went down that path, and it was a very rewarding situation, but didn't last. But there was that ability to build rapport ahead of time, which is massively important to having any conversation with anyone.
Well, it does help to have a rapport with someone. It is annoying when you like, shit, I'm slightly attracted to this person I work with. Not worth the risk. And that's really fucking annoying. Disco says, Harry, They don't need to go in the soup. No one is saying you can't have eggs.
I mean, if you're going to have an egg with a meal, it's good if you like fry it up and put it on top of a burger or something like that, or in a sandwich in general.
Harry says eggs equals good, protein there for you equals wrong. Let them cook in soup, eat fast. Look, Harry, if you're going to do that, you might as well shove everything in a fucking blender and then fry it. at that point, just make a fucking omelette and be done with it.
No, Harry, you're making the soup into the crack. That's the problem.
No one has a problem with the eggs. Just don't crack them into the soup. Just because something's faster doesn't mean it's better. Oftentimes it's not. It looks disgusting. And a large part of food is the visuals.
Like, unironically, we will give you 4 goats with Francesca if you just stop cracking eggs into soup. Like, how many goats do we have to give you to make this mess stop?
I'm willing to move up to cattle and mules at this stage.
Disco says, Harry, that soup was a war crime.
It certainly looked like one.
Might be something to throw in stream just so those that haven't seen it can get the full horror.
It's so fucking horrible. Hold on, I'll dig out the image.
Student of history says, brother, eat a whole carton of eggs. I'm down. I get it, but the soup is weird, and I'm nervous you're going to summon the great old ones or something.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
It's worse than wrong. It's an eldritch horror in itself.
Oh my god.
Look,
I'm just gonna link
Harry, if we have to, we will crowdfund you a house in the suburbs with a white picket fence and everything. Just stay out of the fucking kitchen. I'm now going to make everyone in stream suffer through this.
I mean, if we have to, they have to.
Yes.
Even the memory of this soup is horrific.
Crime Knight's just dead.
This is making me like irate.
Biceps like, what the fuck, Harry? Come on, dude. Student of history says,
Robert
that makes me
Longshaw.
uncomfortable.
Robert Longshaw, so grey.
Dear. Student of history says, to Disco, the old timers have the best war stories from either work or drinking one of the local bars. There's a guy named Sky who was at the Woodstock. Robert Longshaw says, looks like throwing up jellied eels.
This is the product of an uncivilized man.
Yeah.
Is he even English?
All pragmatic.
Crime Knight says, I am no cook, but not even I make such an abomination of culinarity.
No, Harry, it's not being weak. It's having discretion.
It's having some standards.
Like, for fuck's sake, Harry. No man should subject himself to that.
Yeah, no civilized man. It's barbaric.
Again, I have to emphasize, is Harry even English at this stage with that soup?
No, I don't think Harry should be allowed in a country that has eggs ever again.
Again, Harry, it's having discretion and class.
It's not even that self-respect. It's like something fundamental as a human being.
Like, I'm a lazy cunt and I wouldn't do that to myself.
Student of history. Oh,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I will eat soup, I will eat egg, I will eat soup and then egg, but not that abomination.
Yeah, it's an affront to just...
Harry says,
Man.
I do question my own humanity at times. After that soup, Harry, I don't think there's any question about your humanity. Just straight up non-existent. The elder gods are ashamed and disappointed. What is like? Not even Slinch would accept such horror. Cthulhu damns you, Harry. Oh, I think
if you had to ask what was served in the seventh circle of Dante's Inferno, it's this soup.
Yeah, they're certainly not having it on gluttony.
Harry, it looks like something a communist would eat.
Not out of choice.
It looks like the thing that the communists has sat in front of them when they decide to eat their chard. If a communist had a choice between eating their chard and eating that soup, they'd eat their chard, and that would be the correct decision.
Ooh.
I think we're going to need to get Fractal a bucket here, the way he's sounding.
It's not a physical illness. It's more like an illness of the soul. It just hurts me deep inside myself.
Prime Knight, I think, has tweaked it. That is what is left after Nurgle gets done with making a plague in his cauldron.
Harry, don't blaspheme. Not much of a Christian, mate. Not gonna lie.
This is what's going to
see is in question.
This is what's going to bring Jesus back from the dead. He's going to walk into Harry's house, bitch slap him across the kitchen, refuse to elaborate, leave.
This is going to be the money changers on steroids.
Yeah, we know you choose to make it that way. That doesn't make it any... How does that make
That's why we're judging you. Because you have a choice, and you have chosen poorly.
Harry, for this abomination, I'm going to have to microwave more tea just for you at some point.
Well, that pales in comparison to this.
No, but at least he seems to understand that that's a horror.
Do you microwave the water and then put the tea bag in?
No, for this case, I will microwave the tea bag in the water as it's going.
We need a priest.
No, I mean, it's not how I drink tea, but it's how I'll do it for this.
We need an old priest and a young priest. You'll need Jesus.
As an atheist, I think we need an exorcism of Harry's kitchen. And possibly Harry.
I now believe in God. Because I know the devil is real.
I now believe... after seeing that soup, I now believe in the devil. I'm still out of the whole God thing.
Microwaving tea is...
Oh, it's horrific, but for the case of eliminating this god-awful soup, I will do it. I will do it every day of the week that Harry defends that soup.
Prime Knight says, then I saw that soup and now I'm a believer.
That's all there is to do. I'm a believer.
I'm a believer if I cried.
Oh. Luckily, we've Solomon just dumped a whole bunch of great stuff in the food channel. So I'm not looking at that.
Harry, when you die, there will be chickens waiting for you.
Oh, did you see Cypher's cakes? They're fucking banging.
Mm.
And then John Crow has like meaty testicle things.
Oh,
know what
wow.
they are.
Those cakes are lovely. And then there's the fucking female with an absolute abomination of baking.
I mean, she's trying her best.
That's feminism for you.
I hate to say the Powerade turkey that I decided to throw in there looks less horrific than the soup.
It does. I'm also really
Is that
curious.
actually real?
Yeah.
I have questions,
come
and
out
I'm
with
not
that
sure I want answers.
I didn't do this, but I do know who did.
And that you're no longer friends with that person?
surely.
Well, pretty much, yeah.
I'm just intrigued. It's piqued my curiosity more than anything else.
What does it look like after it's cooked?
You know, I didn't stick around to find out what it was on the inside.
Black and then caramelized to shit.
Oh, God, yeah, that stuff's pretty much straight sugar.
Yeah. I'm surprised it looks that color, actually. They must have soaked that for fucking days.
Oh, yeah. Just...
Yum.
It was
Anyway.
more effort than was warranted, I would say.
Base Sape says, as a Christian, I no longer believe there is a God.
No, he died that day. No, actually, the day where Harry made soup from 2 different types of soup and mixed them together.
With eggs.
That was a pretty bad day. There were eggs in that as well.
Student of History says, Harry, not everything that hurts you is going to better you. A bear doesn't make you stronger, it wrecks your shit. Except for that one Russian dude who stabbed a bear to death.
That sort of soup will just slowly kill your liver and intestines. So,
Faith in God. Faith in life.
God can't save us now. It's too late.
No.
Harry has
He's
cooked.
forsaken us because of that.
That was the reason, turns out.
That's why Russia's going to war with Ukraine. God has decided that we must now cleanse the planet in nuclear fire.
Yep. What Noah didn't do was cook eggs in soup, and that's why he was spared.
Oh fuck, Lord Miles is actually in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Oh, no shit.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
It'd be funny if he was a spook. And this is the cover.
I mean, at this point, he might actually be.
He's a fucking Green Beret or something.
Or just some mercenary out for a good time.
I mean, and Spook's more likely.
Yeah, but did they follow up with a rifle so they can stick him on the front lines of the impending conflict?
Give them the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, that's kind of what's missing out of modern society, is this adventurism. Everybody's just very content to look at the rest of the world as, oh, well, yeah, it's always the status quo. I'm never getting outside of my bubble. And then Lord Miles shows up and goes on a grand adventure, or 3 or 4.
I can't believe he's still alive. What a Chad.
I can. It didn't go anywhere too spicy.
Mm,
Afghanistan was the worst one, but Ukraine, like, usually is completely fine.
yeah, for now.
Yep.
But with his track record,
Wait, maybe he's going to cause the war in Ukraine. Spook confirmed.
Stereophysically says, give him an AK, tell him the direction of England, he'll be fine. One day he'll just blend in with the sea people on his way back. Lord... Let's see. Yes, Billy, he's doing adventurism in Ukraine. He's being an absolute Chad.
Notice the big Ukrainian flag on his arm.
Yeah, because apparently he managed to score a free military uniform. I would not recommend wearing a military uniform in Ukraine at the moment, though.
Well, it doesn't matter. The Russians just shoot anyone.
This is true. Student History says he might bring the mythical women and children with him.
Undoubtedly.
Now the Ukrainians will stand and fight. I don't see them leaving.
No, they're not like Americans in Afghanistan. Or
Well,
Afghanis in Afghanistan. Yeah, that's just... It's amazing what a few generations of living under the Soviet thumb will do for the culture.
Yeah, they're not fans of the Russians.
No, and well, I think historically that's very true as well.
Oh. I don't think they like being approached by unattractive guys like me. Oh yeah, guys, just be in the top 20%. It's fine. Trust me, it worked out great for me.
Does that mean you have to exterminate those who are above you?
Yes.
That's one way of doing it.
Okay. Trying to bump up my average, apparently.
But that's the danger of averages.
Oh.
Here we go. How should an uglier guy approach women, if at all, on Ask Women?
Well,
Don't.
This is going to be a complete bomb.
I think that approaching is a difficult tactic if you're unattracted. In terms of hitting on a stranger in that context, looks like a pretty big factor. Yeah. Advice: approach unattractive girls.
Oof.
Approach acquaintances who already know about your sparkling personality.
Yeah, and then get accused of being a nice guy.
Or, oh, why do you want out of the friend zone? I thought it was just fine.
Most women don't like cold approaches.
No matter how attractive the guy is.
Yeah, maybe. Just really depends on the individual rather than the blanket statement. Oops.
Yep.
I think you just got to do it through friend groups.
Mm.
That's the only way.
But how are we meant to find friends from inside our pod eating the bugs?
Well, you go on the approved list of hobbies and interests, and you pick one. I find Marvel films is a safe one. So just consume the Marvel film. Find Grill. Tell her how funny you think Captain Marvel is, or something. I don't know. That's approved.
How much you enjoyed the all-female reboot of Ghostbusters?
Yeah.
But at that point, are you really attracting women?
It's like South Park with Carmen. Women are funny, guys. Get over it. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I feel for people. I really do.
Yeah, it's just so uncomfortable, having to worry more than just, about rejection anymore. It's this, are you going to be labeled roundly condemned and then, what seems like being paraded as, oh, this guy dared approach the wrong woman.
Yes.
Just
And don't forget the increasingly present chance of being the victim of violence as a result.
Yeah.
Because all she has to do is scream, and you're dead.
Yeah, it's a really strange change in dynamics, and I won't say that it's not been that way in the past, but I think it's just so much more prevalent now, and kind of the default.
Have you just considered dying alone?
Every day.
Well, there you go.
I mean, I figure I'll just make one big pot of soup and take the world with me.
Stone of History says you are meant to be a servile coomer, attempting to use worthless paper given to you in your serfdom to fill the gaping hole in your heart and soul whilst you cry into your plate of grasshoppers. Yep. Welcome to the New World Order.
As long as I benefit the state, that's all that matters.
Yes, if you're not benefiting the state, what difference does it make?
All to serve the almighty science, comrade.
Praise science. Have you seen that South Park? The ones with the atheists, where they end up having a massive war over what they should call themselves.
No, we've not seen that.
Oh, it's brilliant. And they like, praise be to science. They basically just replace God with science, and then they have a massive war over what they should call themselves.
See, the problem about that is it's literally happened right now with Fauci and the Coof.
I know. They're quite prophetic, the South Park guys.
Yeah. Honestly, they probably scare themselves with how prophetic they are.
Yeah, that's
like the guys who made the Idiocracy film, they probably wake up every morning, turn on the TV, and then cry into their cereal.
That was Mike Judge. He's made so much good stuff. That's good social commentary. He did King of the Hill, I think.
Oh, really? That was him?
Yeah,
oh, wow.
Which was like rural Texan man starting to encounter modern life.
Propane and propane accessories.
I love that. Yeah, I love that show so much.
I never really got into it, sadly, if it's good. Stone of History says, if anyone needs me when this day comes, I'll be somewhere in Appalachia with a gun and squirrel jerky. Based.
Hey, he's got to get here and fight past me first.
I was just planning to eat my neighbours.
East. Neighbor jerky.
Yeah.
Well, that's it.
A matter of security and sustenance.
Well, what about Or's plan of just finding the nearest Mormon and stealing their shit?
There's not many in the UK, but it's a good strategy.
I'm going to have to remember that one. What new horror shall we uncover now?
It does seem that the good stuff has run out. But here's someone who's basically saying what we're saying. On Purple Pill Debate, there's no 100% PC way of approaching women without risking to appear creepy. It's attractive for a man to be able to approach a woman with confidence. Yikes, women will assume you want to sleep with them, which is a turn-off. Just approach her and be upfront and honest with your intentions on the get-go. Ew, this creepo thinks it's okay to harass women on the subway. Try some more social events like nightclubs. OMG, I'm just trying to enjoy a night out with my friends. University is a great place to meet girls. The lecture hall isn't a meat market, and women don't really appreciate someone hitting on them when they're trying to.
University, they're all fucking mental.
They really are. Just ask girls out you meet at the bar or social dance. I don't even know you. It's easy to ask a girl out in your social circuit, but it's so awkward hanging out with him after that. Yeah, you're basically boned.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, you're not. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Well. Disco likes neighbor jerky, apparently.
Yeah, if you get a good neighbor, they salt very well.
The question is, if you want a different variety of flavors, do you have to have a more diverse neighborhood?
No, I think the flavors come in, like from the body types.
Mm.
Yeah, it's like you've got to look at the fat content in the meat.
Exactly, and that'll be what affects the flavor over everything else.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if there's different marbling against different groups and whatnot, but apparently it's just body type.
Nah, difference is only skin deep.
But the flavor is diverse.
Just remember, stay away from the nervous system. That shit ain't any good for you.
True. Wasn't that kind of the premise of was the movie Book of Eli?
I have no idea.
I never watched that. Oh.
There was some element of it in there about cannibalism and basically leading to something similar to mad cow disease in humans about eating nervous systems.
Yeah, that's real. Well, you have to have something left over for the cat. I don't know. If I have cats, it's because I'm gonna eat them.
Well, so you can use the cats to predate upon smaller mammals and turn those into soup. Then eat the cat. If you're that desperate.
After the fall of society, cats will actually become useful again, because you'll need them to keep the grain stores secure against rodents.
True.
What grain? We're not growing shit. Not unless you need to winter.
Yeah. Well, Disco's putting a disclaimer in about don't eat your neighbor, folks.
No. A vow. Have you seen The Road? Who was doing the best? The people eating people. God, that's a bleak film. The book's even bleaker.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't make it through
You're
it.
a miserable film, watch The Road.
Never even heard of it. Sounds awful.
Oh, it's very good.
One of those films that's absolutely brilliant, but you should never watch it.
No, you definitely should watch it.
Oh, okay.
It's very depressing. Very depressing.
Yeah, I know you guys aren't anime fans, so I'm just going to keep this brief. The Grave of the Fireflies, which is about Japan in the 40s, which is absolutely fucking black as shit. It is, if you're into anime, it's an absolutely brilliant film that you should never ever watch because it'll make a grown man bawl.
Mm.
And that
I
is
like grown man balls.
Well, when Nyad grows up, you'll be really happy. Let's see. Student of History says, hold up real quick, time out. If I'm getting to know someone and we end up liking each other and we start dating and then we get married, isn't there a higher likelihood that we might want to struggle snug?
No, of course not. It's a platonic marriage without romance, sex, or the possibility of offspring.
Yes. Just following a logical flow on this one, and it kind of makes the he just wants to get in my pants thing partially mute. The complaint seems to be timescale. The fact that disclaimer may save you right. Oh, yeah. Discordia says, Disclaimer, don't eat your neighbours, folks. And the student history says the fact that disclaimer may save your asses at some point, lol. Harry, you've literally got anime faggotry in your username on YouTube. Don't call people weeb. And yes, I am a weeb for knowing the reference in his username.
Sometimes you need a mole inside the organization to ferret out the real trouble.
Exactly.
In other words, you're a glowy weeb.
Exactly. But that's okay. No one will listen to Harry when he tells the other weebs. Student history says no worries, most of us probably do. Bez glowy confirmed. Why do you think I'm the Janny? It's so I can see everything you cunts are up to.
Well, not everything. Some stuff gets deleted.
Why me?
Or the user.
Sometimes. See, the problem with that is it goes into the mod log, and I see it anyway.
Now I'm going to have to start really messing about.
Yeah, here we go. Someone has got some news articles up on this. From some idiot on the Telegraph. Lads, Britain needs you to do your duty and get flirting. But we've been told for decades not to. Another one. Why men don't have balls anymore. Because feminists stole them and put them in the meat grinder.
Or buried them like squirrels in the yard.
Exactly. Sadly, the dating scene is pretty much screwed for everyone who actually wants a long-term relationship.
Well, and that's a disturbing trend I've seen with some divorced friends of mine. Is there's this grass is always greener, hunt for perfection, and it doesn't matter which party is, destroying the marriage. It's always this, well, I'm seeking perfection instead of somebody I can be okay with, tolerant of.
That's it. They seem to be striving for the perfect person that everything is right about, and there's no conflict, rather than acknowledging that issues are going to happen and then working through them.
Yeah, and I think it all comes down to communication, and apparently men can't even approach their wives and talk about them in their own homes.
And it certainly does help that the no-fault divorce is just a thing everywhere. Like, now people just get divorced at the drop of a hat. They have no incentive to stay in relationships.
No, unless they're trying to, milk the relationship for, some sort of gain or edge, which really shouldn't be the case, but... What? Maybe that's just something that struck me with this conversation. Maybe that's the real problem of current society. Everything is done for the sake of convenience, whether it's relationships, whether it's political policy and whatnot. It's just, I don't want to be inconvenienced by having to make hard decisions.
Well, it's not just that. It's that everything is done with the idea of instant gratification. Whatever is easiest is best.
Yep.
Because there's no downside to doing otherwise. So all of our tools for like social pressure, like making people feel ashamed, have just been completely eradicated. But if there's no social pressure to do something, then you'll do whatever you think is best for you at any moment in time, and that's what happens, and that's why people make decisions with no sense of gravity and forethought because they can just undo them whenever they want. But that
Yeah.
doesn't enable things that last, like anything that lasts, because you're making every decision based on what you feel in that immediate moment, and that is bad.
Agreed. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lack of consequence, and yeah, it's like somebody can be an absolute moron and throw their TV across the room and just go out and buy another one just as cheaply, rather than having to take the time, investment, whatnot to correct the problem.
Well, fortunately,
terrible example.
That we have a psychologist who most of us tend to be interested in, good old Jordan Peterson, who says in one of his books, satisfying relationships require negotiation and exchange. He said there must be a broader relationship-wide strategy in place to maintain romance with your partner across time. Regardless of what that strategy might be, its success is going to depend on your ability to negotiate. To negotiate, you and the person you're negotiating with must first know that what you each need and want, and second, be willing to discuss both forthrightly.
Oh, but can't I just get on the internet and complain to strangers about things going on in my life that I have control over?
Well, no, because commitment is strengthened when partners view their relationship as special and sacred. Instead, the couple can decide that each and both are subordinate to a principle, a higher order principle which constitutes their union in the spirit of illumination and truth. Voluntary subordination to this higher order principle of illumination both unifies and revitalizes.
It's mad, absolutely mad. How dare that reasonable statement be made?
Yes, how dare a professional psychologist talk about psychology?
But why should I stay in a relationship and change when I can just dump this one and start a new one?
Because you might be 40, fat, ugly, and useless, and not be able to start a new one.
Yeah, but I've been told I can have anything that I want.
Yeah, and I'll get a reward for just existing.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? You've been lied to by the feminist establishment.
But they have my best interest at heart. They keep telling me so.
And I'm a guy, and I can just go around banging chicks all I want because I'm attractive. So
yes,
like it works both ways. It's like, why should I work on a relationship? I can just go and do what I want.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why you get the MGTOWs.
Oh.
Well, there's so many groups of it. Like the MGTOWs.
I'm talking about the OG MGTOWs who are the Chads who went around just fucking everything, going, I'm not going to.
Well, even the current MGTOWs aren't necessarily wrong. They've just given up.
Which is wrong. I think that's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's one of those. Do you conform to the bullshit that current society is, or do you strive for something better?
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't see them changing anything. They're just surrendering.
Well, that's it. They've surrendered. They've given up. But the problems they identify, they're not wrong about. Their solution to it, though, is wrong.
Yeah, and that's. I think that the biggest problem we keep running into across the board is the wrong solution to the problem.
The easy solution. That's what MGTOW is. It's the easy solution.
And you can see the other side of the coin, which is female dating strategy.
Yes.
Who are
absolutely fucking psychotic.
They have some merits to the principles of what they're trying to do, but the way they're going about it is absolutely abhorrent.
Indeed. Yeah.
They've got a point somewhere.
Value yourself as a woman. Don't just go out with guys. Don't fuck around. Don't get with losers just because you think they're hot. Like there are some good stuff in there, but
true. Yes,
it's then bundled in a bunch of man-hating stuff. Some very bizarre, weird rules that they have. It's yeah. So there is some good in there, but like any movement, it's being co-opted by the nutters.
Mm. Well, fortunately, the internet being the internet is, we can actually have a look at this utter insanity. And because I'm better than feminists, I can just turn off their subreddit, so...
Oh mate, they're fucking. Female dating strategy is fucking mental. They have their own language as well, so it's going to take a while before you like calibrate into what they're actually saying. Because they do that thing that mums do it on Mumsnet as well, where they turn everything into 3-letter acronyms. So they'll be like, oh, my MVP is an SND, and you're like, what the fuck is half this shit? But once you get it, you get it.
Yeah.
There's part of me that prefers to remain ignorant, and yet I'm intrigued.
Well, this is like some of the stuff they've got. Like, this one's a bit more sane. Why do girls want to film our gym? Because here's some loser pointing his camera at other people.
Yeah, I can get that.
Yeah, like, I'd be fully on board with that. And I have no objection to female-only gyms. Just as long as I can have my male-only, naked, sweaty, sexy men gym.
It's weird that the late '90s, early 2000s, there was this. No, there can't be any gendered spaces, and now that's all anybody seems to want, except for when it comes to men.
Yes. Like here's one of the more insane ones. Men keep saying women need to lower our stats, but every single one of our rules, like at Disneyland, was created because a specific guy got weird. You think I wanted to add dozen hump mascots to my list? Yeah, those aren't the stats we're talking about. We're talking about the only want the top 20%.
Well, I mean, this is what this thing's all about. They call them high value men, or HVMs for short.
Of course they do.
Ah, yes, because they have to objectify men in order to be unobjectified as women.
Yeah. Like, here's a rule that makes a bit more sense. Like, always asking a guy for physical proof of his driver's license because she once went for a ride, and when they were stopped by the police, turns out, oops, he never got a license.
Oh. Now, that sounds more like a general rule for taking a ride with anybody rather than just a dating thing.
The female has arrived.
Uh-oh.
Yes, we are talking about incel life. And femcel life, to be fair, as well.
They're femcels.
Yes.
They're just as dangerous.
We're specifically talking about femcels at the moment. Here's one who says must own pillows.
What?
I mean, that is kind of a thing. Like, there are some weirdos who will literally just sleep on a mattress in the corner.
That's strange.
I get that reference. You are referring to Vulcan, right?
I would assume so.
No, I didn't know I was, but sure.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have a bed. He sleeps on a mattress on the floor.
Yeah. Yeah, Georgia agrees pillows are a must.
Yeah, I'd class these guys as they're not pure femcels, they're more like trad fems. Like wave feminists, trad feminists.
Well, it seems to have much of a similar problem to the anti-work sub, where there's some stuff in here that's reasonably sane, like we don't want creepy bastards taking photos of us in the gym. And then we've got the absolutely insane people who say men should be essentially locked up and caged and not have human rights.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of misandry in here. That's mixed in amongst it. But there's some core principles that I think are okay, but they're just lost in the noise of people who hate men.
Yeah. No, I think that's that weird, human psychology of, well, they're somewhat similar to me. I'm just going to ree my brains out until I've muddied the water so much that nobody knows what the hell's going on.
Well, it's the crazy people who allowed us, right? And then normal people see crazy people and go, oh, this is full of crazy people, and so they don't join. You have to gatekeep really hard to keep mental people out. Otherwise, it will always be taken over by them. We've
learnt a little bit about Discordia. Men in a cage. Let's not dismiss that offhand. Well, that's something I don't think we wanted to know.
Disco like her men like her cats. Go to the shelter, pick one out.
And hit them with the squirt bottle if they start acting up.
Exactly.
Here's another one that, again, isn't insane. I don't know what 14-year-old girl needs to see this, but look at that 18-year-old boy you were talking to. Like, that's not insane advice.
No. See, like, this is the thing. People often smear them, but there is some good stuff in there. There's like, hey, it's not okay if your partner is like masturbating all the time to porn and stuff like that. There's some good stuff in there, but then there's some mad shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, the message is lost through the static.
Yeah. Like, here's another one, which I don't disagree with. My aunt got a divorce, and I asked how she felt, and she said, I thought I had an anxiety disorder, but it turns out it was just your uncle. Yeah, I've met people like that.
Yeah. That's also quite a funny joke, even if it's not real.
Oh, it's a fucking brilliant joke, even if it's not real.
Yeah, it's like, and I think this is the problem, where you've got people with the good points on both sides, and they're the ones that need to be talking to each other, but they won't. Yeah. Simply because they're in a different camp.
Yeah.
Here's one that gets a bit more insane. Idiot proposes in public, and then the idiot in the response is, men be like, we aren't manipulative, and then put women in situations where they'd be coerced to give a yes. You do realise that even if she did say yes and then later says no, that she's not committing to a binding contract by saying yes?
I know, but it is... I mean, I do find these really awkward. Because it's meant to be like an event, and you're turning it into a fucking spectacle. I'd be humiliated.
I couldn't imagine doing that. I could totally imagine coming up with a plan like that with a girlfriend to fuck with our friends.
Yeah.
Like, I'd totally do that. It's like, look, I plan to propose to you, and I want to do this to fuck with our mates. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, it's like, I've never understood the public displays of that nature. It should be quiet, private, and intimate.
Yeah, but absolutely. But I would, if I was in a position where I was trying to marry someone, I would totally be willing to just fuck with all our friends.
Have her just throw a fit and just curse you out in public, and then you both ride home laughing at it. Yeah.
Yep, fake being absolutely cut up about it. And then just later that night be like, just post a status update on Facebook. Now engaged.
Yeah.
Here's another one, which again isn't insane, like you were saying, Fractal. Last night we were helping this girl who was way too drunk, and this guy's like, I'm her boyfriend, I'll take her home. And I was like, Kay, show me a pic of you two then. And he said he couldn't, he didn't have his phone on him. So like, hell nah, we got a security guard to get him away from us. Not insane under the circumstances.
No.
And I mean, it's a tweet, so there's probably more context as well, but that's not insane. That's good advice.
And a lot of the things they're proposing are quite traditional things of like, don't be a fucking thought. The same way MGTOW's policemen are just like, don't be a simp.
Exactly.
Like, some of their stuff is good.
Oh yeah.
Here's another one. But the age of consent is 16. Yeah, for 16-year-olds to consent with other 16-year-olds, not 25-year-olds, weirdo. No, I'm on board with this. This is good. I like this. In fact, that could be one here. Like, I think we've had one insane tweet so far.
Mm-hmm. They're not that bad. See, what I wanted to point out with this as well is the mainstream are the ones who are like, these are all femcels, and it's like, it doesn't really seem like that. It just seems like they have quite conservative stances, and that's okay.
Yeah,
It's
I'd like to
very
see how they
traditional
execute
position.
them. Yeah.
Where it's
Yeah,
not
how they
about
execute these stances in actuality rather than
Yeah.
just maybe
Yeah.
general advice, but
Here's one of the crazy femcel ones. I'm going to start a subreddit for women who can't get laid. We'll probably just talk about hobbies and TV shows they like and then not kill anyone.
That's literally a femcel post.
Yeah, that's literally
Yeah.
a femcel post.
Oh, and it's Ashley Nicole Black Panther. Yeah, that
Yeah.
doesn't have any other negative undertones.
Not in the UK it isn't, but it is creepy as fuck. Yeah, that's not. It's not obvious. The tweet previously about the 16-year-olds and the 25-year-olds. It's obviously not a statement of law. It's a statement of morality and creepiness.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just because it's legal for a 25-year-old to fuck a 16-year-old doesn't mean it's good.
Yeah, and they're doing this.
And I won't be terribly opposed to changing the law so that they couldn't do that.
And they're performing this very traditional role that women should be doing and used to do.
Yeah,
which is
enforcing social
policing other
norms.
women. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is why I got some respect for them.
Yeah,
I'd be perfectly happy raising the age of consent to fucking 21 and then putting in a rule where it's actually 16, but only if you're within 2 years of each other.
Mm.
I mean, we shouldn't need those rules because we, as a society, should be policing it outside like this.
Yeah, we should be.
Right.
And that's what these people are looking to do. And I think they're actually all right.
Unfortunately, there's too many of these, oh, don't judge me people out there. It's like, no, sorry, I'm judging you and very harshly. But, it's the indulgence side of things.
Mm-hmm. Well, here's one that actually raises a very good point and then completely fucks it. Apparently, 39% of the children born to 15-year-old teen mums have fathers between the ages of 20 to 30. That's fucking terrifying. Then they ruin it, saying, yet it's still teen mums who are regarded as the problem. Yeah, what about the other 61%?
No. I think they're misunderstanding. People refer to it as like the problem is teenage mothers, like single mothers. They don't mean the literal problem is teenage single mothers. They mean the situation that they find themselves in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like the title of the post, they will always make single mothers the villains, shift blame from male predators or male parental child neglect. No.
Disagree. Disavow.
No.
The big criticism is always on the absent father, like at least in my part.
Yeah.
And
it's this making single mothers villains versus making single mothers these great heroes that you see.
Well,
see,
it's like it's just a thing.
And the question's also why the biggest question, and I'd be willing to bet that if you actually looked into the statistics, the question is why they're single. I'd be willing to bet that single mothers where, say, the father died do not have the same child outcomes as single mothers who hoard around and found out.
Mm-hmm. No, it's a very distinct, even women who divorced for, shall we say, abuse reasons are very different than the ones that are just like, oh, I'm going to be a hero, I'm going to be a single mom, I'm going to trick some guy.
Basically shown a lack of maturity or responsibility.
Yeah.
And they're like 39% of children born to 15-year-old teen mums have fathers between the ages of 23. Okay, cool. Put them in prison.
Mm-hmm.
If that's true, there should be a lot of 20 to 30-year-old fathers in prison.
They probably are.
Yeah.
It's not for that reason.
Georgia says, also some men are just dicks and don't want the responsibility of a baby like Medicare sperm donor. Yeah, fuck those guys.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes, this is true. And fuck them.
Yeah.
Base Tape says, this subreddit really cleaned itself up. I remember the days when one of the rules was no male empathizing and it was all just staying advice about how to cheat on your boyfriend and get away with it, etc.
Yeah, they've gone through some like peaks and troughs, and
Yeah.
they've definitely like figured out what their identity is and what they stand for, and it's actually at times quite based. Because they're looking at like a return to tradition and a rejection of like hedonistic behaviors,
Yeah.
which I think is good.
Here's
Yes.
another one of the more. This is more middle of the line. It's a tweet. The "I've got a boyfriend" line doesn't work anymore. Yes, because men know you're lying now.
Mm-hmm.
But still, if I get, it does highlight a problem. Like a man should be able to deal with the rejection and at least not being a cunt about it to the woman, as long as they're not a cunt.
Yeah, I mean, it's again that mutual respect and communication. Yeah, but I think that's lacking in the West these days. Now, anyway, it's like because people haven't had to face consequences for being a cunt. It's like you go, you be a dick to someone, and what's your consequence? Oh, well, let's sympathize with them. They might have had a rough childhood where 20, 30 years ago, it would have probably been a swift kick and well-deserved. And you learn not to be a cunt to somebody again.
Yeah, because with our like ultra empathetic new way of doing things where everyone's got to be inclusive and stuff, we've removed all of our tools for social shaming, and as such there's no like punishment for bad behavior. And this sub is basically trying to reinstate some of that by basically being like, you're better than this, stop doing that, you fucking whore.
Yeah, unfortunately there's also some of this other bullshit
there is
where it's like, oh, a friend of a friend changed her preference on Bumble to conservative. Now she's matching with MAGA bros and they're bragging and sending her pics and videos of them in the Capitol, sending them to the FBI. Snitches get stitches.
Well, I mean, that's just the sad state of everything currently.
Yeah.
It's all politicized.
Yeah.
But at least there's some kind of pushback and a return to more conservative values. Traditional values, I should say, rather.
Yeah. Well, I find it interesting that it's made to be this political dichotomy where that's the only binary that's allowed in civil society these days, without a bunch of purple-haired weirdos screeching about, oh, no, there's no binary with gender, but there's binary with politics. I used to really enjoy, friends of mine that had very politically different views than me, and now I can't even stand to be around them because they go screeching off into the wild.
Yeah, luckily the people
that's it. For a lot of us in our space, our politics haven't changed. It's everyone else's that have.
But the thing is, I think the issue is that, like you said, that binary where people aren't taking any nuance. You can, you sit on a political stance on each issue, not as a whole. You take a sum of those stances and then go, well, I guess I kind of go on this side. But they just assume that you think you take, right, I'm on Team Blue, so I take Team Blue's stance on everything. It's like, that's a retarded thing to think.
Yeah.
Like, why would that ever be the case?
I'll use myself an example of how the dichotomy is. I'm pro-welfare, but I'm also pro the government fucking off and leaving people alone. Am I a Democrat or a conservative?
You're a goddamn communist.
Yeah. Better than being a Democrat.
Yeah. Is there a difference?
Oh, yes, there is.
At least communists are honest.
True.
But that's too hard, because to talk to someone you then need to find out you need to ask all these questions and discuss things with them and realize that there's a spectrum and there's a lot of nuance, and that's too much effort. So you just call them a racist or a communist, and then you move on with your day.
Yeah.
You feel no guilt of alienating someone because you don't know them, because they're not with your tribe.
Yeah, and therefore you go, you are not with me, therefore you're against me, and you are the worst thing ever, so I don't even need to think about you.
I don't need to care about you in any way, shape, or form, because I have assigned you as not human.
Yeah. Well, it's the shall we say, topic du jour of people's health status, as it were.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is that the vaccine was actually politicized before it was even done. Everyone
Yes.
remember the Democrats did it first.
It's like, oh, we're never taking this Trump
We're
vaccine.
not
And
taking the Trump vaccine. Oof, weren't listening to the science, were they?
Exactly.
Funny that.
Yeah. I think it's like libtards posting their L's on Twitter. The amount of people are like, I won't take this Trump vaccine. Go get your 15th booster. Like, fuck's sake.
I just wish they had the awareness that that was happening.
They don't. And it blows my mind that, fuck me, the so-called journalists have completely failed us for the last 20 years.
That's because the recession happened. An already dying industry was crippled beyond belief. They sacked all the journalists and they hired interns, and the interns wrote blogs, and the interns came straight out of uni, and so they wrote leftist blogs, and those people got promoted, and now the entire companies are infested with them. It's quite simple, really.
Yeah,
sounds
about
think
right.
You're wrong on the timeline. I think it's been longer than 20 years. It's really been. It's maybe 96 that it's really been infesting.
I mean, it's always leaned left, right? But because you naturally had the maturer crowd, they'd be far more nuanced in how they'd handle things, right? But because all those people have very high salaries, they had to get rid of them when the recession happened in 2007, 2008. So then they brought in 21-year-olds, and they all swing hard left, no nuance, and they slowly pushed everyone else out. And that's it. It's the takeover is complete.
Yeah, well, like at least in the 90s, they were competent leftists.
To an extent.
Yeah,
to an extent. But
like they obviously had a very strong bias, but they were less likely to straight up lie.
And they wouldn't scream at you either. They'd disagree with you, but they wouldn't fucking scream at you.
Yeah.
Again, slightly different experience, but it happened, but it wasn't, they didn't form these mass crowds and just, swarm places like they do now. Because it wasn't socially acceptable.
Yeah, and writing articles like, it's time we stopped seeing the unvaccinated as people and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, student of history says activist journalism has always existed. I mean, look at when New York Times was basically sucking Hitler's dick.
I mean, it has since the Vietnam War.
Oh no, you look back at was it Ida Tarbell and the meat packing plant guy with the yellow journalism in the 19 teens and 20s. Yeah, it's been a long standard. I mean, hell, you could probably go back to Hearst and getting America involved in the Spanish-American War. So, yeah, I think, well, you could probably go back further and point to some English papers about the American Revolution.
Yep, there's always been politicized stuff, and then there's always been essentially state-funded propaganda. Here's just a hilarious joke on a female dating strategy. I met this dude on Tinder and asked what his last name was. He told me and then replied, "You're doing a little background check? You might find out I'm a murderer. Just ignore that." Okay, so a good sense of humor. Well, I googled him and he was a murderer. I'm not sure what that has to do with female dating strategy, but that's fucking
clearly
hilarious.
The guy was hot.
Yeah. Oh dear. Georgia says she always reverse Google image search. That's actually a legitimately good idea.
Yep. That seems way overcomplicated, but
yeah. I decided to ignore that one about the hand signals. Here's one of an absolutely crazy woman. One time, to be safe, I asked a male friend who was completely sober to walk me home, so I got home safely. We had a really nice heart-to-heart, perfect judgment. A few days later, he murdered a sex worker. So no, not all men, but some men indistinguishable from other men. Sure, all humans. Let's talk about the women that murder their babies. Not all women, just women indistinguishable from other women.
Yep. And then female says being single is hard for both sexes. Well, yes, but it doesn't have to be as hard as it's become.
Yes. Modern society has made it far harder for everybody than it needs to be. Oh dear.
Oh, I think we lost Practical.
We did. Here's the one about the friend zone. Men love to talk about how much it sucks to be put in the friend zone. But can we talk about how it feels to be a woman and realize that you didn't have an actual friend? You just had someone looming over you, waiting for you to agree to fuck them. It fucking sucks. Right, so two problems with that. One, I thought they weren't allowed to ask you out if they didn't know you. And two, who's to say that he wanted to fuck you when you first met?
That would be kind of an interesting thing to delve into.
Well, it's like that thing that they kind of say in a meaning way, like you catch feelings, like, yeah. And I hate to say it, it's happened to me too, where, like, I've hung out with someone socially and then, oh shit, I'm talking to this person more and more, oh shit, I need to run.
Yeah, because,
especially in, like, the workplace.
Yes.
It's like monkey brain go, ooh, person of opposite sex that I enjoy being around. Yes, reproduce. No, stop.
Yeah.
Bad brain, stop. Bad monkey brain.
Down. And then, let's see. Oh, Georgia's advocating back to the old ways. Her dad would advocate 2 goats and a chicken, or 2 chickens and a goat.
A goat and 2 chickens. How about... how about no goats and 5 chickens?
Just no soup.
Yes. No soup. Robert Longshore makes... we'll read Robert Longshaw's first. In regards to the tweet. She would be offended if it turns out that he didn't want to fuck her when they first met. Yeah, Disco. So, yeah, well, go ahead and read. You can go ahead and read Discos if you want. I might have a drink while you do.
Yeah. I kind of figured you needed. Would be interesting to see how many women in stable marriages murder their babies. It's usually seen in nature where there's a lack of resources to raise young or perceived danger. I think there's some very primal mechanism at play in those cases. Yeah, I think there was There was a case in Texas about 10 years ago where a woman murdered her 3 children in a bathtub. I think postpartum depression played a part in that, where
Yeah.
there was a perceived danger, and but she was in a marriage, if I remember right.
And postpartum depression's a real bitch. Like, I don't know enough about it to speak in broad terms, but apparently it is horrendously bad, even compared to regular severe depression.
Yes, yeah, I've heard that, and some family history backs that up, but I won't go into detail.
Understandable.
Holy hell. Disco again. I've heard of cases of women literally being caught trying to bite their babies. That is primal. Yeah, that's putting it mildly. And yes, Georgia, you are literally pulling a baby out of a woman's body. Definitely, yeah. And I don't think we're saying that anything other than we don't understand it because we haven't been through it. But I'm sure we've seen cases like that before.
Yes, mental illness tends to fuck your head up. It doesn't excuse the action, but it explains it. And I think that's just something in general that a lot of people have forgotten these days. Especially when people are like, oh, such and such did that because he has autism. Oh, that's just an excuse. No, it's not an excuse, it's an explanation.
Yes. Yeah. Because it kind of goes and takes the corrective action out of the equation.
Yeah. That's it. It's not an excuse because we're saying, no, the reason X happened is because person Y has Z problem, and now we must take corrective action to resolve said problem. And sure, it is diffusing blame a bit, but it's more like, don't blame them unless they refuse to take the corrective action.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest problem in our current society is nobody wants to take any corrective actions whatsoever. They just want to sweep it under the rug because they're embarrassed. Which that's not a good enough reason.
Yeah. Oh, God, here's the loser. But false rape cases. So, some idiot. Women, I want to go for a run. Society women, you can't go alone, you'll get raped. Women, I want to walk to my car in the parking garage. You mean you want to walk through a rape box alone? You better find a security guard to escort you or you'll get raped. Women, I want to live alone. Society, you better get a gun and a gun for your dog. You should also have an alarm for when the rapist comes. Women, what about the park? Society, you mean rape central. Women, okay, out for a drink then? Society, don't think about taking your eyes off of your drink, date, rape, drug and all. But also keep your eyes peeled for rapists. Women, I was raped. Society, are you sure? Seems highly improbable.
That really is the worst of that.
Where to start with that? How about... I'll tackle everything except the last one at once. Okay. Dear women, there are people out there who are men, and of that group of people that are men, a subset of them are fucking scum. Now, these scum, they don't have normal human morals and are willing to violently attack you for their own gratification. Now, because we don't know who they are in advance, and because they're psychotic scum who will attack you for their own gratification, you should take some precaution that when you are attacked by these psychotic human scum, you win.
it's almost like they need to do what almost all men do, is have situational awareness and prepare to defend yourself at all times.
Well, that's literally all they're complaining about. Their complaint is when they say, "Oh, women get raped." Other people are saying, "Well, that's fucking awful. Here is some advice on how to decrease the possibility of it happening to you, because rapists don't tend to go for the woman who's eyes up, looking around with her keys in her hand, ready to stab a motherfucker.
No.
They're going to go for the woman who's shying away from people with her music on and looking down and shuffling about in the dark. They're going for easy victims. Yep. Don't be an easy victim. And yes, there are still men out there that might still attack you, but don't be an easy fucking victim. Just like how when you put a better lock on your front door, you are never going to stop someone from breaking into your house. The trick is to make it easier to break into your neighbor's house.
Exactly. And it's that. Yeah. It's that if you even just start causing a problem, and this isn't just women. This is anybody under assault of any sort. The moment you start fighting back, even if it's unsuccessful, you've made it a very high probability that somebody is going to get caught down the road because you haven't just been overpowered. And that's easy to say, but it's tends to be true.
Yeah, well, that's it. You don't want to be an easy target, because criminal scum, regardless of what crime they're intent on committing, generally look for an easier target. And in car theft, that might be putting a steering lock on, so they'll break the window of the next car in the row, in the parking lot.
Yep.
Or it might be stabbing a motherfucker in the eyes with your keys.
Yep. Let's see.
And I've brought it up before that there might be evolutionary reasons as to why women don't fight back. Because in, say, the Stone Age, if you fight back, it increases your chance of injury. Even today, it's true that if you fight back, it increases your chance of injury. While your chance of the chance of a successful rape goes down, the chance of injury, not fatal injury, but the chance of injury goes up. And evolutionarily, I think it kind of makes sense as to why women might just, instead of fight or flight, they might just freeze. Evolutionarily, in the Stone Age, man wants to rape woman. Chances are woman's not going to win the fight. But if she does, she might be seriously injured. In the Stone Age, we don't have hospitals, so it might be evolutionarily advantageous to not die. Especially considering that you've now had sex, so, well, if in the unlucky circumstance that rapist succeeds in impregnation, if you survive, you've technically reproduced. It's not a good thing, but you have reproduced, so your genetics go on. If you die, shitbags' genetics don't go on, which is a good thing, but yours also don't go on. So I would suggest
like to see some in-depth studies with that sort of
I would suggest that it's evolutionarily advantageous for women to not fight back.
Interesting.
That would be my hypothesis, and I would not be surprised if you could do some form of fancy testing and confirm that.
Yeah. There has to be some way to figure that out, because
but it and so I'll read George's comment, and we'll kind of talk about it more in the context of this one before we talk about it in the context specifically of the comment. Georgia says, so society tells women they should protect themselves from scum men, but then women are also accused of lying when it does happen. In relation to this specific point, one of the arguments when people accuse women of lying is, oh, you didn't fight back. Well, maybe because it's evolutionarily smart for them not to. It doesn't mean that they weren't violated without their consent.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those. It's an easy snap judgment to make of, oh, why didn't you fight back? But I think the point I'm trying to advocate is everyone should have the mindset that they should fight back, but let the circumstance dictate whether they take that risk or not.
Exactly. So Georgia actually makes a good comment, and I'll expand on it. She says, you can literally test it yourself. Go behind a load of men and shout boo. See how they react. Then do it to women. You will see fight, flight, and freeze in motion. Yeah, to expand on it as a hypothesis, so the previous hypothesis, my hypothesis is that it is evolutionarily advantageous for women to not fight back. As part of this, I would suggest that when confronted with a human threat, men will nearly always go into fight or flight. When confronted with a human threat, women will experience fight, flight, freeze in a proportion that I'm not prepared to make a guess on. I would also suggest that when confronted by a non-human threat, such as a wild animal, the proportion of women that go into freeze will be significantly lower. Because freezing when confronted by a non-human threat is not evolutionarily advantageous, is what I would suggest.
Agreed, yeah. I think... I had a thought there. I think, it's part of social play. You see this with other species, where men tend to roughhouse when they're boys, where women are not really on the generally perceived notions. They're not as likely to roughhouse and play fight to prepare themselves, except tomboys, which I'm sure Harry will spurg on about. But I think it's that physical fighting play that plays a large role in our species having these reactions typically.
Yeah, well, and you can even the adolescent fighting is actually a really good one, because you can compare it to other species. In other species, both genders do it. In humans, not so much. And I think it specifically and in humans, it specifically relates to the type of threat, and also the fact that humans are social animals. How many animals exist that would attack a full-grown human female? There's not a great many. Now, how many animals exist that would attack a full-grown human female surrounded by other full-grown human females, and maybe a couple of old men and teenage boys with pointy sticks?
I'd say significantly fewer.
Yes. I would suggest that the greatest threat to a Stone Age woman is Stone Age men. Though, to be fair, I would also suggest the greatest threat to Stone Age men is Stone Age men. Because it's a very interesting thing about humans. In nature, animals tend to not kill their own species. Humans, and to a lesser extent, the other apes, will kill their own species.
Yeah, it's almost trying to establish a certain genetic code, and the only way we can do that is to take resources through means of violence.
Well, that's it. In the Stone Age, to reproduce, you need access to a larger group of women. And lions do the same thing. Male lions fight other male lions for access to women. And that's exactly what men do. When men enact violence, it is quite often in the presence of women.
Yep.
And
It's always interesting, watching a all-male environment, how that dynamic will change as soon as a single woman's introduced.
yeah. And Lindy Page has actually talked about this, and because of how extensive the English court history is, you can actually look at it. Nearly all murders are men killing men. And nearly all of the reasons are for status. And in humans, status equals access to women.
Agreed. Yep.
So, yeah, I would suggest that because the greatest threat to a human male is another human male, that is why human males will go into fight or flight.
Mm-hmm.
Because if a human male is attacking another human male, chances are it's to kill them. So your choices
kill them or take resources in
yes.
an aggressive and dominant way.
Yes, so your only choices are to flee for your safety or fight for your resources, essentially. However, for a human female, the only threat to a human female is a human male. So they could flee. Oh, human males are faster. They could fight. Oh, human males are stronger. They could freeze. Oh, they've had violence enacted upon them, but they've survived. And they will survive for at least another 5 to 10 years.
Yep.
And yes, young men do commit recreational violence, but it's nearly always in regards to status. Someone slighted someone else.
Yep. It seems to be, the predominance of violence after about the age of 30 starts to decrease significantly. I won't say it's ever gone, but as far as a means to gain status, it typically starts
I would
suggest,
and I'm pretty sure the data backs that, I would suggest that nearly all murder, we know that nearly all murders are men killing men. And of that, I would suggest that nearly all of those murders are men between the ages of 16 to 30 killing each other.
I would have to agree.
For what I would suggest in the context of this conversation are obvious reasons. Status and access to mates.
Yep. Yeah. Prime Night is amazed of your endurance to 9 hours.
Lots and lots of caffeine, which is why I piss so regularly.
Yep. No, I think this is some interesting talking points here, because you look at I'm trying to think of one of the more extreme modern examples, and I'm thinking of the Prussian dueling scars, which were a sign of status. And that kind of goes along with the play fighting and earning a position in society.
Well, even more modern than that. Let's go to the Middle East, into a society where men have multiple wives. How violent are they compared to monogamous societies nearby?
It seems to be on magnitudes of 4 to 5 times more violent.
Even disregarding religion, in polygynous societies, the levels of violence are several times that of monogamous societies. Because in a monogamous society, there is a higher chance of any specific male finding a mate. In polygynous societies, the top 20% of men get 4 or 5 wives. The bottom 50% of men have no chance whatsoever based on looks or status or success. So what does that leave them? Violence. Competing both amongst themselves for the few women left over and with the higher status men.
Exactly, because if you can establish your dominance through other means, you're still establishing dominance in the monkey brain.
Well, that's it, and that is one of the reasons, and that is why men are so competitive, which drives things like seeking higher paying jobs, bargaining harder for more money. In the modern world, money is status. Men will nearly always act in the way that gets them more status. In the modern world, that's generally more money.
Mm-hmm. And although I think that kind of loops back around to the problems we've been seeing earlier. Now that women have entered the workforce, that particular type of status has been decimated in kind of that social sense, because now the men don't have the ability to earn as much as they used to, because they don't have the same educational advantages that they did several generations ago.
Exactly. And women also tend to seek men of higher status than themselves.
Yes,
200 years ago, many decades ago, pre-1940, a woman who intended to become a housewife, if she is looking at money as status, any employed man has more than her. But now that women are working, maybe 10% of men have more status than they do.
Mm-hmm. And I think 30% of women, I think this is a UK study mentioned Friday. 37% of women are going to university rather than 30% of men, and I'm sure that will continue to change dynamically with more and more women. And that causes some unintended social consequences.
Yeah. Robert Longshore has a good point. When a man has a woman to work and supply resources to, the man's violent tendency is generally a sedator, and they are able to get a lot of work done and elevate their status. Yes. When a man has a mate, he will generally only enact violence when he sees a threat to his relationship with his mate or their offspring.
Yeah. You see, it's that push towards civilizing man, where women prefer to be socially connected, where men are more kind of nuclear family focused, and when that's dynamic gets changed, I think there's this big disconnect for a lot of people on a biological level.
Yeah, well, that's it. Biologically, it is preferred to have essentially the nuclear family unit, though there tends to be more kids involved for readily apparent reasons. So you tend to have the male and his mate and their offspring, and then you have their families and then their extended communities. And again, evolutionarily, animals and especially humans tend to not fight their family. So when everyone in your tribe is related to the elder, aka grandpa or great grandpa, though when you're only living to 30 or 40, that's less likely. But when you're all related within living human memory, you tend to you'd be a lot more close knit. And like you may have men going over to another tribe, or women, or coming in and out, as has happened for literally all of human history.
Mm-hmm.
But you tend to have closer, more tight-knit groups, so there'd be less violence within the group, but when a group encounters another group, that's when you are going to see territorial and resource violence.
Agreed. Yeah, and I think what we were talking about was a while back with these big urban areas where they're mixing the cultures and whatnot. There's this disconnect from the immediate community where for generations people may have lived in the same block for multiple generations. Everybody knew who everybody was, and now they're being displaced for one reason or another,
Yeah.
and you're just making more conflict.
Yeah. Student of History has a good point. He's talking about honor boxing matches. Him and his friend had sets of boxing gloves and would get bored and box out in a ring made of wood lying around. Though it's probably a social dynamics of saying a pecking order sort of thing. There was some of that. There's also what we were talking about earlier. Animals roughhousing. It establishes a social dynamic, also trains violence, and it teaches the respect of it and the limits of it. And you will find in all societies that young men engage in some form of recreational violence. Whether it's boxing, wrestling, something like that. As training and a pecking order thing.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. It was a somewhat relevant example of communities having more competitive sports back 150 years ago, where it was just purely for the sake of competition, where, and this is a big tangent, but we've gone to these professional sports where a lot of people live vicariously through that rather than go out and try to experience it themselves. And I think that also kind of hooks back into aggressive tendencies are strangely muted rather than expressed in a healthy and reasonable way. And I have no idea where I was going with that.
I actually have an answer point to that, which I'm pretty much going to steal whole cloth from Lindy Beige. Imagine a soccer match. Manchester United and one of the people that they don't like.
Okay.
Just for the sake of it, what's a soccer team that they really don't get along with, their fans?
Oh, hell if I know. I don't pay attention to the sport.
Fair enough. So Manchester United's a big one, and they've got their enemies. So, as you were saying, people are tying their identity into their sports teams. Now, we've established that men commit violence to gain status. Okay, so someone actually did research. They did tests of testosterone levels of fans of both teams before a match. I don't know if it's soccer or some other kind of ball sport, but they tested the testosterone levels before the match. They also tested the testosterone levels after the match. Guess who had the higher levels of testosterone? The winners or the losers?
I would assume
fans.
The winners.
That's the fun thing. The fans, the losing team, had a higher testosterone level. Because their status was tied into the team's success, and their status had been threatened.
That's an interesting biological reaction.
It is.
Huh.
And what do men do when their status is threatened? Well, they might not necessarily immediately break out in violence, but they might be fuming, and then they're out in the streets, and then one of the supporters of the other team's been of the winning team's a bit drunk, and they're getting in the face going, "Woo, we kicked your ass!" And then they might bump into somebody, and then all of a sudden violence breaks out. Started by the fans of the losing team. To reassert their status.
I see that. That's fascinating, though.
That's evolutionary psychology for you.
Good old monkey brain, very active.
Robert Longshore comes in with many, many lobsters. Pretty much, yes. But yes, and Dusquadia says losers. Yes, losers are dangerous. There's nothing more dangerous than a man whose status is threatened. And funnily enough, you can see that out in the wild. Take a walk down one of the rough areas, or better yet, don't. But you can take a look at the culture of rough areas of, say, New York or Chicago. Not necessarily even the black neighborhoods, but a low socioeconomic neighborhood. We now take two groups of young teenage men from that neighborhood who are low status, and then you stick them next to each other. What's going to happen? It's not exactly rocket science.
Yeah, exactly.
Discord says, I wasn't calling them losers, I was guessing. Yeah, guessing that the losers.
Yeah, that's a good attempt at covering yourself, Disco.
I mean, either way, she's right.
True.
But that's the best part. Either way, she's right.
Yeah, no, it's... I think there's so much that we've done to build up the facade of being truly civilized where it's really just a matter of returning to our most primal state and trying to establish dominance for resources.
Well, that's literally it. And you also mentioned, why is there so much sport? Why is sport a thing? Well, we've already determined essentially that men seek status, and status is usually achieved through violence. Now, what say a society gets together and goes, you know what? All this fighting is killing a lot of our young men who would be much more useful in fighting that tribe over there instead of each other. What if we give them a ball made of a pig's bladder and they kick that about a bit? Well, there's lots of running, that's good. There's lots of stamina, that's good. There's lots of teamwork, that's also good. Oh, do you know what else stamina, running, and teamwork are good for? War.
No, you don't say. It's almost like it's ritualized violence without the bloodletting.
Student of History says, oh shit, you're kidding me. There were fights all the time at the basketball games between my town and neighbouring town. Whenever they played, there was something stupid happening, lol. I mean, yeah, you get a bunch of young men and testosterone. I mean...
Sadly, I think he was meaning the parents.
And I'm again going to steal essentially whole cloth from Lindy Beige. He has a theory about fighting and dancing and how they're interlinked. So women want to find out who is going to be a good protector for them for Stone Age reasons, which make lots of sense. So how does the woman find out which man in the tribe is the best fighter? Well, she could fight him. No, that's a stupid idea. She could make them all fight each other. Well, some women do that, and we've seen that happen in modern life. How some women will start shit. But, again, it's not really good if you get all the men fighting, and then you'll have a reputation. So, you want to find out how good they are at fighting. Well, what do you need to be good at fighting? You need stamina, you need endurance... You need technique, coordination. Oh, those are the same things that those things dancing and fighting have in common. Interesting, that, isn't it?
Yes.
Now, why is it that most all group dancing in hunter-gatherer cultures is done by men, who quite often are dressed up as ancestral spirits with spears? Oh, is it because it's related to fighting? And it shows how good they are at fighting and things like that. Oh, what about the tribe whose dance is jumping up and down for hours and hours on end? Well, what if you're shit at dancing, but you have lots of endurance? You might want to do that instead.
It's almost like we've evolved into compensating for, I don't know, prowess rather than just bloodletting.
Indeed. And there's another one as well that he has as part of the dancing. Why is men dancing with women a thing? Well, women can gain information about men through smell. So the women might want to smell all the men. Well, Joe over there cleans sewer pits for a living. That's not very good. And those guys over there have come back from a hunt and stink something furious. Well, how about we organise a dance so all the men go home, have a bathe, put on their good clothes, and then they come out and dance with all the women? Well, that works, because an alternative might be to do something stupid like have sex with all the men to get them sweaty with all the pheromones. Well, that defeats the purpose of finding out who's got the best genes, because there is a thing where women can actually get data about men through smell from sweat and pheromones. So, yeah, maybe it's worth getting nice and up close to clean men who are sweaty. A dance achieves that.
You know, there was a study a number of years ago where men were told to wear a shirt for 24, 48 hours, and then women would sniff it and then kind of determine who was the most attractive based purely on the pheromones. And I can't remember more than the general setup, but that was, done, and it seems to validate the point you're bringing up.
Yeah,
here.
And Student of History's got it exactly. Now, don't think dancing like ballroom dancing, think dancing like those crazy high-energy tribal dancing where they spend a few hours jumping and dancing. That's exactly it. They are demonstrating all the techniques and skills that would be required for fighting without anyone getting a spear through the face. On purpose, anyway.
And, I mean, I would actually say that, ballroom dancing is just another evolution in dance as a ritualistic mating ritual.
Well, there's actually some theory behind that as well. What came first, ballroom dancing or folk dancing?
Ooh. My instinct is going folk, but it could actually be the other way around.
I would suggest that's actually folk, because ballroom dancing comes from ballrooms. Ballroom dancing is less than 2,000 years old. Folk dancing is probably tens of thousands of years old. With the men and women dancing with each other. Now,
well, if you look at
ballroom dancing is how you exclude the low classes. Or they don't know how to dance ballroom, so they're low class. So we don't want our kids mating with them because they're low class.
Makes sense. And I was thinking of some folk dancing when I was trying to get a date that way, and a lot of it is very close personal contact with multiple partners as you're going along, and that way it's a good way to evaluate potential mates.
Exactly. And Lindy Beige has a really good way of has the final part to this whole thing that kind of all ties it together. Men fucking hate dancing.
Indeed.
Now, what are people scared of? Things that reduce their chances of mating. Now, what reduces a male's chance of mating other than obvious things like death? Well, being of low status or losing status. So what happens if a man can't dance for shit, and then he gets up and looks like an absolute idiot? Well, he loses status. And men are scared of things that make them lose status.
And that's not only towards, with women, that's also towards the entire social network in which they're involved.
Yep.
So you have multiple forms of ostracization with that.
Exactly. And again, like in tribes, the men dance to demonstrate their attractiveness to men, and then you have folk dancing as well on the flip side, where it's the women evaluating the men. And again, you'll see the difference that the tribal dancing, it tends to be polygynous societies, and folk dancing tends to be monogamous.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that adds up. And this really gets back into something we were discussing earlier, where couples don't meet through community dance like they used to.
Well, that's it. I think we mentioned many hours ago, possibly, that
very many.
If you were to talk to your grandparents or great-grandparents and ask them how they met, chances are they might say the local dance. And I'm literally just this entire last 2 hours has basically been stolen from Lindy Bay's whole cloth, because again he says that Grandpa might say that Grandma would say, "Oh, he was the best dancer." What? But Grandpa's not going to talk about her dancing. He's going to say she was the prettiest girl in the room. Oh, look at that!
Yes.
That ties into what we've been saying.
So it's almost like we're onto something.
Yes, as Prime Knight says, yes, you did. This is going in circles at this point. But it does show that's at least logically consistent.
True. And who doesn't like a good, positive circular argument for once?
Yes. And besides, this podcast is known for rambling incoherently.
Well, at least 9 hours worth.
Indeed. I'm not sure I had any point with this, but
I enjoyed the conversation.
It was
Hopefully the audience did too.
Oh yeah, we were talking about rape.
So, dancing is rape. Okay, disavow.
No. I think the only point we didn't cover is that sometimes society will go, "Oh, you sure you were raped?" And there are problems with that in both ways. Like, there are some people who say that regretting sex is rape, and they're obviously idiots. But there are also people who say, "Oh, you dressed slutty, so you deserved it," and they're also idiots.
Exactly. I think this is one of those we tend to, and I don't know if this is just more obvious to me now in modern society rather than in historical terms, but there's certain things where we just beat to death where real cases get tossed out because it's such an abused topic.
Well, one of the biggest problems with rape, where women are legitimately raped, is, and this is more of a modern problem than it was 40 or 50 years ago. How do you prove that you were raped beyond reasonable doubt? Without obvious signs of violence upon your body, how do you prove it was rape?
Yeah,
which
that
is
such an intimate question.
Yeah, it's a kind of a problem, because you have to prove that not only did you have sex, generally the easy part, you then have to prove that you didn't consent, which in the modern world, or at least before 10 years ago, was a lot harder. Especially in nightclub culture. Okay, you're both drunk, you've gone home. He could have raped her, or they might have had consensual sex. How do you tell if she isn't physically injured? Beyond a reasonable doubt. It's damn near impossible.
I had
it doesn't mean that she
very close friend of mine who went through that, and she actually was, because she gave no consent and was sober enough to know that she didn't, but unfortunately, because alcohol had been involved and it was a nightclub, it was hard for her to convince anybody that it hadn't been regret, because there had been too many damn cases where it had been, and she didn't pursue any charges, unfortunately.
And that's it. And some people throw both feminists and right-wing idiots throw out the same statistic. Oh, that only so many only like whatever tiny percentage of rape cases go to court, and then whatever even tinier percentage of convictions. It again comes down to reasonable doubt. You have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that sexual interaction was rape. And without physical violence inflicted upon the woman, it gets very fucking hard.
Yeah.
which is a tragedy
Yeah,
for the
exactly.
women who were raped. Like, it's entirely possible for women to be raped, which is awful, and then it can be hard to prosecute. And George just says there's physical damage that can happen, but it can also heal rather quickly. Vaginas are magic and awful. Yeah, and that's one of the problems. Like, it's if a woman doesn't immediately seek medical treatment and legal help, what little evidence there is can disappear, and this isn't the woman's fault.
No, not at all. It's I think there's that initial hesitancy because it's such a violative act.
That's it. And
where
there's also the figuring out what happened to me, coming to terms with it, trying to figure out what to do, and they could miss the crucial window. And that's not necessarily their fault. It just means that the little evidence there was to start with has quite often disappeared. So now you have to prove that that specific man was there. You then have to prove that he had sex with you, and then you had to prove that it was without consent. And when you're trying to balance that with the reasonable doubt, it becomes next to impossible to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there have been so many high-profile cases in the last decade and a half, where it's been demonstrably untrue. It sows too much doubt in society's mind.
Yeah,
and there's always that natural okay, is she normally promiscuous? Well, therefore, it's like, no, that's the wrong-headed approach, but that's human nature, unfortunately.
Yeah. And the whole was she promiscuous? Oh, in that case, it wasn't right. There's a teensy tiny gem of truth to that, where it can be, what are the chances, probabilities, reasonable doubt, which is still ridiculous, because a woman dressed like a whore who is a whore and was actively whoring can still be raped.
Exactly, yeah.
But you then have to prove that to a jury.
Yeah, and that's where that level of embarrassment happens, where do they really want to get involved and relive it and all of that, which I can sympathize
and then
with.
You've got the low chance of conviction because all the reasons we've covered. Do I want to go through all this trauma for a low chance of conviction when I could just go get some psychological help? It's hard. And then, of course, you have that occasion. It's understandable why women don't seek police assistance with this, because, well, just due to the nature of proving a crime has occurred, it's hard to convict on this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I mean, basically, the woman's violated a second time with a lot of those kits, at least, psychologically.
Indeed. And then, of course, when they end up in court, the defense has to do their job, which is awful for a woman who's actually been raped, because the defense is going to bring out all those arguments. Oh, you were at a nightclub. Oh, you'd been drinking. Are you sure you didn't actually slut around again? Oh, we've heard from your friends that you've had sex at nightclub with men you've met at nightclubs before. Like, and obviously that is fucking going to be traumatic as hell for a woman, but it's the defense doing their job.
Yeah, it's just, I just, it's such a hard topic to discuss, but it's like, it needs to, I think, have more sunshine on it, so it's, maybe sanitizes the process.
And for the poor women who have been raped, it's so many kinds of bullshit because you cannot convict. Because as Student of History says, you don't want to hang an innocent man for rape, but you don't want to leave a rapist loose, and it's trying to find the balance of that while people are throwing out worst case scenarios.
Yeah.
And as the adage goes, it's like, it's better for 100 guilty men to go free than to imprison an innocent man. Which is entirely possible, and I'm not sure what the real numbers of actual rapes are, but it's entirely possible that when it comes to rape specifically, that's actually what happens. that 100 guilty men go free, so we don't imprison an innocent man.
Yeah, it's like how how do you disprove that? And I do wonder if that shaming that we were talking about earlier, and not to be confused, but just kind of socially, going more of a traditional route where everyone's kind of prim and proper and modest and whatnot, would help with some of that. But I don't think that's the actual answer.
It isn't, but it is a contributing factor. If we were in a society where casual sex and sex outside marriage was not common and was frowned upon, it would be the reasonable doubt would shift. Because it's the reasonable doubt in the minds of the jury. If the jury's mindset was casual sex isn't a thing, all you'd have to do was prove that sex occurred, essentially, and you'd be pretty close to achieving reasonable doubt for the jury. But in a society where casual sex, while drunk, is commonplace, acceptable, and not rape, you now have to prove... You can't just prove that that man had sex with that woman. You now must prove that it was without consent.
Yeah, exactly. And that is a hell of a thing to have to prove these days.
Exactly. And Stuart Fishy says, unfortunately, legal defense counsel's job in all situations is to zealously defend their client, and the prosecution's job is to zealously push for the truth to come out and get a conviction. Exactly. So you have this poor woman on the stand, and the defense is going to, by law and by the nature of their job, attack everything about that woman's credibility.
Mm-hmm.
Which, for an actual victim, is going to be quite... I've heard anecdote that is worse than the actual event, in some cases. And I can see how that would be possible. You have to relive it for another time, and then you have someone calling you a liar to your face.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And not only just calling you a liar, but dragging you through the mud at every turn.
Exactly.
Just to prove that, your client wasn't guilty because of these reasons.
Yeah, that's it. The defense counsel is going to stand there, in all honesty and legitimately, and faithfully say, do you normally go to nightclubs to hook up with men?
Mm-hmm.
Because that is a question that impacts on whether what occurred is beyond reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm. And it's that whole and not just that sort of thing, but trying to build a case of her entire life, and then having to put that on display for the entire world just because some scummy bastard raped a woman.
Exactly. And especially, say, if there's a date rape job with a really short half-life involved, if the woman doesn't get a blood sample taken within a day or two, the evidence is gone.
Yeah, and that's the time frame in which
but they might still be,
what happened to her.
Might still be under effect of the drug, having significant mental trauma. It's basically just a shit show for the poor victims. But there isn't really a way out of it, because in order to convict someone, it must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And unfortunately, that's damned near impossible in these cases, just due to the nature of society and the event.
Mm-hmm. The only thing I could ever see making it less traumatic would be, non-public hearings without the defendant physically in a room, because you can do, video calling and have them in another, room in the court and whatnot, but.
Yeah, that would make it a lot easier for the defendant, but unfortunately you then run into more rights of the accused again, because the accused has the right to confront their accuser, which is an impediment, unintentionally, to convictions of rape. because
Yep.
they have the right to, and as student of history says, by the necessity, the legal requirement of defense counsel in rape cases to defend their client, whether they did it or not, and if that means dragging the victim, then they must. Because the defendant has the right to confront their accuser. The defense counsel must do it on their behalf, and that means attacking the victim.
Yep. Yeah.
And I really don't think there's any way out of that. It's just a shitty situation where it's damn near impossible to prosecute due to the nature of the crime.
Yep.
And to be fair, it's certainly not... Well, I don't know if it's to be fair, but on the flip side, it's the reasonable doubt, which is essentially a sliding scale. We've talked about how it can be slid down the amount of evidence needed to prove reasonable doubt in a society where casual sex is not common. However, if there are a bunch of high-profile, intentionally fake rape accusations, that's not good because it pushes the jury's opinion of reasonable doubt in the other direction.
Yep. And very, very hard because, yeah, the Duke rape case here in the States was infamous for that. And it proved to be wholly manufactured, and in large part by the prosecution after a while.
Indeed. And
yeah.
So what's a reasonable person going to think when they see that? Oh, it's possible that the prosecution's just made all this crap up. So that's now shoved the burden of proof far away from where, without that, the person might have been convicted. But now because of this, the opinion of the jury has changed, and it's essentially screwing the victim out of justice.
Yep. And not just the victim, but in the entirety of society, because a lot of that type of case isn't just a one and done. There's a high chance of recidivism.
Indeed. And I think that's the problem, that I think society just needs to just come out and admit that it's a really hard crime to convict because of the nature of the crime. But people who are provably lying about it need to be absolutely castigated because they are harming not just the person they're accusing, but about actual victims.
Yeah. I know there's been talk of trying to enact some of that type of law, but it's a very hard case in both directions.
And something that people who talk about false rape accusations don't understand is just because you can't get a conviction doesn't mean they're lying. Because we've already talked about how it's a damned near impossible thing to prove. Because the evidence likes to just fuck off and disappear.
Mm-hmm.
And as student of history says, false accusations should utterly have the hammer dropped on them. The punishment should be on par with an actual accusation. Absolutely.
That's a good point.
Because we need to drop the hammer on false accusations so the public goes, oh, false accusations are rare. Provably false accusations are rare. And when they are discovered, they're absolutely slammed down, which moves the burden of proof back towards where it should be for the society.
Not only that, but you see so many cases, very high profile, that would benefit from a lack of controversy if these kind of laws were enacted, where the false accuser gets something along the lines of, no, we're not just going to dismiss this. You're going to be publicly, maybe put on a list. That's a bit extreme, but just theoretically speaking, saying, oh yeah, watch out for this individual. They're going to lie about you. Again, I had a better point than that, but I wandered off.
Well, if we can have a sex offender list for people who pee in public, people who lie about rape should be on there too. And there are some people, specifically a particular kind of feminist, who when we talk about punishing false accusations go, oh, but straw man, so many rape accusations can't be proven. Yeah, we're not talking about those, you idiots, and you know that. We're talking about the ones specifically like Duke Lacrosse, things like that, where we know for a fact that somebody lied. We're not talking about things where, as student history says, rapist being found not guilty isn't saying they didn't do it, it's saying we can't prove it and therefore cannot punish for it. Doesn't mean it's a lie. But in the cases where it is a lie, we need to come down like the fucking hammer of Thor.
Yes, absolutely.
So we can so we can have the juries on actual rape cases going, oh, false accusations are rare, and when they are discovered, they're absolutely slammed, because that's going to reduce people making false accusations, and is going to increase the confidence of the jury in the prosecution.
Yeah, and I think it'll actually make the conviction rate a bit higher.
I suggest it would over time.
So, yeah, I think that's kind of the ultimate answer is accountability all around.
Yeah, and a student of history says, you also must prove that the rape accusations was false beyond a reasonable doubt. Exactly. And we're talking about things like where we have the event on security camera. Like there was a guy who was accused of molesting a woman in a train station. Yeah, when they pulled the video footage, he was 4 meters away from her. Or someone said, oh, this guy raped me. Yeah, we found out that he was 6 states away at the time.
Yeah.
Like,
and conversely, like I think it was in New York City where some guy was raping a woman in front of witnesses who did nothing.
Yep.
That guy needs to be disappeared permanently after conviction.
Yep. And of course, all this is talking about everything we've talked about so far is when the victim knows the identity of the assailant.
Yeah.
When you're talking about what people think of as rape, which is someone walking alone at night gets dragged into the bushes. When we are talking about meeting someone in a nightclub who you don't know the name of, and maybe they can't find on surveillance, or they just can't identify them for whatever reason. Like all those cases, they're rapes that don't, and nobody's charged because the offender cannot be identified.
Yeah.
So, basically, rape bad. If we can prove someone committed rape, hang them. And
I think wood chipper.
Yes. Absolutely. Wood chipper, feet first. And punish false accusations so that reasonable doubt is somewhere more sane.
I think that puts a nice little bow on it.
Indeed. I'm still not convinced I had a point, but it was a great rant.
Hey, as long as the rants get the views up, that's all that matters.
As Billy Blog says, impressive rape rant. Thank you. Senior History says, sorry about the reading on the subject, guys. Not a problem. I mean, I was just reading on the subject. And poor
readings all around.
Yeah.
Good sounding boards are hard to bribe. I'll be taking that large amount of donations. Thank you.
Yes. You've been very effective tonight, Bleach. Or rather, this morning. It's been good having you on.
Oh, well, it's been a pleasure.
You've been an excellent co-host, reading the comments and making sure there was no dead air while I was off peeing.
Oh well, I figured it was better to have somebody blathering away and making no point than just dead air.
Exactly. I'm thinking that since it's now 9.5 hours into the stream, and I have completely flagged of energy, we might just check our video comment and then call it a day.
I think that might be a excellent choice, especially for yourself. I'm going to go to the brewery here and get myself a pint or two.
So, unsurprising, our video comment is from Harry. So, we will switch screens. And I should have the audio working this time, and I've boosted Harry's volume. So, hopefully, no boomerang, but let me know if I fucked it.
Listen. Listen. For any context, you know who you are. That is all the context that is required. And you just need to know the following statement. If you're degenerate enough, I will leave the fucking general call.
Well, I'm seeing a progress bar, but I'm not
the most degenerate person
seeing
in
the
the
video.
universe.
Yeah, Harry didn't give us video, just
but,
audio.
There's a difference between a joke and a fact. You get degenerates to show off your fucking balls and cock, I leave immediately. You do this enough for a joke, isn't it funny? I fucking leave the Discord. I'm not looking at your dick pic hentai shit. Fuck off, you fucking bundle of sticks in the closets. You know who you are. All of you do. Sorry, Bezic, it was longer than 30 seconds, but I couldn't just rush my words enough. Sorry, man. You know who I'm speaking to, though, right? Listen.
Okay,
Listen.
so... I'm pretty sure he's talking about Nyad. Nyad, no one wants to see your balls. Also, Harry, stop being a pussy.
Yeah. I think Harry's mistaking male bonding with male bondage.
There's not much difference. Disco says, Harry, stop bringing voice chat drama to video comments. And Mythos says, is this supposed to be a threat?
Oh my. What's he going to post in the coming week, you wonder?
Yeah. Student of History says, why does he sound like he's about to send message?
Manifesto, not message.
Yeah. Look, Harry, all I have to say is, if I hear you've been arrested, I'm sending this to the police.
And the photo of the soup.
Yeah. Oh dear. Well, that, I think, about wraps things up. As Prime Knight says, been a lovely ranting episode. I have had an excellent rant. Thank you very much, everyone, for listening to it. Thank you very much, Bleach, for suffering through it and taking part.
Pleasure to be here.
Indeed. You've been so good, I'm going to have to kidnap you again in future.
I'll take that threat.
Student of History says, I'm just saying, it sounds like a pinky's going to show up outside someone's house. Oh dear, guys. Well, that is all of the far too much stream for today. Thank you again, everyone, for joining us. We will, of course, be back at the same time next week. Yeah, Disco says, sorry for no showing this week. Bezek, my PC was in bits for most of the stream. Understandable, Disco. Disappointed, but understandable. Also, I have...
Now I'm going to have to blame Discordia for the length of this rant.
Yeah, indeed. I have kitty cat pictures to send to Discordia later too. So, Shadilay, folks. It has been a blast, and we'll catch you all later.
Shadilay.